don't you think? So I think what we need to actually do is like leave the old ones up with some kind of banner that's like, not latest, full of lies, you know. Yeah, YouTube. I like that. That's a good move. And then even we could link to them directly to them. That's a great idea. Hi.
Just signed up with an account.
And you don't want to holler your name big and loud.
Yeah, so it's Dante, D-A-N-T-E, .t.fields, F-I-E-L-D-S @gmail.com.
Great. Stand by. It is done.
Fabulous,
Thank you. Hi.
You see the email address?
Yes, please.
CIERRASTARLA@gmail.com.
Sierra Starla. It's a lovely name. Done.
Are we checking with you? Is that the idea?
Folks have been hollering their names out loud, but you could say it quietly.
Frauenheim. F-R-A-U, last name.
One more letters, please.
F-R-A-U-E-N-H-E-I-M.
I have Frauenfelder.22 and I have Frauenfiction.
For emails, let's go attention, please. It's MJ or Michael at attentionplease.com. Let's try that. Maybe it'll work that way.
MJ at attention, please.
That's it.
Very good. I'm adding a license. It is done.
Cool. Thanks.
Once again, for those of you who have entered since I last said this, if you would like a QLab demo license, please either tell me out loud your email address or come up here and say it quietly if you prefer. Or if you don't have a QLab account yet, visit qlab.app, make an account, then tell me the email address you used, and then I will give you a license. It is 9:31. The time is nigh, but traffic is also nigh. So we will be fashionably late by just a few minutes in our actual starting. But this is a good moment if anyone here has meta questions like, does the Wi-Fi work, or how do I get power at my desk, or whatever that kind of thing is. Okay. Chris, do you want to decide when it's time to really start? Do you want me to just decide on my own? Do we have a system? That's the E in CEO there. That's the.
Compliments to everyone here for showing up. We often have a very full roster and then half the seats are empty. And this is really delightful to see all of you here, so thank you for coming. Are you good, Aaron? If you're good,
Great.
I'd say let's
Great.
roll.
All right. Good morning. Thank you very much for coming. As I echo what you just said, Chris. It's lovely to see a nice full classroom. My name is Sam Kusnitz. I work at Figure 53 along with Chris and Chad, and there's various action figures, as we call ourselves, that you'll see today, tomorrow, and the next day. This is the first of a 3-day class. We are here in the Voxel, which is our home theater in sunny Baltimore. And today we're going to be talking about the introduction of this whole class, a brief tour of the interface of QLab 5.4.4, which is the version we're using today. We'll talk about the very basics of what QLab is, why you might use it, what it's designed for, but also what it's maybe not directly designed for. A tour of the interface. We'll talk about making queues, targeting queues and running queues. We'll talk about queue sequences and queue lists and carts. Workspace settings. We'll talk about triggers, which is a sort of subset of running queues. We'll talk about auditioning, some general workflow tools, and then we'll finish up talking about lighting. I was raised in a variety of Montessori educational environments, and so I welcome and enthusiastically encourage questions throughout. I prefer, though I am a very chatty, very prone to monologuing kind of person, I welcome interruption and I encourage you to ask questions when they occur to you, when they feel the most relevant. If and only if I have a thought that I'm trying to finish, I will acknowledge you, hold on, keep talking, and then come back to you. But please do ask the question when the question occurs to you. I think the most productive classes are always the ones that are led by the students and not the teacher, because you are the one trying to get something here. And so if I am adjacent to the thing you're trying to get, it's a great time to nudge me slightly towards the thing you are trying to get, if you notice, yeah? So though I have an agenda today, and we do have an end of day time in mind, I encourage you to spoil my agenda if it feels productive for you. Okay. To begin. So this is QLab. And what you see here, by the way, this is a copy of my desktop. This is the output from my QLab workspace. And we have a little bit of HVAC-induced, what's the word? Saccade. Saccade is the word for the small movements that the eye makes that your brain edits out for you. So I'm curious to see, we're really just doing a cognitive science study here to see whether or not by the end of the day, none of you see this wiggle anymore. Keep me posted. So that's output from my QLab system. That is a copy of what I see so that I can wave around up here and move my mouse around, and I can look here without twisting my neck around, and you can see what I'm up to. As I mentioned briefly, but for the benefit of the folks following along at home or watching this later, you may follow along if you wish on your own computer using QLab, or you may not do that if you prefer. There are no rules. And a QLab license is assumed for this class, having a QLab license installed. We will not get into the thickest detail about what I'm teaching or saying that is license required and what is not. So if you have a question about that, please do be sure to say so. And because we have QLab developers in the room with us, I may at some points throw to them if there is a question such as, why did that thing just crash QLab? Or what is the technical underpinnings that made that choice, or something like that. The QLab class has, for 8 years now, been absolutely the most predictable source of bug reports. I don't say the greatest source, but the most predictable source. So we'll see if we can keep the streak alive. Okay. So what is QLab and what isn't QLab? To begin with, I get asked a lot of what is QLab? It's a family thing. What do you do for a living? Right. QLab is, as I like to say it, a program for media playback and show control for live events. Okay, that sounds a little catchy. Media playback, so we take audio and play it. We take video and play it. We can take MIDI files and play them. So it's media playback. And show control, which is defined by my friend John Huntington as any time devices, 2 devices or more, that belong to different departments on a show talk to each other electronically. That's show control. So if you trigger the lighting console from QLab, that's show control. If there's a motor on stage that turns the turntable, and then there's a limit switch that the turntable hits to shut off the motor, that's not show control, because that's all just automation department, them doing their own weird automation things. But if we put an encoder on the motor, and that encoder sends position data of the turntable to the lighting department so that they can track a piece of scenery with a moving light, that's show control. So QLab is a attempts to be a good citizen of show control in both the sending department and the receiving department. So throughout these 3 days, we'll see a lot of examples of ways that QLab can talk to other stuff and be talked to by other stuff. QLab is designed around the idea that you have a series of pre-programmed events, Qs, which are intended to occur in the same order at each performance of your show, but perhaps with slightly or very variable timing. This is not the only way to use QLab, but this is sort of the root assumption. So, in a realistic interior kitchen sink kind of a play, lights come up, lights go down at the beginning and end of every scene. We have sound cues, so we have the audience comes into the theater, there's house light up. The house lights come down, a pre-show announcement plays. Please silence your cell phones and don't unwrap your candy and so forth, and thank your sponsors and tip your waitress. And then that stops playing, and then lights come up on the stage, and the actors do a scene, and then lights change for the scene change, etc. All of these events happen in the exact same order every night. But because we're doing live theater and not film, the time between these events may change. Perhaps the audience takes longer to settle on the first night or the second night, so we wait longer before bringing up lights on the scene. So the order of events is strict, but the time between events is loose. I know that this may sound basic, but it's a big deal. When I got started in theater design, because I'm a sound designer by trade before and during my employment with Figure 53, open reel tape deck was how you played cues, right? So the order was very strict. The tape was a straight line in a very literal sense. And the timing was strict unless you stopped it and started it a bunch of times during the show, which of course was a hassle because when you pressed stop, it made an enormous clunk as the solenoid that disengaged the playhead slapped it out of the way. So strict order and strict timing unless you fought with the machine. So fortunately, no solenoids here, and you can just stop cues anytime. But also importantly, when you tell QLab to play a cue, and that cue has some duration, at the conclusion of playing that cue, the default behavior is that QLab will then not do anything else. Unlike Spotify or iTunes, when you play a track in Spotify, the default behavior is for the next track to start playing. And if you're playing an album, it will play the next track on that album. If you're playing on shuffle, it will play the next track that it decides, and so forth. Again, this sounds like something very basic that we take for granted, but I want to just put a pin in an obvious thing for a moment. When QLab finishes playing a cue, its default posture is to then do nothing and wait for you to tell it to do something next. So that is its assumption. We also, as much as possible, try to build QLab with a mind towards the idea that we do not know what your show is like or how you're going to do it. And so, as much as possible, we make these assumptions in QLab obvious, and we try to make them defeatable. So if you wish for QLab to behave differently, excuse me, if you wish to move in a random order rather than a linear order, if you wish to have strict timing between things rather than slop, that can be done. So I'm talking about these assumptions, but they are not rules. As previously mentioned, there are no rules, just consequences. Okay, so that's what QLab is. I'm going to talk about the basic interface of QLab. For those of you who are already approximate QLab, who here identifies as a QLab, a frequent user of QLab? Just number of times in your week or month, right? Yeah, you use it often. Who here identifies as someone who has no understanding of QLab? Phenomenal, phenomenal. Do not be shy, be proud, right? Every day is a day someone gets to learn something, and today it's you, so that's great. Who here feels like they have a good, solid handle on QLab? They feel more or less expert. That's great, phenomenal. Also, don't be shy, that's great. This little basic tour might be dull for some of you, but I promise every one of you is going to hear something you haven't heard before. This is my other discovery about this class. Every time we have someone like, oh yeah, I've been using QLab since the beginning, and I use it all day, every day, for everything. And wait, that does that? Awesome, right? So hopefully that's what's going to happen today. This window, this main window, oh, go away. Don't be hiding. This window is called the main workspace window. A QLab document is called a workspace. We call it a workspace because in it is contained a wide variety of stuff that no one label feels the most comprehensive other than a workspace. It's the space you're doing your work in. The main workspace window looks sort of elaborate, but can be broken down into chunks, and so we're going to talk about those chunks one at a time. This top area here, which I'm resizing now to give you a sense of what area I'm talking about, we refer to as the masthead, which is a journalistic term for the top of the front page of a newspaper. It's also a nautical term, but we mean newspaper. The bit at the top that's wide. The masthead has the go button, the standing by indicator. I'm not sure exactly what I call this. I've waffled on what I call this. The queue that's standing by is listed here, space. Some notes, a row of buttons called the toolbar, and that's that section. So we'll talk about that first. The go button, unsurprisingly, is what causes QLab to go. When you press go, the queue that is standing by starts, and the queue that is below that queue in the queue list becomes the queue that is standing by, right? If I have a queue and I run it, QLab starts that queue and then waits to start the second queue, the next queue, until you say. If the go button is surrounded by a green border, as it is just now, that means that clicking the go button or pressing its keyboard shortcut, which by default is the space bar, will do something. Green, go. If the border is red, that means that the go button is being blocked from doing something using something we call double go protection. We'll talk about in a little while. If there is no border at all, that means that no queue is standing by, and clicking the go button will have no effect because nothing is standing by, and if nothing is standing by, then it can't go. Yeah? Next to the go button up here, you will see the name, and if there's a number, the number of the queue that is standing by. So here's queue number 456. It's named the masthead, and we see 456, the masthead. That is also a piece of information you can glean by looking at this white triangular type pointy thing, the playhead, which is pulling a term from tape. The playhead is is pointing at the queue that is standing by. And when I hit go on this queue, the queue goes, and then the next queue is standing by, right? If the queue that is standing by has notes, they appear in the notes field. You can use the notes field for anything you like. If you're doing a show without a stage manager, it can be useful to put some information in there that will tell your operator about when it might be time to run that queue. Susie enters, drops book bag. Oh, okay, great. And here she comes. Drop, go. Right, easy. Right? The notes field accepts styling. Do. Okay, great. So rich text, that can be fun. We did once, a long time ago, discover a person who was having a problem with their workspace crashing every time it opened. He said, I had no problem yesterday. I just rehearsed the dance show, stem to stern, all day, no problem. And then today, every time I open it, my QLab crashes and I can't get it back. And we discovered, we said, send us your workspace. And we opened it on a computer that had wildly more RAM than this guy's computer did. And it opened no problem, which is when we discovered that he was filling his notes fields with photographs of the stage. He was doing a dance show in a high school. He was a volunteer. He said, I'm a volunteer dad. I'm taking, I think he was someone's dad. I mean, probably. I think he was a student's dad in the dance show is what I mean. And he didn't know much about theater, but he's a photographer. I said, okay, great. So the choreographer says now, the cue goes now. So he took a picture of the stage, dumped the photo into the notes field and said, when I see that, there, go. Easy. And he was doing great, except that his camera was outputting 25 megabyte TIFF files, and he was putting those uncompressed and unedited straight into his Workspace. So every cue had a 25 megabyte graphic in the notes field, which was fine until he made more cues than he had RAM. And I guess what I'm saying is, watch out for that. The point really, though, is you can do anything you want with the notes field and enjoy yourself. Please.
Is there a way to have a cue trigger something to? Okay, as I run the Midas Pro series consoles, and we have a setting to where you hit go, and then a big warning flashes on the screen, like did you turn X on? Is there a way to do that in QLab to where it opens maybe an audition window or something like that? Just like hey buddy, this is about to happen. Prep this, otherwise you're going to blow your cue.
There's a couple of ways to achieve your goal. None of them are exactly what you're saying. But I'll start with a brief example of a show that I worked on recently that employed that exact technique. We did, I was the assistant designer on a one-man Christmas Carol, which was a really fast show. The actor moved lightning quick and was doing the whole dialogue with himself this way, where he just changed character in the turn. I can't do it. But he would whip his head back and forth and do dialogue with himself. And the operator was expected to jump into some of those moments with specific cueing, the QLab operator. And she was also got her hands on faders mixing. She's mixing him and some music and blah, blah, blah. But she's working with him, and we wanted messages like that. And so what the designer ended up doing was, despite it being an audio-only design, he got a video license for QLab, and he got a 7-inch monitor on a magic arm clamped directly in the operator's eye line. And we would play text cues onto that monitor that went along with her regular cue stack. So as she's there banging away, go, 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 with her playback, occasionally a thing would come up with a big exclamation mark emoji and hey Max, don't forget to turn down the thing next to the other thing. And, okay, great. And watch for this door. Okay, great. And so she had a running series of detailed clues coming at her on a monitor that was mounted just so that she could look at the actor and then the monitor, like the speedometer on your dashboard is most convenient where it's right below the road. It was the same idea. So that's how we solved it there. We could also use script cues, which we'll talk about quite a bit later, to pop up a dialog box, because AppleScript is a very powerful and very irritating language, but it can do a lot. So there's a lot of possibilities, let us say. You betcha. Okay, so go button, standing by indicator, notes field. Below all this is the toolbar. And the toolbar is a row of icons which is full of detail for us. So the first thing I want to say, for those of you who timidly, quietly said that you don't know anything about QLab, the thing that I find intimidates people about software often is that when you first look at it, it is a wide and vast variety of things you don't know what they are. And the first thing I want to tell you about that is all of these little icons, the ones you don't know about, you don't need to know about. If you're doing a show that has nothing but audio, this icon here matters a great deal. These don't. So before you look at this ribbon of buttons and say, oh God, I've got to know all this, you don't. We will go through all this, and then I encourage you to gleefully ignore the stuff that makes no difference to you and leave it alone. Yeah? Photoshop When you open Photoshop, you're like, oh my God, where am I? Right? But if all you need is to draw a little box, find the little box tool, draw your little box, and get on with your life. The rest does not matter. And QLab is similar in that way. Does that make sense? Okay, great. Each of these buttons represents a type of queue in QLab. And when I say a queue in QLab, what I mean is one discrete event. We use the word queue in theater to mean a bunch of different things, right? A queue could be the line of text that is the signal for you to do something. When you hear a director telling actors, pick up your cues, what they mean is when the other person has finished speaking, you start speaking sooner, right? Do not leave space between their line and your line. Pick up your cues. But when we say to a sound engineer, pick up your cues, what we mean is when an actor begins speaking, their microphone should already be up on the console. So you have not brought the microphone up soon enough. Pick up your cues. Get sooner up. When we say to a follow spot operator, pick up your cues, what we mean is point the light at the person you're supposed to point it to, right? So it means many different things. But in QLab, what a queue is a discrete unit of something. On my screen right now are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cues. Each of these is a single line, a single row in the queue list, and is a single discrete packet of queue. But what does that queue do? Well, it varies depending upon what type of queue it is, and now we lead to one of the few immutable truths of QLab, which I wish you to just embody, which is this. Each type of queue has a job. If the job is the thing you need done, then that's the type of queue you want. If you need to do something else, you should use a different type of queue. So, as an example, this is an audio queue. If you need to play back a pre-recorded piece of audio, the audio queue is your guy. If you instead need to send a MIDI message to an outboard piece of equipment, the audio queue will be no help to you. You need, for that, a MIDI queue. Each type of queue has its role, its job, what it does, and if that's what you need done, then that's the queue for you. If you need to do something else, a different type of queue is for you. Does that make sense? Did I explain that okay? Okay. Because so many things in QLab are like, it's meant for this, but you could kind of do it that way, which is what I like about it. This is not one of those things. Audio for audio cues, mic for live audio, camera for live video, etc.
So there are video is sneaky though, because video is also audio.
Video is sneaky is really maybe the most true statement ever said in the theater. Say more.
Well, supposing, I mean, I'm just imagining I'm playing a clip and it has an audio and I'm projecting it, but then I want to access that audio another time maybe, and not the video.
Aha. Aha. Okay, well, let's go first at the sort of highest, most cerebral level. Video is not audio. What you're saying is that audio often goes right along with video, closely connected, with a relationship that really matters, right? If the video is of a person speaking, and the audio is the sound of that person speaking, if those two things don't go directly together, the brain revolts, right? So, but the video and the audio are not actually one thing. They're two things together. So you have indeed uncovered a flaw in my statement. And the flaw is this. Since video often has audio goes with it, a video cue has a secret invisible audio cue built into it. So in fact, a video cue is two cues, one hiding inside the other. So really what I said is true. It's just you get two cues for the price of one.
So, what in the example I gave, would you then, for the second time you wanted just audio from that video play, would you use an audio cue or a video cue?
I'm so glad that you asked that question next, because the next thing is, okay, so we start with the highest level, now we go down a level, and now we say, who made this file and how did they make it? Is the video file of a type that can be played only by a video cue, or is it of a type that can be played by an audio cue? Or do we in fact have two copies? Do we have a .mov movie file that has the video and the audio in it? And then do we have a separate AIFF or WAV file that's got just the audio, which we can use later? And now we get into some computer science questions that are not, I think, deeply interesting from a theatrical perspective, but they are relevant. The short and immediate answer is, thank you very much for your philosophy, Sam. Will you please just answer the question? The question, for me, the answer is, I would take the video cue, play it again with the opacity of the video set to 0. And we would see nothing, but hear it. Unless whoever prepared the media, which when I'm designing is most likely me, but my main gig in the theater is as an associate designer, so someone else is making the media and making it my problem, is if that individual produced two tracks, two discrete files. Here's the video with its audio. Here's just the audio for when we need it later. That's just the audio. Then I would take just the audio and put it into an audio cue and save a little bit of RAM in the moment. Because I was born in 1980, and so I grew up with computers, which is to say, computers and I grew up at the same time. They predated me, but they were not super useful for most regular person tasks. But by the time I got my hands on one when I was about 10 years old, I was in my neighbor's garage with a Macintosh Plus. No, a Macintosh, the one before the Plus, the not Plus, the Macintosh, neither plus nor minus. It had like a bit of RAM. It was like, please insert this disk. Okay, I'm done with that. Now please insert this disk. Now, 3 days later, you may type your essay, right? Like, so I have in my heart a preserving RAM attitude. This computer here profoundly outstrips the sum total of all the computing power that was ever used in the entire Apollo program. Possibly also the shuttle program. So we've got a lot more resources than my instinct tells me, but still I say, well, why am I playing that video at 0 opacity? I'm using RAM I don't need to use. I've gone off the rails a little bit. But that's my answer. You asked the question, so Montessori comes to get us from the other side. Thank you, Maria, wherever you are.
Can I interject?
Please.
The option you talked about, if you use an audio cue, will also work for most files. You can drag a video cue on a video file onto an audio cue and just play the audio. So there's a bunch of options.
Yeah. Yeah.
Related to that, so let's say you have effects on the audio in that video cue. You want to play it as an audio cue later. Could you copy and paste that, or would it be better to use the video cue again with 0 opacity?
I hesitate to say what would be better because there's more context.
Would that be another option?
Absolutely. The answer is we could just duplicate the cue we used earlier and play the video at 0 opacity. We could copy the parameters of that video cue and paste them onto an audio cue. And later when I talk about workflow tools, we'll talk about exactly that in detail. You're welcome. The toolbar. So, as we work through the class the next 3 days, we will work our way across this bar, and by the end of the 3 days, you will know what all these little icons mean. And then you're free to ignore that. But some key things. When you float your mouse over one of these buttons and leave it there for a moment, you will see a tooltip that appears, and it will tell you the name of the type of the type of cue, in this case, group, audio, mic, and so forth. To create a cue of this type, no, I'm going to talk about that in a minute. That's the toolbar. The icon in the toolbar appears also here in the cue list. So you see here is this little speech bubble with an ellipsis. Over here is the speech bubble with an ellipsis. It is a clue letting you know this is the type of cue that this is. That's the masthead, which is resizable by clicking and dragging on this resize Z divider, which I think is what it's technically called, of course. You can also drag all the way up and hide it if you don't need to see it and you're working on a tiny little screen. And you can show and hide it in the View menu, Go button / standby display / toolbar. Show and hide. You can also show and hide it with this button down at the bottom, which is a box with a white line up near the top that represents this area up at the top. Hidey showy. Yes? Okay. The Q list is this area beneath the toolbar. The Q list, as we've already gotten to a little bit, is an ordered, sequentially ordered list of queues, each one representing a discrete event. There's some caveats, but in general, when one queue is standing by, we press go, that queue happens, whatever it is, and then the next queue stands by. And the next queue stands by right away, not when the first queue is done, unless you make it be that way for your purposes. Working our way across the queue list, we've got a few bits of key information about the queue, the most essential nuggets, and then for all the other details, we have this area down below called the inspector, which tells us everything about the queue. But for now, we're just going to work our way across these columns. The leftmost column, the status column, tells us whether or not the queue is standing by. If it's got the white pointy thing, it's standing by. Then there's a space here where you will see an icon that represents the current, generally temporary status of the queue. If the queue is running, you'll see a green triangle. If the queue is paused, you'll see a yellow paused bars. If the queue is broken, you'll see a red X, like we see over here. Broken means that some essential aspect of the queue is misconfigured or not yet configured, and the queue cannot do what it's meant to do. We'll talk more about statuses throughout the class, but in general, the idea is that right here, you will see this status if there is a status to be shown. And if you see nothing, then basically everything's fine. The queue's not running, it's ready to run, you can do what you like. Next, the queue icon, which matches the icon in the toolbar, which has no purpose other than to keep you clued into what sort of queue it is. The next column is queue number, and we have to go directly off the rails for a moment to talk about what is a number. Not in the math sense, because again, Montessori education, I selected my university based on whether or not they would make me take math. If they didn't, I might go there. And that's this guy. But also dyscalculia. can't really do numbers properly without pen and paper. So a number in QLab is a unique identifier of a queue that you choose. It could be a number. It could be blank. It could be text that is not a number. It could be emoji. Those of you who teach theater to young folks, share that last piece of information with caution. For indeed in QLab, Q number is not number. Q number is text. Q number is, the technical word is a string, which is to say a bit of characters. So the first rule of Q numbers is that they must be unique, right? So I could have Q5, but since Q numbers are text, I can also have Q5.0. Even though those are mathematically the same, as even this guy knows, they are not the same, for one is just a 5, and the other is a 5 and a dot and a 0. That is strange. There we go. Also the same. If you try to type in a Q number that already exists in any queue in the same workspace, QLab will simply reject the edit and deny you the opportunity to type in that number, for they must be unique across the whole workspace. Yes?
So is the idea behind the number is that the order will follow sequentially as it is, as we see it there?
I'm glad that you asked that, because indeed, no. Oh, why is a good question. Because I could have Q5, but then I could have Q2. Well, I have Q2 somewhere else in the workspace. Are you 6? Yeah, okay. So Q6 and then Q5. We know, because we are human people, and I told you before, that the list is ordered top to bottom, but 6 comes before 5. Oh, why, you ask? And you're right. But I'm sorry, what was your follow-up?
Well, and why? I mean, the thing is, if the string is meant to create an order so that, the outcome is always the same with the variations, then why would you want to do that?
It's a totally fair question. Especially those who come to this class with a strong background in lighting, particularly on ETC consoles. The idea that you could have a number after another number that's lower is just like wrong, right? And that's okay. That's okay. And here's why, though. Because especially sort of the faster and furiouser you work, the more sort of high-speed, low-rent, raggedy edge experimental your theater is, the more likely you will have a stage manager who says to you at some point, Q5 comes after Q6, and that's just how it's got to be. And that's what I'm going to call, right? So for those of you who work in traditional linear theater, this will come as no surprise. For those of you who work in a different environment, my background is in like what is often called legit theater, which I find really kind of an insulting term, because like, does that suggest that the other kind of theater is illegitimate? But I choose to not say legit theater for that reason, but that's what people call it. But I work mostly in like traditional, Eurocentric, structured theater environment where there is a stage manager whose role during the performances is to communicate instructions to the crew while basically following the cast through the play. So the cast does their show. The stage manager is following along, usually with the printed text, and calling, usually on a headset, cues to operators. So standby lights 35, and then she's gonna go 35, go. Okay, great. Now standby 36, 36, go, and so forth. That's the environment that I work in most of the time. And in that environment, we don't want QLab to have to force a stage manager who doesn't necessarily know about QLab and certainly shouldn't care about QLab. We don't want QLab to force that stage manager to work a certain way. The stage manager says, I want Q5 to come after Q6 because I do, because the rehearsal process of this show has been 20 years, and we've made and remade the show a dozen times a year, and this is how it is right now, you new guy who just joined my show. So Q6 comes first. We don't want the tool to fight that, right? I worked for a choreographer for a few years who, when she hired me, she said, listen, I'm a nonlinear communicator. Your primary role as my stage manager will be to translate what I say into something that other people can do something with. She's a very wise person, very self-aware, and sure enough, for the first week, I was like, I don't understand anything you're saying at all. But QLab's bendiness is what made it possible for me to build shows at high speed while Robin just spoke at me. Look, okay, fine, I'll do whatever you say, and then I'll call these cues to someone else who's been with the company for a decade, and sure enough, it makes sense to them. It made sense to her. It doesn't make sense to me, but I don't need to make sense of it. I just call the cues as they're written. Does that answer your question? Okay. Now, it was for many years traditional in particularly educational theater to give numbers to lighting cues and give letters to sound cues. And here I will, for a moment, be just an educator in general and not an educator of this class, and I will say I do not like that. I do not like that. I cannot remember the last time I did a show that had only 26 cues in it. And so what, am I gonna get to double A? All right, fine. My last show that I did as the lead designer had like 800 cues in it. They weren't all called. Okay, so it had 200 called cues. So what am I gonna get to cue like quadruple N? No, thank you. For me, that's very confusing, so I use numbers. But if you use letters, use letters. That makes you happy, that works for your system, that's fine. If you are doing show control and QLab and say an ETC Ion or EOS console are communicating electronically, you might need to make your cue numbers match perfectly. EOS has got some strict idea about how to number queues. GrandMA has got some even stricter ideas about how to number queues, and we say, fine, we need to match. What is your queue number? I don't care, but I'll type it in. For that reason as well, we allow whatever you need in whatever order you need it. So for instance, I've done a show where I've had dozens of queues that are called by the stage manager, and they're numbered sequentially, insanely, like a reasonable person. But then mixed in there is one queue that gets triggered from lighting. And it's got to have a matching queue number to the lighting console, because that's how the lighting console wants to send a trigger. And so I have queue 110, 115, 120, 130, 74, 135, 140, and so forth, because that one queue got triggered by light 74. Again, all in service of, we don't really know how you're going to use this. You know how you're going to use this, or you're going to find out how you're going to use this, and we want to make that available to you. Is good? Okay. I will say, it is important to know that if you're doing show control, you do need generally to match perfectly. So if you're using a GrandMA, 5 might have to be written like this. If you're using EOS, it will have to be written like that, unless it is a decimal queue, in which case it'll be written like that. Unless it is a 2-place decimal queue, in which case it'll be written like that. Ask your lighting person. I'm sorry?
Because the lighting person inserted more things. They
Right.
needed more cues.
Right.
So then they went to point 1, point 2, point 3.
Right, and then I had to insert a queue between point 1 and point 2, so it became 0.15, right, or 1.2, or whatever. Fine, great, no problem. But since your machine is strict and mine is not, I'll just do whatever you say. That's queue number. Number. Queue name is a label for a queue. It is also optional, but QLab will generally fill in a default name for every queue if you don't. Not always, but usually. The queue names can all be the same. So if you wanted to call every queue in your whole show Steve, you could do that. That's no problem. It's up to you. It's your life. But the point that I want to make is that the queue name is not important to the computer at all. The queue name is just for you and other human people. So you make a queue name that works for you, that is useful for you, and critically, if you don't care about it, then just don't care about it. Let it do whatever it does. Queue names for audio queues, for example, will by default be the file name of the target audio file that you play. If you have a fade queue, its default name will be the word fade plus the name of the queue it's fading, and so forth. If you don't care, continue to not care. If you do, that's how it works. The target column varies based upon what type of queue you're looking at and its current situation, but it gets us to another golden rule of QLab, one of now a small handful of things that are definitely true, and it is this. All types of queues in QLab either do not require a target, require a target which is a file, or require a target which is another queue, or require a target which is a patch, which we haven't talked about yet, but we can generalize it by saying a target which is some settings inside QLab. If a queue requires a target, nothing will happen until it has one. Queues that require targets which don't have them will be broken. Queues which don't require targets don't require targets. So here we have several memo queues. They don't require targets. The target column is empty. The queue is not broken. Nothing's wrong. Everyone's happy. But if I bring in an audio queue here and it has no target, the red X appears. I have no target. I need a target unless if I'm going to do anything. And if I don't have one, I will never be able to do anything. For queues which have a file target, the target column will show a button that lets you click to open a window that lets you select a target file. For queues which don't require a target, you'll see nothing at all. And for queues which target other queues, you will see the name of the target queue in italics if that target queue has no number, or you will see the number of the target queue if it does have a number. Just to let you know, hey, this is the queue I'm going to act on. We'll talk more about targets in a little bit, but that is the target column. The next column is sort of 3-in-1 deal. Very special price. Pre-wait, duration, and post-wait, and it is just several columns that are all about time. Pre-wait is an optional amount of time that elapses between when a queue is told to go and when it actually starts. So, if I have just a moment, I'm going to make this queue, this not important right now, skipping ahead. Bang. If I have this queue playing, but now I have stopped this queue and I just realized that this window is, or I don't care, but it's not important. When I press go on this queue, it appears straight away. But perhaps I do not want that. Perhaps because of the nature of the mechanics of my show, my stage manager is going to call queue, but I want 3 seconds to elapse before it appears. So I can set the pre-wait to 3 by double-clicking in the pre-wait column, typing 3, hitting enter. And now when I press go, 3, 2, 1, hello. You can use this for all sorts of reasons. I have used it, for example, to allow a stage manager to call lights and sound together when I actually want them offset slightly, but it would be a mouthful for the stage manager to call them back to back. Oh, I actually want my sound cue to come 1.4 seconds after the lights go. I don't want to worry him about that. I'll just say call it together and I'll put a pre-wait of 1.4. I've done this to great effect to time zero count sounds with things like if you run fluorescent lights through a lighting console, you will sometimes discover that there's a delay in the ballast for popping them on and off. Figure out that delay, add the pre-wait, and now you can have things synchronized perfectly. Stuff like that. Again, pre-wait is optional. If you don't enter a pre-wait, the queue will happen immediately, and I think probably most of the time that's what you want, but it's up to you to decide.
It's nice for, like, if you're layering sound, you don't have to let go and mix it. You can just sort of live layer it like you're mixing it. And then if the director says, no, that needs to be a little later, you just change the pre-wait.
Exactly so. And when we talk about queue sequences, that is exactly what we'll be talking about. For that is what you're talking about. The duration column is the amount of time that the queue will last. So if you have a piece of music and you bring it into QLab and the music is a minute long, unless you edit it, the queue that targets the 1-minute audio file will last for 1 minute. Its duration will be 1 minute. Some queues have no duration at all. Like this memo queue has no duration. When you run it, nothing happens, so it has a non-duration. Other queues have an infinite duration. This hello queue will stay up until I stop it, unless I give it a duration, which we will talk about in time. But that is the duration of what we call the action of the queue. The action of the queue is the actual stuff of the queue, not counting the pre-wait. Pre-wait, then action, then after. Yeah. The post-wait column really only matters to us in combination with the last column, which is the continue mode. We'll talk about continue mode now. There are 3 continue modes. And what continue mode means is, once this queue starts, what do I need to know about the next queue? Asks QLab. So by default, the continue mode column is blank, and the behavior that I've been talking about all this time is in effect. When you run a queue, that queue goes, the next queue stands by. But continue mode says, by default, do not continue, but optionally, auto continue or auto follow. If I set a queue to auto continue, What that means is when this queue goes, so too the next queue goes. I go, and then the go continues automatically and passes on to the next queue. So if I have two queues, and the first one is set to continue. When I press go on that first queue, it goes as does the second queue, right? Because this continue says when I go, next one goes. Post wait says delay that automatic going by some amount. Okay, let's say 3.25 seconds, just because I can. So now when I press go on this first queue, 3.25 seconds transpire, and then the second queue goes. And I have created comedy. You might have noticed that on the screen, the timer here did not elapse visually in a detailed way. It counted down 1, 2, 3. We didn't see the milliseconds and tenths of seconds elapse. And that is because of a quirk of computer science, which is that it turns out that updating timers really accurately on screen takes a good amount of processing power to do well. And so QLab, correct me if I'm wrong, fellas, QLab prioritizes actually doing the time correctly over drawing the time correctly on the screen. Great. If I pause while the timer is elapsing, at the moment I pause it, QLab will refresh and show me the exact interval, the exact time I paused it at. So it's a little Heisenberg-y, right? You know exactly where you are or how fast you're going, but not both kind of thing. I'll tell my Heisenberg joke on coffee break. But when it's paused, we can know the exact time. When it's unpaused, the time is updating at whatever speed the computer decides is fast enough to not affect the performance of QLab or other things on the computer. Yeah? It's a thing that can feel stressful, but I encourage you not to stress about it. Because what's actually happening is your exact time is happening just the way you want. It's just not showing it to you here. It is showing it to you there. And that's what the audience sees, so that's what matters, right? If you need to derive some precise timing information to help your colleagues, we can talk later about ways to get the most precise information available to you, the operator, a little bit later.
Is there an advantage putting a post-wait as opposed to putting pre-wait on the next one?
Thank you, segue. You will notice that if I remove this post-wait and I add the pre-wait here, we get the same behavior. Just the same. So why? And now I reach back to that wonderful choreographer I worked with, Robin. I programmed cues for Robin the way she said them to me, because she did not often leave enough time in rehearsal to say it again. So whatever she said is what I made. Sometimes the way she said it made most sense for me to type in a post-wait. Sometimes it made more sense to type in a pre-wait based on the words that she chose to use on that day, in that moment. If it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. If the sequence of events that I produced got a positive reaction from Robin, I stopped editing. In this case, in this simple case, it doesn't matter at all. But when we talk about Q sequences, which we will do shortly, we will start to discover some more nuanced environments in which different choices have different results. But in short, in this type of context, indeed, it makes no difference at all. If, however, I want to jump into the middle of this sequence and just say, just roll hello yourself. When I start rolling hello yourself, if it has a pre-wait, that pre-wait will elapse before it appears. So it depends on whether the stage manager or the director is saying, can we go from hello yourself, or can we go from after hello, right? Which is not exactly the same thing. So if I'm going to ever be asked to start exactly from the beginning of hello yourself, then I am more likely to want to use a post wait so that I can jump in and start hello yourself right on the money. But if I am more likely to be asked, please start from after hello, but in that duration between, then I'll be more likely to use the pre-wait. Does that make sense? It's a blurry spot, and it's intentionally blurry because who knows what you're going to encounter when you're actually making a show. Certainly not us. So we leave both options available to you. The other form of the continue mode is auto follow. And auto follow is only meaningful, or is only meaningfully different when the queue has a duration. So I'm going to set a duration here. So first I'm going to turn off auto follow. I'm just going to roll this queue. Now that I've set this text queue to a duration of 5 seconds, you'll watch. It'll play for 5 seconds. And when it finishes, it stops itself. That is the nature of a text queue with a duration. That's what happens. If I set this queue to auto follow, first of all, we see a different icon up here than we saw before. Before we saw straight down arrow, auto continue. A straight arrow, continue ahead. Now we see a little bendy thing. If you can't quite see necessarily on the screen because it's small, it's got a little flag on the top. And the idea is it's supposed to be a little mnemonic device, right? First of all, flag starts with F and follow starts with F. So like if you're that kind of person, then that will help. But second of all, it's kind of like the flag like takes you this way and then down. So it's like, follow me, and then go, I don't know. If you turn it around, the flag is the letter F. I'm trying my best. Follow says, when this queue goes, wait till it's done, and then the next queue goes. So 5 seconds go by, because this queue lasts 5 seconds, and then the next queue goes. Different comedy. There is no difference, really, between follow with a follow for a 5-second queue and continue with a manually set 5-second post wait. They are the same. But if I set some post wait that is different than the duration and I change it to follow, you will see the post wait column changes. The post wait becomes the duration. It cannot be other than. If I change the duration to 56 seconds now, because it's set to follow, its post wait is also 56 seconds. That is the definition. A post wait equal to duration is the same as, and continue is the same as follow. But you see when I turn it off of auto follow, the post wait reappears, the one I entered. QLab remembered. You typed 12 before. It's still there hiding under the follow time. Again, whether you use a follow or a continue is based not upon some outside source of truth, but upon what makes your show look or sound the way it's supposed to look or sound. Okay. Questions so far? Yeah.
So when that post-wait time of 12 reappeared, does that not have any impact because there's no autoplay?
So glad you asked this. Indeed, you see that there is no arrow here. I have set it to, oops, click, Sam. You can do it. No, you can't. I've selected do not continue. So when I hit go on this queue, that post wait will elapse because I've typed it in. So like a good little helper, QLab will elapse that post wait. But at the conclusion of the post wait, we look and see there is no continue, so nothing happens at the end of that post wait. This is one place where you might say, like, have a colleague who says, hey, can you tell me 12 seconds after that queue starts? Why do you want to know that? Don't ask me that. Just tell me 12 seconds, please. Okay, sure. Here we go. Sounds like the stage manager's job to me, but whatever you want, right? So that's one possible reason. The other reason is perhaps we had it continue. Now we're trying some other version of the scene, and I say to myself, the director's going to want that back. I just know it. I'm not going to edit it. I'm going to leave it right there, right? So it's a quick way to disable without, disable the continue without actually losing the information, which is 12 seconds, which in my little dyscalculia brain, I will lose that number, guaranteed. If anyone in the theater says any number out loud, that 12 will be gone. So I have to keep it so I don't lose it. Yeah?
Can you do that one more time, and because it
went by too quick?
Yeah, it looked like the duration of 5 seconds was extended by the post wait of 12 seconds.
So here we have a 5-second cue with a 12-second post wait and no continue.
Right.
That's how we're set right now. 5 seconds of hello.
I clocked that too. It's a bug. It's our first bug of the class.
And the streak continues, unbroken.
I had just typed it in our developer chat right before you asked the question.
Funny.
Just see, so.
This
Good
is
eyes.
fairly new?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Fairly new bug. Nice work. Okay, great. What I was expecting to happen is that 5 seconds go by, that vanishes, this keeps counting down. That is what I was expecting and what will happen once my colleagues address the bug. The first computer bug was, in fact, a bug, a moth particularly, stuck in a computer. Do you want to say something? No, okay, great. Okay, we've done the queue list. That's the queue list, an ordered series of queues, top to bottom, which may or may not be connected together with follows and continues. And there's one thing left that I wanted to talk about, which is I'm going to make another memo queue, which does nothing. I want to show you that the playhead, after I hit go on this first queue, because it has a follow or a continue, either one, it means that something will happen after I press go on this queue. But where does the playhead go? It goes below the queue that is following or continuing. Because QLab knows hello yourself is going to go whether or not the operator touches it. So what's the thing that should happen next is this other queue after that. Again, this is changeable by you if you need it to be, but by default, QLab's behavior is when you press go on a queue, the next queue stands by. But if you press go on a queue that has a follow or continue, then not the next queue stands by. The queue after the follow or continue stands by. If you have several queues that have follows and continues, the first queue after all of those queues stands by. Why? The idea is this. Let us imagine I swear to God, I was really about to say, let us imagine a scene. I really am not joking. This, you have to believe me. I was about to say, let us imagine a scene in which there are environmental sounds playing, and then the doorbell rings. Yes. Let's imagine a scene in which there are environmental sounds playing. There's some crickets, then the breeze picks up, then we hear a chirping bird, there's a distant barking dog, then, whatever else. And all this stuff takes place over the course of several minutes. But we don't know exactly when the doorbell will ring because the ringing of the doorbell is predicated on some actor business. And we're doing noises off. And the actor business might be very funny one night to one audience, but might be only kind of funny to the next audience. And so, because our actor is experienced, she might milk it if everyone's really into it, and we'll wait on that doorbell. Or if the audience is not into it, she'll just get through it so that we can get on with it to the part that the audience does find funny, which is why we're here at a comedy this evening. So then the doorbell comes sooner. We don't want the QLab operator to sit there sweating bullets trying to decide when to manually move the playhead to the doorbell and hit go. Is it after the crickets? Is it before the crickets? Who knows? No. We want that series of events, wind, crickets, birds, dog, we want that series of events to happen independently while the playhead rests comfortably on the doorbell waiting for you to hit go, right? Because you have programmed QLab to do all those other sounds, but you know that the machine is going to trigger those sounds. The next thing the human's worried about is the doorbell, no matter what. So that's why the playhead moves below the follows or continues. And in so doing, we have slid right into the topic, Q sequences. We use the word sequence to mean anytime you press go once and more than one thing happens, right? All this while, we've mostly been seeing press go, one thing happens, hello, or hello yourself. But as soon as we add this follow or continue, I press go. Now, two things happen. They don't happen at the exact same moment, but two things did happen. That is called, in QLab, a Q sequence of events. You are all now seasoned experts at making Q sequences this way, with a follow or a continue. But there is more than one way to make a Q sequence. And for that, we talk about group queues. And just for those who are pacing themselves mentally, I'm going to go for this equity standard 90 minutes or so before a break. So we'll take a little break at 11. Does that work for folks? If you yourself need to take a break before that, I will not consider it rude if you stand up and go over there. That's fine. A group queue, which is this first icon here, I'm skipping over something that I was supposed to do next, but I think that this is the right order for now. So we've already left the syllabus. A group queue is a queue whose sole purpose is to contain other queues. The group queue has several modes, 5 to be specific. And those 5 modes dictate what it does with those contents. The first mode of group queue is the timeline group queue. The timeline group queue is drawn with a green rectangle around it with sharp corners. And when you click the little disclosure caret, it points down and shows you its contents. And so here we see some things going on. This display is produced by several queues, which are now all running. So we now see a good example of our status column. And all of these queues, because the group is in timeline mode, all of these queues started at the same time, plus their pre-wait. So if I stop the group and start it again, you'll see these queues will all start instantaneously. These 2 queues will pre-wait for 0.25 seconds, and then they will start as well. Yeah? If I put no pre-waits, all the queues will happen at the same time. Because the queues are going to start at the same time anyway, it is forbidden to add a follow or a continue to queues inside a timeline group. The reason that it is forbidden is because it is meaningless. The queues are going to happen anyway. So no continues or follows necessary, therefore no continues or follows possible. Yeah?
You just read my mind and answered the question.
Super. Okay. That's the timeline group queue. We'll talk more about timeline group queues and why they're called timelines exactly later, but for now the key thing is all the children, which is what we call the queues that belong to a group. It's children, because it's fanciful and pleasant. The group queues children all start at the same time. The next mode of a queue list is the playlist mode, which is a little complicated. But in short, the role of the playlist group queue is to play its children one at a time in sequence. There are a bunch of options available to you, but you can think of a playlist group queue as being effectively iTunes, Spotify, a slideshow. When you go to the movies, especially at like a non-chain theater, and there's like a local ad up on the screen for like, you know, Bob's Kebabs on 3rd Street, come on down. And then that's up for a little while, and then it fades out, and then in comes in, you know, like Sue's, I don't know, I just tried to be alliterative on the spot, and I can't. Samosas, Sue's Samosas, it was right there, thank you. Sue's Samosas, and then it's up for a little while, and then it fades out, and then there's another one. This is a little like slideshow, and then if you're there long enough, you're early for the movie because you're my dad, and you get there half an hour early, even though you know it won't be sold out because it's a Wednesday afternoon. Then it's back to Bob's Kebabs again, and it goes, and it goes, and it goes. Folks who use QLab for corporate shows, for what theater people call industrials, are constantly in the environment of being ready for their show, feeling like, you know, the master of the universe, all the equipment got hooked together perfectly, the in is done, everything's great, I got on my show blocks, and I look really sharp and snazzy, and okay, we're about to do this thing where it's just, in walks the CEO, up goes the microphone, they say things for 20 minutes, everyone politely applauds, they leave, and I get a great paycheck. Okay, great, I'm ready. And then it's like 35 seconds to doors open, and in comes CEO's assistant with a USB stick saying, okay, here's the walk-in slides. And you're like, who are you? What's happening? What's going on? This is for you. When you put cues into a playlist group, QLab will not play them any other way but one at a time, optionally crossfading between them, optionally automatically advancing, optionally looping back to the beginning. So here I have 3 text cues. Each is 5 seconds long, but the playlist is set here to loop until stopped and to crossfade for 3 seconds. I'm skipping ahead to the inspector is full of things. We'll come back to that shortly. When I hit go on this playlist, slide 1 plays, then it crossfades to 2, crossfades to 3, crossfades back to 1, and keeps doing this until the harried assistant tells me to knock it off, and the CEO comes in, and then we do the 20-minute speech, and everyone claps politely.
How are you changing the mode, the group mode?
When I have a group queue selected, in the inspector, one of the tabs is mode, and I can choose from these what are called radio buttons for people who are only my age and older, who have ever been in a car that had physical preset buttons that you held down and then tuned to the station you wanted. And then when you next pressed that button, the thing would snap to that station. That's why these are called radio buttons, believe it or not. And that's where you set the mode. There's a lot more to a playlist. This is just sort of the basic intro to playlist. It doesn't have to automatically advance. It can advance every time you tell it to go. It doesn't have to loop back to the top. It doesn't have to crossfade, but we can get into that in time. For now, I just want to give you the basic idea of a playlist group, not oversaturate your brain with it. A playlist group is drawn with an orange border and square corners. The orangeness is not essential. The orangeness is just a nice, distinct color that isn't any other thing. The next mode of a group queue is called start first and enter, and it's drawn with a bluish, purpley, kind of indigo-y kind of border with round corners. A start first and enter group, in fact, does not have any special behavior. What it means is, when I go, start my first child, and then put the playhead right after my first child, which is the exact same behavior you would get if there were no group queue whatsoever. You would just start this first queue, and then the playhead would rest here. So what, you might ask, is the purpose of such a group? And the answer is visual organization and nothing else. Salud. Favorite QClass anecdote. If you've seen a QClass before, you will have heard me give this anecdote. We got a customer support email from a guy who works in a vaudeville-style show. Every night, a number of acts will perform out of a pool of a much larger number. And because it's fast and loose, he doesn't know in advance who's up and in what order. until the master of ceremonies pops into the booth and says, okay, it's going to be the lady with the cats first, then the guy who balances stuff on his face next, then it will be the stand-up comedian, then be the lion tamer, and then intermission, and and so forth. No lion tamer. Don't do that. But the lady with the cats I worked with in Big Apple, and she's amazing, and as are her cats. The Savitsky cats, truly extraordinary. I'm not kidding. So he would put all the cues for each of these acts into its own start first and enter group, and they all acted like their own little tiny show. The cues were not sequential. I mean, they were sequential, but they were not in sequences. It was not auto-followed or continued. It was just cues. But since he didn't know what order the acts would come in, they were all these little self-contained batches of cues that he could just reorder as needed, as the master of ceremonies told him. And then he had the show in the right order that night. Quick and easy. If he'd known the order in advance, he could have done the exact same thing with no groups whatsoever, because the group didn't have any function other than holding things together that were semantically together, right? But it was a human-level organization tool, not a robot-level tool. Yes?
So, okay, I'm struggling, but it's okay.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm here to help.
Well, I'm struggling, meaning in the sense of this particular group, do people, so when you say they decide at the last minute, they come up with stuff, do they give the person on QLab a bunch of cues, or does he just play around with it within that group?
This particular anecdote you're asking.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, what's hard for me to understand is this like a kind of prefab thing that's already just set up and it's going to play, and no matter what comes up, it's just going to play?
The show I'm talking about?
Well, this particular group.
The purpose of this particular group, the start first and enter, is simply to visually enclose a series of cues that may go together in your mind in a way that doesn't matter for the operation. The audience would never know that these cues went together. You know these cues go together. But each cue happens independently by itself, just as though it were not in the group. So the group is purely a visual organizational tool for you, just as a folder on your desk puts papers together that go together, but it doesn't actually do anything for you except keep those papers together. This doesn't do anything for you except keep these cues visually isolated. Until we start talking about a trick that you can use this for. But that's for cleverness down the road, right? In the case of this anecdote about the vaudeville show, there were like 30 acts that could have performed. All of them were teched and rehearsed carefully. But then, over the course of the season, he might not see the guy who balances stuff on his face for like 2 months because he's on tour. But then when he comes back from tour and says, I'm going to be on the variety show tonight, he's got our friend had his cues ready to go in a little group, folded up, face balancing guy. And it was just sitting there at the bottom of his list, unused. It was already in the folder, ready to rock. He'd already been through a whole tech rehearsal and gotten everything just so. But he had 30 acts like this, and each night we only did 10 of them. So it was just about keeping it tidy, just about making it easy for himself. It was not about winging it. That's another thing and another set of skills. We can talk about that later. But that's this story, right? Yeah.
Continuing on with your vaudeville example and combining with the doorbell, if you had two groups, one was like maybe a crowd that was enjoying the comedy, the other one a crowd that's not. I'm wondering, can you programmatically reorder the groups, or does it have to be manual?
You can absolutely programmatically reorder the groups. Yes. So like our friend could have written a script or could have written a cue that plays an Apple script. And when he presses go on the script, it says, what's the first act tonight? And he chooses it. Now what's the second act? And he chooses it. What's the third? And he chooses it. And it would organize the cue list for him. That's a complicated programming exercise and not necessarily a time saver, but it can be done. Not at all.
Thinking like if the doorbell was triggered sooner rather than later, could the triggering of that doorbell
cause some other behavior. It surely could. It surely could. So, and here's where the line gets blurry, right? We've all heard the term, particularly from lighting. We have the lighting designer, we have the lighting operator, we have the electricians who hang the lights, we have the lighting programmer, who's the person who sits at the console and taps things until the lights do the right thing at the right time. And we talk about programming cues, but really it's like programming is kind of a loose term in that sense. Here's where it gets blurry though, right? Programming cues is just making the machine make cues. But now you're talking about something that's very akin to actual programming. When I say actual programming, I mean writing computer code to say computer do this and computer do that. And that line is fuzzy. And I think you're digging right to the point where we've crossed it slightly in a cool way, in a way that was like really hard to do in the days of tape or CDs, but now is available to us. And so indeed, I have seen, and like folks who use QLab for escape rooms do this all the time, where if an event occurs in the escape room, the operator knows trigger this cue, and when that cue is triggered, that causes a series of events which makes that cue go, which makes that cue not go, which makes this cue impossible to go, which makes this cue happen sooner than it otherwise would, et cetera, et cetera. And it is possible. I was the sound designer for a haunted house for about a decade, which was a great gig. If anyone asks you if you would like to design a haunted house, trust me, the answer is yes. And most of that show was triggered via show control, and the show control was triggered by a series of occupancy sensors. So like, if people were in this room, then I would get a message fired from the show control computer coming into QLab saying, room X is occupied. And then I, in QLab, said, when I get that trigger, here are the sound effects for the ambiance of room X. But then there's a beam break sensor here. So if someone walks into room X, okay, we have the atmosphere, but if they walk past the sensor, then something particular happens. And so it became more of an actual computer programming exercise of responding to incoming events appropriately. That show had 74 cues running all the time, and then another 300 to 400 cues that would happen according to what was going on in the haunted house. So on a busy night, we had zillions of cues, and on a quiet night, we had, 80 cues. It was fun and hard. Okay, onward with the groups?
Yes.
Great. So that's start first and enter into group. The next group type is called start first. When you run a start first group queue, it starts its first child, but then the playhead moves past the group. So contrasting start first and enter, when I hit go, my first queue starts, but then the playhead goes into the group and is standing by on the second child. And I can work my way through the queues in the group until there are no more queues in the group, at which point I'm standing by outside the group. When I hit go on the start first group, the first queue starts, and then the playhead moves down here below the group. And it's up to me to program the queues inside the group to be in a sequence or not. So as you see, when I hit go on this start first, the playhead moves down here. My first queue starts going, then because it auto-continues, my second queue starts going. Because it auto-continues, my third queue starts going. But you'll notice that even though my third queue has a post wait, it has no continue. So my fourth queue will never go. Programming error or clever choice? I work with a guy who does this on purpose all the time, where this is an alternate. All right, I've got 6 dog barks. Which one will the director like? Will he like this one, or will he like this one? If he likes this one, all right, well, oops, that's not how you spell dog. Okay, did he like dog 1? No, well, let's run the scene again, and I'll put dog 2 up there. And now dog 2 will roll when we get to that moment. Dog 1 will not. And then the director can turn to me and say, is that a different dog? I like that dog. Keep that dog, right? So this is the way that this guy I know, Jeremy, uses the start first group to deliberately have a queue that never goes. hanging around, ready for him to drop in at a moment's notice. I don't find this a very reassuring way to work. For me, I was assisting him and I was like, I'm very anxious about all those queues that are not gonna go. They don't belong here. They belong somewhere else. And he was like, no, it's fine. And he's right, it is fine, but my little, compulsive way of being did not care for it. But perhaps, and often when I teach this class, someone's like, oh, that's for me. That's my way, right? Over here, you're like, yes, please. This is just a quick way to get dog 1 or dog 2 happening. And you might be interested in okay, well, how could I have QLab run an Apple script which reorders these 2 queues so that the next time I run it, we get dog 2, and the other time I get dog 1, or whatever. Such a thing is possible. It's just an option. So I'm going to leave this back to how it was before. Otherwise, the next time I teach this class, I'll be like, what are those dogs? Or the students will be like, tell me about the dogs. Okay. So that's the start, first, and enter. The sequence of events inside of start, first, and enter is compelled by post, wait, and follow or continue. And now we can return to, I believe, your question about why would I use a post wait versus a pre-wait. In the timeline group, you can see that only pre-waits matter because every queue starts at the top of the timeline, but the pre-wait can delay the action of the queue, right? So if I want these 4 queues to happen one after the other, not all at once, pre-wait is my only tool within a timeline group. Whereas in a start first group, I could use pre or post wait as we demonstrated earlier with hello, hello yourself. But if the sequence is long, how do I decide whether or not I want a change in timing for an early queue to have an effect on the later queues? Here in the timeline group, let's make this a little bit easier. This series of events, apple, peach, banana, kiwi, right? If I want just peach to happen later, but banana and kiwi to happen at the same time as they currently happen, all I need to do is adjust peach's pre-wait, right? But down here, if I adjust peach, if I want peach to happen later, the only way to do it is to lengthen apple's post wait. But if I lengthen apple's post wait, peach will indeed happen later, but then peach will trigger banana later. So by shifting peach back in time, I shifted bananas back in time as well. Kiwi continues to not care because kiwi will never start because of the aforementioned trick with the 2 dogs. There's a sentence I never expected to say out loud. Which makes sense to all of you and to no one else for the rest of time. So it's very easy to shift one of these fruits into in time in this sequence. It's very tricky to shift only one fruit in this sequence, right? So you have to decide, when I make a change to this sequence, am I more likely to want to have that change have its effect ripple downward across the sequence? If I am more likely, I want to start first with waits. If I am more likely to want each change to be able to be isolated and not affect the others, then I probably want a timeline group. It doesn't matter which one you use. Your audience won't know and certainly won't care. They just care if they like the show or not. It matters to you about how you're going to edit it and how much work you're going to do. I reach again to my nonlinear choreographer, who would sometimes describe pieces as this happens, then that happens, then that happens, then that happens. And other times she would describe things as all happening relative to the top of the piece. First this, at 10 seconds that, at 15 seconds that, at 38 seconds the other. When she spoke that way, I would make a timeline group with pre-waits. When she spoke the first way, I would make a start first group with continues and pre or post waits. Is this basically making sense? The idea making sense is what's important to me, not the specific examples of the fruit and the dog. Yeah.
Yeah, so is there a functional difference between the start first group and the playlist group beyond access to the playlist group's settings in the inspector?
Playlist, you mean the orange group?
Yes.
Yes. Critically, the playlist group, unless you're in the middle of a crossfade, will never play 2 cues at once. The purpose of the playlist group is to have a single cue playing at a time. Think of pre-show music, walk-in slides. Think of any series of events where it's important that only one cue plays at a time. A start first group, if I program it to overlap, will overlap. Getting rid of these names again so I don't confuse myself in a future class. Yeah.
Revisiting the playlist group, can I give a presenter, or I'm sorry, what hardware do you recommend to give a presenter a clicker because you hate PowerPoint and want to use a playlist instead?
How much money do you have? If you have a lot, you should get a DSAN Perfect Cue. They are frighteningly expensive. They will not break. They will not break. I've never seen one fail, ever. And they forward, I think that the Perfect Cue, you know, I myself have never set up a Perfect Cue, so I actually don't know exactly what messages come in. And we're skipping ahead to the triggers tab very briefly for just a minute. Don't hold me to anything here. But you can tell a playlist cue, listen, if I'm already running and I get triggered, play the next cue. And then how you trigger that could be a message from the perfect cue, right? Another way to do it, a sort of more sort of stock way to do it, is not wireless, but MIDI Solutions, which is a Canadian company that makes all kinds of MIDI stuff. They have a box called the F8, which is 8-foot switch jacks, 1/4-inch foot switch jacks, that you can program whenever those foot switch jacks are, have a contact closure, send a MIDI message. And then you can plug in whatever you need. I once, when I was on an extremely low budget, found in the shop a metal barrette that I soldered the end of a guitar, I snipped off the end of a guitar cable and soldered the ground to the decorative part of the barrette and the hot pin to the inside goes under your hair part of the barrette. And then when the actor squeezed the barrette, it created a contact closure and a cue played. That's the lowest rent version. But we could go like $8 whole at Guitar Center and get a little pedal, the sustain pedal for a cheap MIDI piano, plug that into the F8, and then when you stomp on the pedal, you get a MIDI note. The MIDI note can then be used to trigger the playlist cue. So you could then put that pedal under the lectern and say like, yeah, you could have a clicker, or you could just surreptitiously step on that little pedal under there and look like a wizard. Which would you prefer, fancy CEO? And he said, I'll take the wizard, please. I was once commissioned for a show to build a wireless, to build a radio transmitter that could be strapped to an actor's body and accept a contact closure, that would get picked up by a radio receiver in the booth. The radio receiver would then send a MIDI message to QLab. And then another person had been commissioned to 3D print a ring with a switch in it. And so the actress, Grace, wore the ring on her index finger, and a very, very thin wire was run up her sleeve. She had like a Victorian lacy thing down here. The wire came just up her palm, up the sleeve, to the small of her back where the transmitter was. When she clicked the ring, the MIDI note played, and that MIDI note was then used to trigger a looping pedal so that she could sing into a mic, click her finger, and then overdub herself. But it's all just a MIDI note, right? It's like actually, the actual apparatus was elaborate, but what it was just a MIDI note telling the playlist cue to go to next. So there are several options for you. Yeah.
I have a question about shortcut keys. When you were resetting the names,
Yeah.
can you select?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a great. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
You can undo on just whatever you've selected. Is that what?
So one way, right? So I named this Apple, double click, peach. Okay. Now select this though, and I'm just tapping Q. Q. The letter Q is the default shortcut for edit the queue's name.
Right.
Now I'm going to hold Shift, press up arrow. So now I've selected all 4 of those. Now I type Q for edit queue name, and I type delete, and then enter, and I've deleted the queue names of all those queues that were selected. I did that quick because it wasn't what I was talking about, but I appreciate you drawing us back to it.
So even the queue name will hold what was there previously, like your pre-wait and post-wait.
So this wait 30 seconds business, that is QLab's default name for a wait queue.
Okay.
It's undeletable. QLab has these sort of like stock names for queues, which is what I was talking about earlier with audio queues being the file name or fade queues being the word fade plus the target. In the case of a wait queue, the default name is the word wait, then the number of seconds that the queue lasts, and then the word seconds. Although I've never tried this, I don't think. Yeah, if it's over 59 seconds, it'll just say the time.
So you weren't undoing, you were just deleting and went back to default, not what you had typed.
Bingo.
Okay.
That's correct. This was not an elaborate undo scheme. It was delete and let QLab fill in its default name. Yeah, something that I have longed for when I'm working on complicated shows is per queue undo, where I'm like, I don't know what I've done, but keep that, just this, undo to whatever you were before. And every time I try to explain that idea to myself so that I can lobby my colleagues to build it, I get myself into a trap, and then my little barrier is if I can't explain it to me without falling into a trap, I definitely can't explain it to them, and I absolutely cannot write the documentation, which is one of my jobs here, is I write the QLab manual. So I don't ask for features that I can't explain in writing. It's personal policy. Which is why it vexes me when someone else invents a feature that I haven't heard about. And they're like, hey, we invented this thing while you were out. It's here. And I'm like, okay, but what is it? How do I, all right. But it's a fun little challenge. So yeah, per queue undo, that's some heady stuff. Okay. Because of questions, we went a little past 11. Is anyone losing it? Or should I talk about the last type of group queue before the break? Last type of group queue. Okay, great. No one's losing it. Last type of group queue is, last mode of group queue is start random. When you hit go on a start random group queue, a random child goes. And every time you hit go on that start random group queue, it randomly picks a child and starts it. Except, oh no, it's not truly random. Now, it's not truly random in 2 senses. One, in the sense that nothing in a computer is truly random. Because it turns out that a random number is impossible to generate by a computer, modulo some very complicated other ideas that mean it's actually possible. But it's deliberately not random in this case because it is, first of all, QLab will never start a queue that's currently running. So that's not random, right? If I hit go, 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 it's not going to be random what happens next. You know exactly what's going to happen next. It's that guy, right? Because the other 3 queues were running. The other thing is we deliberately program start random queues to operate in what's called round robin triggering, which means every queue in the start random queue, in the start random group, will be triggered will be triggered exactly once before any queue is triggered a second time. So maybe it's ABCD, maybe it's ADCB, maybe it's CBDA, whatever. But each queue is going to happen the same number of times if I trigger the group, say, 1,000 times in a row. We will get 1/4 of all my triggers will be this queue, 1/4 of all my triggers will be that queue. It's just the order in which they happen that changes. We got into a big semantic argument when this feature was made this way about whether it's fair to call it start random. And in the end, what we came away with is this is as random as is reasonable for a reasonable person who also wants this round robin behavior. And it's okay to use the word to mean something that isn't exactly the 100% exactly correct textbook version of it.
And if you want to recreate randomness that's more random, that feels more random, where something might just repeat itself a bunch of times randomly, you can copy and paste the queue and have it be in there more than one time. If you want it to be able to play itself and then play itself again, and then maybe a third time because randomly that happened.
Right. The more copies of A, B, C, and D I make, the more random it will seem, because the more likely a queue might happen 2 times. And in fact, I have done exactly that. The rare case where I want a start random group queue, which is almost never for this guy, I'll put a huge number of copies of each queue in there so that I get something that feels truly random. As a designer, I eschew start random queues most of the time because design is choosing and random is the opposite of choosing. So random is the opposite of design to me. But that's just this guy. I can get onto or off of that soapbox as desired later on. But I have already run past my intended break. I propose that we now take 10 minutes, stretch our legs, drink some water, use the restroom, and when we return, we will talk more about queues. Thank you. I'm turning my microphone off now. All right, friends. It has been about 10 minutes.
I do have a question on playlists, if we can do it.
Super.
I don't know if you want me to do that when we all come back or not.
Sure, right? Yeah, let's start off with your question when we come back. Is anyone here, before we resume properly, is anyone here having trouble connecting to the Wi-Fi and wants to be connected or having trouble in a technical fashion?
Did we ever get a fixed link for the sample media?
We didn't. How did you make that?
I don't remember who made it, but yeah, the link doesn't work anymore. I can airdrop you a text file with a link in it that you can put up.
Sure.
Great.
Thanks. Dropbox, please stop trying to sell me something. I do not want it. I don't know what it is, and I don't want it.
They want your money.
They sure do. They sure do. It's a pity, too, because Dropbox was great. And I gave them my money before they asked for so much of it. And now I have to step on, but the New York Theater machine has decided that Dropbox is how we do it. So I have to subscribe to Dropbox whenever I'm on a show and then unsubscribe when I'm off. It's frustrating, especially because one designer I work with keeps the whole project folder in Dropbox to collaborate with me. So it's, 30 or 40 gigabytes per show every time. My Wi-Fi is off though, so you will not be able to.
It's just going to appear on your desktop.
Oh, great, beautiful. Horrifying. Okay. This is going to be hard I think, for folks to type.
Yeah, it's a very compelling point.
Do you have a link shortener that?
Online.
Thank you. I mean, I could follow that link all by myself, but I think the media is already on this computer. While he's working on that, why don't you ask your question?
Yeah, so one of the questions I had is there a way to do a hybrid between the playlist and the random so that your playlist, you can use the same playlist, but it doesn't play, I'm thinking walking music, and it doesn't play the same 10 songs in the same order every time you launch it?
Okay. The answer is yes, and also, I cannot avoid being a design teacher for a moment. Why would you do that? Why would you rob yourself of an opportunity to make a design choice for your walk-in music?
Because it's not up to us, it's up to a client who one day says, I want to change this, I want to do this, I want it to shuffle, I don't want it to shuffle, whatever it is.
That's fair. That's a fair answer. It's unfortunately true.
It is the only answer in my case.
Yeah. For me, as a designer, I say, people ask me, as designers, how can I randomize my walk-in music? And I say, your walk-in music is the opportunity to transport your audience member from wherever they are to where you want them. And where you want them is page 1, act 1, scene 1, lights up. And the emotional state of the play, when it starts, is something specific. And the emotional state of each audience member who walks into your theater is not that. Maybe someone's there already, but not everyone. And so your walk-in music can bring them there on a journey, coalescing everyone's mood. But, as you say, the client says they want this, they want this. So, we have it. The answer is yes. So now I take off my design teacher hat. I go to the playlist group queue. I go to the playlist, and I select the first checkbox, auto shuffle. Whenever the playlist loads or starts from scratch or starts fresh, it will shuffle its contents and play that shuffled order. It will not reshuffle when it loops by default.
So it will play
The same shuffled order on loop.
Okay.
And that serves that purpose. Yeah. You can send it, you can instruct it to reshuffle on demand.
How do you do that?
By using a well, by stopping and restarting, but by using a load queue to reload it. By request from someone on the internet, we've turned on a key display widget here. So when I type a key, we see it on screen. And because the app, for some reason, doesn't recognize the fact that we bought it, despite showing up in app stores having been bought, it keeps saying trial version there with a funny little bird. So sorry about that trial version bird, but she's going to be with us today, at least. Okay. We talked about group queues and the modes of group queues, but we've skated past a couple of things. To start with, we didn't totally finish our tour of the UI of QLab. It felt organic for me to keep going, so I did, but I'd like to now return to the tour. We'll go perhaps on another branch again, but this branch has concluded, so it's a good time to return to the plan. We've looked at the masthead, including the toolbar. This is the queue list. We've already tinkered with the inspector, but now it's time to look at it in greater detail. The inspector appears down in this lower area. It is open and closable with the divider slidey thing, whatever I called it before. It is also open and closable with this button, which is the box with the thick line at the bottom, because it's at the bottom of the workspace window. It's also open and closable with the command, the keyboard shortcut Command I for inspector. The inspector shows you all the details of the queue that's currently selected. And it shows it in a series of tabs. The tabs that are visible when the inspector is visible will vary depending upon the type of queue that's selected. So right now, I see a Basics tab and a Triggers tab, and those two tabs are visible for every type of queue. But if I select the text queue, now I also see the I/O tab, the Geometry tab, the Text tab, and the Video FX tab. Those tabs are unique to some types of queues, are visible when those types of queues are selected, and are not visible when other types of queues are selected. So I'm going to spend some time on the Basics tab right now, then we'll move to the Triggers tab a little bit later. But and then we'll look at other tabs as we work our way through QLab over the next 3 days. The Basics tab, to start with, you already know a lot about because the Basics tab replicates a lot of the information that's already visible in the queue list itself. So if I have a queue number here, the queue number is visible in the Basics tab. I can edit it there, or I can edit it here. Doesn't matter. The default keyboard shortcut for editing queue number is N. If the queue has an editable duration, I could edit it here and here. So now it's an 8-second queue, and it's updated up there. The pre-wait and post-wait can be edited down here. The continue mode can be edited down here. The name can be edited, and the notes can be edited. All here or here. Notes can be edited here or here. Doesn't matter. Use whichever you prefer. But then we've got some stuff over on the right side that is not editable up in the queue list, which I'd like to talk about quick. The first is queue color. So by default, QLab's lists have this dark gray and darker gray alternating stripe pattern to help your eye track horizontally. But each individual queue can be given a color, which has no important significance. It's just a tool for you to use to help distinguish a queue that perhaps needs distinguishing. So I could select this queue, and I could set its color to yellow. And now you can see that when that queue is not selected, you see the queue is colored with a yellow background and a bright yellow stripe in the margin there. And that bright yellow stripe surrounds the playhead. If I use a different color, it'll be clearer because of color contrast. There we go. Red, you can see the red line surrounds the playhead when the playhead is present. And when a colorful queue is standing by, that color changes the color of the standby indicator. Again, there's no significance to a cue's color. It's just the color that it is. I like to make my intermission cue a different color so that my operator, maybe who's not paying the closest attention, who's run the show for a week and 2 weeks, 3 weeks, is getting kind of blitzed out by it, is like, oh, that's red. Oh, wait, it's intermission. I got to go do my intermission cues, right? For color, you can choose any color in this list or no color. This list is longer than it used to be. We have been slowly expanding this list to this current collection. The idea behind this collection is that for folks with limited color vision, I don't know how to pronounce the words that mean what we colloquially call red-green color blindness or blue-yellow color blindness, or those terms are coarse. They don't actually get to the heart of what it is. But with different color vision limitations, this list of colors should make it possible for anyone with any level of color vision to pick out 3 colors that look different to them. So you can always have no color and then 3 different colors, whatever they are. The other thing that you can do with QColor is unlock this little padlock here and enable a second QColor. The second QColor is the color the cue will be after it plays. And this after resets when the workspace is closed and reopened. Or when you click this very dangerous button, Reset All. And when I say very dangerous, I don't mean that there's a risk of bodily harm. I mean only that it will stop your show. So it's something not to be clicked during the show. So if a cue is set to red and the padlock is unlocked and then its second color is set to yellow, when I hit go on this cue, it goes from red to yellow. I know folks who work in radio or who work in improv comedy who have a series of cues that they'd like to use just once in a show. They want to use it, you know, they've got a palette of little stingers. We don't need to play them in any specific order, but some of them are ads, so we've got to play them all. So they set them to a distinct color when they haven't been played, red, and a distinct color when they have been played, green. So if they look over at the screen and they see all green, they know they've played all their ads and they can finish the show without the sponsors getting mad. Or in the case of stand-up comedy or sketch comedy, they can finish the show without the possibility of the director getting mad. That's one way to use second cue colors. Another way is if you are using QLab as a show control device, you want to definitively be able to win the argument, did you or did you not take this cue, when the other department is angry about the cue having been blown. Well, that didn't happen. Why didn't you send me the cue? Well, it's yellow, so I did. Tough guy, right? Because nothing brings out the warmest and most camaraderie, the warmest feelings, the most camaraderie, and the most kind sentiments than show control on a schedule. So, choices, options available to you. Obviously, if your second color is set to no color, then when you run the cue, it loses its color after running. If its first cue is set to no color, but its second color is set to a color, then running it adds the color. And if the padlock is locked, then only the first color pip is adjustable, and only the first color pip says what color the cue is. Any questions about colors? Okay, great. The next thing underneath color is flagged, which, just like color, is not something that matters. When a cue is flagged, a flag appears in the status column, and the cue appears among the list of cues that are either broken, warned, or flagged. We'll talk about that list later. The purpose of the flag is whatever you say it is. When I work as an associate or an assistant designer, and we're in previews, I'm sitting in a preview seat with the QLab monitor, and the designer's sitting somewhere else. And we watch the run through. Whenever the designer wrinkles their nose, I flag the cue that just played. And then they come to me at the end and we say, we got a lot of work to do. And I say, I know, it's this one, this one, this one, and that one, because I flagged them. Then as we do the notes the next morning, I unflag the cue once the note is done, And when all the flags are gone, I know I did all my notes. That's one way to use flags. Another way to use flags might be to be completely certain that you finished editing something before you, if you're working on a tight timeline and you build a queue but you know it's not done yet, flag it. I know I need to do more work on that queue. Do you know the 4.9 second trick, letting people? This is a trick I recently learned. The default time on a ETC light console is 5 seconds. And you can set a new default time of your own. And I know people who set their default time to 4.9 seconds. 4.9 seconds is a time that no reasonable person would choose deliberately, except in the narrowest of circumstances. So if they look over their queue list and they see any queues that have 4.9 seconds as their time, they know that that's a queue they didn't choose the time. So that's a queue to go look at and make sure that it's timed correctly. It's just a little clue to remind yourself to check once before doors open and an audience comes in.
I have a question from the live chat, which is there a way to set a set of colors and then apply those to selected cues with a single click or key? Asking this because I sometimes have to apply the same color set to multiple cues.
The simple way is to hold down the command key, select several cues, and then set the color the way you want. Hot pink, unlocked, second color, peach. It's not actually a color choice I think I'd endorse, but there it is. That's the simple way. Command click, select multiple, make your edits. The more sophisticated way is you could create a script that says, find all the selected cues, set their colors the way I want. And then you could run that script queue. You could run that script as a script queue in QLab, and it would find out all the selected cues and color them accordingly. So depending upon the exact nature of your goals, you might find it either easier to do the command click and edit them all at once, or you might find it easier to spend the time writing the script.
I have used search to find all my cues that I prefix with lighting or something.
Mm-hmm.
Go to them and both.
Oh yeah, when we talk about workflow tools, we'll talk about find, and when we talk about find, we'll revisit colors. That's clever. Nice. That's a very Alex solution. Okay. So we talked about where were colors, and we talked about flag. Okay, so flagged only matters because it matters. Uncheck the flagged box and the flag vanishes. The next one is auto load. I'm coming back to it in a second. The next one is armed. All queues start off armed. When you disarm a queue, it is drawn with a diagonal safety stripe hash, and running an armed queue does nothing, except if it has a post wait or a follow or a continue, that still happens. So, to put it a little more precisely, armed queues can be considered muted, although mute is just a sound word, so it's like super mute. If it's a video queue, no video. If it's an audio queue, no audio. If it's a MIDI queue, no MIDI. But if the queue is part of a sequence, disarming it will not break the sequence or change the sequence. It will allow the sequence to continue as though the queue were running, but the queue will not run. The director says, listen, I don't want to hear that dog anymore. Stop it with the dog. But I'm not giving you any time to reprogram. We're running the scene right now. So just disarm it. Run the show, run the scene. You'll get all the other sounds, but the dog will be, yes? We are soon to add, we are working on skip when disarmed. For those folks who want to deliberately change the sequence when a queue is disarmed. Make it as though this queue doesn't exist. Okay, fine, that's your prerogative. But right now, that is not what happens. Okay? Autoload. This one's a little tricky. When you run a queue in QLab, QLab does some things that are very obvious, like playing the pixels on the screen for a video queue. Like that's obvious because we can see it. but it does other things, some of them in advance of those pixels appearing. It does them very quickly, and especially on this Mac Studio, it does them outrageously quickly. But some of the time, if you have a slow Mac and a very complicated series of cues, or just a very complicated series of cues and a middling Mac, or an outrageously complicated set of cues and a good Mac, you may notice a lag between when you press go and when you see or hear what you are hoping to see or hear. And because QLab doesn't place an arbitrary limit on the number of simultaneous cues, and it does its very best to do whatever you ask it exactly the way you asked it to, that lag between pressing go and seeing or hearing the results will vary based on a bunch of things that are hard to predict. Hopefully, though they be hard to predict, they should be repeatable. QLab prioritizes accurate over immediate. So to take an absurd example, if I have the oldest, slowest, pokiest, dreariest Mac that can possibly run QLab, and I put 50 4K video cues, all overlapping with 50% opacity, so we've got to do a 50-layer composite, and I auto-continue them with zero pre-wait and zero post-wait. When I select that first cue and hit go, you best believe it will be a little while before we see anything on the screen. But when we do, it will be all 50 cues. It might be quite some time, but it will be all 50 cues. And the next time we run it, there will be that lag, and then we will see it just like we saw it last time. Now, perhaps I'm going over the edge of this example's reasonableness, and in fact, we've gone all the way into no, it actually won't play. But imagine the example where I've gotten to the maximum limit of what the computer can do without going beyond, but also without going before. Long lag, exactly what I want, because QLab prioritizes accurate over immediate. Most of the time, prioritizing accurate over immediate is a good choice, because the amount of lag between pressing go and seeing or hearing is a very small number of milliseconds, or a very small number of microseconds. On this Mac Studio, playing 2 text cues, not a big deal, right? The lag between pressing go and seeing those pixels is, on a human perception level, 0. If we could slow down time and look at the electrons zipping around in here, we would indeed see that there is a lag, but it is absurdly small, below the threshold of human perception, so we don't worry about it. So that's the other end of the extreme. That's the effectively 0 time, and then here's the tiny Mac with 50 4K cues. That's the huge amount of time. Somewhere in the middle is where your show lives, and sometimes you're going to feel like there's a lag I don't love. In that case, select the cues that are lagging more than you like and try checking this box auto load. What that does is when the playhead arrives on a cue that's checked auto load, QLab will do everything that it can do to prepare for that cue to play, short of actually playing it. So if it's a video file, if it's a video cue, it's got to read the file off of storage. It's probably got to decode it. Then it's got to render it, which means turn 1 and 0s of file data into instructions to the graphics card to draw pixels on the screen, blah, 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 blah. That's work. QLab can do that work in advance of actually playing the cue. Especially on newer and faster Macs with lots of RAM, it could do all that work, stash stuff in RAM, and say, okay, when it's time to play this cue, I got it all right here, ready to go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Boom. Then when you press go, it happens as fast as it can. Great, you say. How come I don't want that on all the time? Because fast though they are, computers can still really only do a certain number of things at once. It varies depending upon the type of computer, but it is a certain number, and it is not negotiable. So if I have one cue already playing, and then my playhead lands on the next queue, which is my 50 4K videos, and they're set to auto load, the computer will eat up a bunch of processing resources trying to get those 50 queues ready to rock, and that might cause the queue that is playing to stutter, right? Because QLab no longer has access to the full resources of the computer to play the currently playing queue. It's got to devote some of those resources, and in fact, as much as it can, to getting the other queues ready to go. But you, the clever human, might say, but I know that this long sequence of queues doesn't come while that other queue is playing. I will run my first queue, not auto-load all those other things. Then that queue stops, and I've got a half an hour break with no queues. During that time, I will load this sequence of queues. No stuttering will happen because no queue is playing. Only you can know that. So that is why auto-load is off by default. That, and most of the time, given that most Macs are outrageously fast compared to the baseline of what they were doing when QLab was first released, most of the time it's not necessary. So here I am imploring you to never turn on auto-load unless you have already observed an issue that you think auto-load might help with.
I had a student load a very, very large audio file in, and it was using 5 seconds. It took forever to load. We just sit there waiting for it to load, and so we finally just took the file and edited the file.
Yeah. Especially with the core audio file format allows, there's a 4 gigabyte maximum file size for WAV files, but not for core audio files. So you can have, you could have a 100 gigabyte audio file, but if you're using 5 seconds of it, your computer still has to decode the whole file. It doesn't know. So you go and take the file into an editor and make a little file. This is all about managing system resources, which is a subject for, I believe, Charles? No, yes, Charles and Chad tomorrow. Hardware recommendations. But again, the key takeaway for me for autoload is do not do it unless you have observed an issue that you think it might help with, and then do it experimentally in an environment where you can test what it's like with, what it's like without. And that's the autoload checkbox. And with that, we have seen the whole basics tab, and you are now experts. Well done. Yeah.
Do all those options show on the non-licensed, the free version as well?
Yes. Yes. None of this stuff is gated by a license, right? Yeah, I believe none of this is. I skipped over the area where it says target. The target area on the basics tab looks different based upon what type of queue you've got selected, based on what kinds of things it could target or not target. In this case, it shows not applicable because the type of queue that's selected has no target, can have no target, so it's not listed as not applicable. That is the inspector. Below the inspector, in the footer of the workspace, is a series of buttons which show and hide different pieces of the interface, and which also give us a few other things which I want to talk about. So we've already talked about this button, which shows and hides the inspector. This button, though, with the thick line on the left, shows and hides the toolbox. What is the toolbox? The toolbox is an ancestor of the toolbar. The toolbox is what the toolbar looked like in previous versions of QLab. And when we added the toolbar, several longtime QLab users said, that's nice, but I like this one too. Would you please have both? So we said sure. When the toolbox is open, you see all of your queue types listed here, but you also see their name. And the first 10 have a command key symbol with a digit. And that shows you the keyboard shortcut to create a queue of that type. So I can create an audio queue by clicking in the toolbar. I can create an audio queue by clicking and dragging from the toolbar. I can create an audio queue by double-clicking in the toolbox. I can create an audio queue by clicking and dragging from the toolbox. And I can create a audio cue by typing Command 1, because that is the keyboard shortcut here. Do whichever pleases you. They are all the same. If you are not creating a lot of audio cues, you might find that Command 1 feels like good real estate for your fingers to do something that you want to do more often. Maybe you are creating a lot of memo cues. I don't know why. It's not important. Why? Maybe you are. You could then drag the memo cue up to the first position in the list, and now the memo cue is Command 1. Uh-huh. This order stays with the workspace. So if you move the workspace to a different computer, it comes with. If you open a new workspace on this computer, though, it's back to how it was with audio cue Command 1. I work with a designer who sets his own order here. I can't use his computer. My fingers know that Command 1 is audio. My brain kind of knows it, but my fingers really know it. So I can't sit down at his copy of QLab and work. That's fine. It works for him. He can't sit down at mine and work. So that's why we work well together. That is the toolbox. It hides and shows here. The masthead hides and shows here. The inspector hides and shows here. And the sidebar, which we haven't talked about yet, but which we will shortly, hides and shows here. But then we also have this button, Edit Show. It's like a two-state button. When your workspace is in edit mode, it behaves as we've been looking at so far, which is to say, you can create cues, delete cues, do whatever you like, move things around. When your workspace is in show mode, deleting cues, editing cues, and moving cues are disabled. Show mode is a safety mechanism to prevent accidental edits. I'm going to say that again because this is sometimes a topic that people disagree on. Show mode is a safety mechanism that prevents accidental edits. It is not a security mechanism designed to guarantee that a nefarious person can't screw with your show. The nefarious person can screw with your show, and they don't need edit mode or show mode to do it. They could simply unplug the Mac. So when we get asked, could you please put a password on show mode so no one can mess with my show? We respond respectfully, people can mess with your show even if we do put on a password. But they won't be able to steal my media. Yeah, they will. When QLab is not running, they can do whatever they want on the Mac. Well, I'm doing other things to prevent that, you say. And so I say, great, add to that list telling the guy, don't screw with my show. I assert that if you cannot trust the person sitting at the keyboard, there is nothing we can do to replace that trust. Now folks have made some other arguments and we're like, all right, there's some sort of like read-only version of a show that could be productive. But until we solve all of the questions about how that would fall down when things go weird, we don't want to add it. Because worse than the hypothetical possibility of a disgruntled QLab operator ruining your show, and ultimately there is no such thing as a theater emergency. I mean, there's an emergency in a theater, but like there's no such thing as an art emergency. Oh no, the cues were wrong. Like, that's unfortunate. But no one ever went to the hospital because a sound cue was wrong or didn't play. Or the wrong music played. I don't know if I should say no one, but you know what I'm saying. Until we can solve the problem of the emergency phone call of, I must make an edit and I forgot my password, can you help me? Right? Until we can solve that, adding a password is only likely to create a problem instead of solve a problem. It's likely to solve a problem you imagine you'll have, but create a problem that you invariably will have. So that is, until we crack that, we're going to leave it like this. Prevents accidental edits. I worked on a show. I had a high schooler as an operator, freshman, great kid, super attentive to his task, but the mouse had a faulty spring in it. So when you put it down from a height greater than this, the button would bounce and click. And we had all kinds of bad cues playing wrong. And I was like, what's wrong with you? Yesterday, you were the most dependable person I've ever met. And today, it's like someone up there, like a pigeon is hacking on the mouse. And it turns out the desk was too small. And so he had to keep doing this to get the mouse to the right place. And he was clicking Q after Q after Q every time he put the mouse down. And he didn't really realize what was happening. Show mode saved us because we couldn't get a new mouse in time. Okay, that's the edit show mode button. There's some other behind the scenes things that edit and show mode does, which we'll talk about a bit later. But they're all about just making your computer run as nicely as possible. In the middle of the footer here, it says the number of queues you've got and the number of lists and carts that those queues are in. This is purely for two reasons. One is bragging rights, the most important reason. My show has more queues than yours, therefore insert brag here. But the other reason is, hang on, is that number smaller than it was yesterday? Have I opened the right version of my show? What's going on here, right? Over here, you see here we have an exclamation mark inside a triangle. We have a caution merging traffic ahead sign. That icon appears when at least one thing in your workspace has a warning or is broken or is flagged. And when you click it, a window opens called the status window, which we'll talk about later, which shows a list of all the broken queues and warnings and flagged queues in your whole workspace. So you can suss out what the problem is. If your workspace has no broken queues, no warnings, no flagged queues, this triangle does not appear. This button hides and shows the inspector. This button hides and shows the sidebar, which we haven't talked about yet. The gear button opens the workspace settings window, which is our next big topic. I'm not starting it just yet, but for now, just know that the gear button is the way to opening that window quickly. And that's the little footer. The last bit of our tour of the interface of QLab is the sidebar, which I've been threatening to talk about for several minutes now, and it is time. At the top of the sidebar are 4 big buttons which have big results. The stop square with the slopey line in the middle of it is the panic all button. When you press this when you press this button, all queues that are currently playing fade out and stop if they are able to fade out and stop. If they are not able to fade out, then they just stop. The duration of that fade is a workspace setting, which we will talk about shortly. And the idea, we call it panic, not because it is a button that causes panic. We call it panic because it is a button that you are encouraged to press if panic is the feeling that you have. I played a cue, and I wish that I hadn't. Press this button. The idea is basically that if something fades out and stops when it was not supposed to be playing in the first place, it is more likely to seem to the audience that it was an extremely peculiar design choice than an error. Your mileage may vary. For me, simply, if I play something way too loud and then I hit the panic button and it fades out and stops, at minimum, it just feels nicer to my ears than a hard stop. I don't know, if you're like that, then great, and if you're not, then fine. There's no important thing about it. Certainly with video, a panic feels much smoother than just stopping it dead. This button will do that to all of your queues in the whole workspace. The keyboard shortcut for this button is Escape. That is non-negotiable. I want everyone who has ever been trained on QLab to be able to become the hero in any theater in which an emergency is taking place and the operator is not at the desk. I want every one of you to be able to just saunter on in there, hit escape, and then the fire department can speak because there's no longer loud music. And say, excuse me, folks, despite that loud music, there is in fact an enormous fire in this building. Would you please leave? Or whatever. Escape stops all queues. One tap is a panic. And here is another rule in QLab. If any queue is in the midst of panicking and you tell it to panic again, it will stop. So 2 taps of the escape key, done. Question?
Is there
No. Aforementioned emergency. We have been talking about panic resilience internally, about certain types of queues that you could imagine deliberately programming in such a way that you genuinely believe that there would be no safety-related reason or other reason to require them to be stopped. Some kind of utility queue that doesn't actually render anything visibly or audibly to the audience. You could imagine a reason why that queue might want to not panic. And we've been talking about that, but like the password, until we crack the nut fully, we don't want to introduce it. Does that feel logical at least?
Yes.
Yeah. Chris, did you want to weigh in?
I was just asking I was just making sure I understood the question for the last week, but I now understand the question.
Groovy. We're interested in that. And the reason we're getting more interested in that is because of this Mac, really, right? The Mac Studio was like, gosh, that's fast. There's a lot of juice in here. It can do all kinds of stuff. How much QLab can we get out of this thing? And in the early days of building QLab 5, because my colleagues are all very, very clever people, we discovered how much faster QLab 5 ran than QLab 4 on equal hardware. And at the same time, lucky for us, Apple was busy inventing outrageously faster hardware and showing Intel the door. Double win. And so now that we have these Macs that are so powerful, and now that QLab itself is so much faster, we start to get into ideas of like, what should QLab be able to do ambiently all the time that is not necessarily an audience-facing queue, some kind of routing. We were being asked during the break about backstage video feeds that are for the purpose of monitoring what's happening on stage. Do those go through QLab, you asked? And I said they could go through QLab, but for me, I don't want to spend my QLab cycles on that, and I don't want to use QLab's latency on that. But what if the Mac were stupid fast? Could that latency be very, very low? And then could maybe I use QLab as a video router? And if I were using it as a video router, and it were playing cues to backstage monitors, it's reasonable to imagine that I might never want those to stop until I deliberately say, no, I am turning off everything for the day. So that's why we're interested in that, and maybe it's something like that that led you to your question. But we're not there yet. We're fishing around and finding it.
Thank you.
Okay. Longer answer than you were hoping for? I don't know. Sometimes also this is an opportunity to like a feature that's like not fully defined yet. It comes up in a class like this. I talk about it and someone's like, you know, that reminds me of this thing that I'm trying to do. And then that helps define it. So that's why I like to do this. Okay, panic. Escape key. Right, that's this big button. The next buttons to the left, pause and resume all, only matter if something's running. If something's running, the pause all button lights up yellow saying, there's stuff running, and if you click me, it will be paused. Now, pausing a text queue does not produce a dramatic result. But if it were audio, the audio would pause. If it were video in motion, the video would pause, and so forth. Critically, elapsing timers also pause. So if I'm in the middle of a long sequence and I hit pause, the sequence does not progress. If there are any paused things in my workspace, the resume all button turns green and I can resume them. If while things are paused, I go and run other things, that's okay. Pause all will then add to the list of paused things. And I can run more queues and pause all, run more queues and pause all, and build up a huge list. If I've paused all a million times, resume all resumes all. There's not like stepped resume most, right? Resume all is resume all. Crucially, this is not a play button. This is not a go button. If nothing is paused, this button does nothing. It's just pause all and resume all. The keyboard shortcuts for these, by default, are left and right bracket, which are the two keys to the right of the letter P on a US keyboard. On a French keyboard, these keyboard shortcuts are worthless. So if you are using a keyboard that is not a US English keyboard, I encourage you to consider choosing new shortcuts. But it turns out that internationalization of keyboards is an alarmingly complicated topic, way deeper and weirder than it seems, and it'll take much more time than any reasonable person should spend to really get it. So if you're having keyboard shortcut problems, write to us, and I'm begging you to tell us what nationality and or language your keyboard is set to, both physically and in software. And that's pause all and resume all. To the left is the button that I talked about earlier, the reset all button, the danger button, the button I encourage you not to press. Reset all stops all cues, hard, puts the playhead at the beginning of the playlist, and undoes any temporary changes to cues, for example, the second color. It does not change anything that you edited. Anything that would be captured by saving the workspace, such as changing the name of something or changing its cue number or changing its target, that is not affected by reset all. So you don't have to worry about reset all screwing with the work that you did. But it will stop all your cues, put your playhead back at the top of the cue list, and it will reset temporary properties such as second color. If you are about to do a run-through of the show after having done some work, hit that button. Why not? Just make sure you're in show-ready state. This guy and his paranoid way, I quit QLab and relaunch it before doing a run. I don't know that that's necessary, but I don't know that it hurts. And what it really does, honestly, for me, is nothing to do with QLab or computers. It is everything to do with my operator. I want my operator to have the experience of the start of day every time we run the show. And the start of day includes launching QLab from scratch. And the reason is, I have found the best way to find problems is to do the same thing that you're hoping to do over and over again until you do it 10 times in a row and find no problems. Then you found all the problems. Not for real, there's no such thing as finding all the problems. You find all the likely problems. So for me, it's about a rehearsal process and not about a technical thing. If you're only worried about the technical thing, hitting reset all is basically the same thing as launching QLab from scratch. Yeah? Okay, great.
So when you say it's resetting, does that mean it's gotten rid of all the, it hasn't gotten rid of all the cues, has it?
No, it's only changing the current status of the workspace from in the midst of your show to as though you just opened.
Oh, okay. So as if there was some minor change along the way, nothing got saved, and it's going back to 0%. Oh, yeah.
It doesn't change any edits at all. It doesn't change any edits. It changes what's playing. It stops all those cues. It changes where the playhead is. And then there are these special temporary properties like that second cue color, where if I set the second cue color to pink and say, after this cue plays, turn it pink. When I reset all, that pink is removed because that pink is deliberately a temporary, fleeting, ephemeral property. So anything that is temporary, fleeting, and ephemeral on purpose is corrected, is reset by the reset all button. But naming things, targeting things, any real edits that you make setting the level of a cue, even if you didn't save the workspace before pressing reset all, those aren't changed at all. Which is a good little reminder for me to hit Command S and just save, just because why not? Saved early, save often. Okay, that's the reset all button. Below the 4 big danger buttons are 2 columns, lists and carts, and active cues. I'm going to talk about active cues first. When any cues in your workspace are running, they appear in active cues. They appear sequentially from top to bottom in the order in which they were started, not the order in which they appear in your cue list. If you're jumping around, you will find out the order of things not from looking at your screen, but from your output, but from looking at active cues. There is an option in workspace settings to reverse the order so that the most recently started cues appear at the top and the oldest running cues appear at the bottom. For my haunted house, that was super useful, right? My 74 cues that are always running I don't care about those. They're always running. I would like those off the bottom of the list instead of having to scroll, 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 scroll just to find whatever is running newest. When you have queues here in active queues, you can pause or resume individual queues. You can stop individual queues, or panic rather. And if you have queues that have a duration, you can click in here and scrub them forward and backward. It doesn't make much of a difference on this list, but if we look at, there we go. If we look at this, which has a little animation, if I grab that cross loop animation, I can scrub it back or forward, and you'll see it jump to the frame that I scrubbed to. And that's active queues. The lists and carts display shows all of the queue lists and carts, which we haven't talked about yet, in the workspace. Now we've been looking at queue lists here, and if you noticed, I've been jumping around between different queue lists, which have different sets of queues for my different little lessons. A workspace can contain any number of queue lists, and you can decide how to use different queue lists. When I do a show, I've got one queue list for the queues in the show, a separate queue list for what we call checkout, which is queues that we run before the audience arrives to make sure the system is working properly. Sound check, video check, whatever. I have a third queue list, which is called cut queues, which is where I stash queues when the designer I'm working for says delete that. I don't trust. I move to cut queues so that 2 days later they can be like, what was that awesome thing we made and got rid of on Tuesday? I'm like, we made and saved on Tuesday, you mean? And then I can be a hero, right? I don't do it like that. That's obnoxious. I just say, yeah, I got it in my cut queues list. Here we go. And then I have a fourth queue list that contains a bunch of scripts that I use to make my workflow easier because I hate doing math. We'll talk about scripts another day. Some people like to have Act 1 in a list and Act 2 in a separate list. You do you. Maybe our vaudeville guy could have had each act in a separate queue list and moved around between queue lists. I don't know. For the class, it's actually super convenient because each individual lesson is its own queue list. So I can just go to one list, and then you all see the list of queues that belong to that lesson only and not all the other ones. There's 1,623 queues in this workspace. If they were all in a single list, imagine finding the right one in a heartbeat. That sounds like a challenge to me, and not a fun kind.
Just using the opportunity of a very long list of queues. Say you need to change order on a very long list on a notebook.
Yeah.
Physically.
Yeah.
Move from number 57 to 23. That's scrolling there. Physically, what's...
Yeah, it's a pain in the neck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one thing to do is to cut and paste.
Cut and paste?
That's one thing to do. Another thing to do would be to temporarily put the queues into groups that hide most of them. So I could take all of these queues here, put them into a start first and enter group, which doesn't affect anything.
Right.
Collapse that group. Now all those queues are hidden from me. Yeah. Jump 57 up to 23.
Right.
Unfold the group, move all the queues out of it, and then get rid of the group.
Right. Well, it's in the middle of the show. Emergency.
While things are running?
While things are running, move 57 to 23. What would be
this guy? Does 57 have any fade queues targeting it?
I'm sorry, say again.
In this scenario, is 57 a single queue that has nothing targeting it? It's just play and go and done?
Let's say yes.
Cut and paste for me. That's fastest, no question. Command X, go where I want. Command V, and it pastes right below the selection.
When you do that, can you actually go between queues to place it?
When a queue is selected and you paste, it appears below the selection.
Sorry, I'm missing that.
That's okay. If I have this queue selected, light groups and I paste a queue, it will appear below the selected queue. So cut DMX stas window, select light groups, paste, and it appears below what I had selected. Undo, undo. Select the queue, paste, and it goes right below where you've selected. And that's how I would do what you're describing in a hurry. Yeah. Lists and carts. Okay, so all the lists appear here. If you want to make a new queue list, you can click this button and you have a new queue list. And then all your new queues can go in that queue list. Command delete deletes the selected thing. And deleting queue lists, you get prompted. Are you sure you really want to get rid of this? Yes, I am sure. Queue carts are like queue lists in that they contain queues, but they are unlike queue lists in that they are not a linear ordering, they are a grid. When this cart is the active list or cart, when a cart is active, I see a grid of buttons. Each button is a queue. When I click the button, it is as though I have selected the queue, and instead of a queue list which shows me all the details, I have just the inspector and some small amount of information visible here. When a workspace is in show mode, clicking a queue anywhere within its rectangle starts that queue. If you have a touchscreen on your Mac and you're doing sketch comedy and you have a series of sketch comedy related sound effects, bing, bang, boom, right? With your finger on the screen, quick and easy. An option. Yeah?
Hopefully not to confuse things, but so this is similar to hits in the Go button app?
Hits in Go button are queues in a cart. Don't tell anyone. It's a secret, just us and everyone on the internet for all of time to hear. Yes, that is exactly right. And for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Go button is a companion app to QLab. Go button is the same brains as QLab, but behind a different UI and specifically for iPhone, iPod Touch, and iPad. And some folks vastly prefer that way of working. It works for their brain. Other folks prefer QLab. That works for their brain. Some folks prefer working on a Mac. Some folks prefer working on an iOS or iPad OS device. That's what makes horse racing. When you are not in show mode, when you are in edit mode, you can drag and drop to move queues around a cart. And when the cart itself is selected in the sidebar, you can go down to the inspector to grid size and resize the cart all the way up to, I think we're now at 15 by 15. Yeah. You cannot make a cart smaller than the necessary size. So I can't shrink this down below 3 by 3 because there's queues in a 3 by 3 space. The size of the cart, the maximum size of the cart so far has been defined by customer request. It was 8 by 8, and then someone made an argument for wanting 10 by 10, and someone else made an argument for wanting 12 by 12, and I think the person who received that argument said, I'm going to make it 15 by 15, see how that does. I don't know where it will end. But it can go all the way down to 1 by 1, and so you can have 15 by 1 or 1 by 15 or whatever you like. Yeah?
Going back to the queue list.
Yes.
Can you have multiple queues running in different queue lists?
So glad you asked that. Absolutely you can. But it can be hard to keep track of. So, notice I have my welcome slides there running from this list called Day 1. But maybe I'd like to have some queue running from audio queues. No problem at all. Oh, way too loud though. No problem at all, right? I can see a little play indicator in the list showing me that some queues in this list are playing, some queues in this list are playing. If I go to active queues, I see them all playing here, so I know everything's fine. But I can only see one queue list at a time on this screen. What to do? If you select a queue list and click Open in New Window, that list appears in its own separate window with its own little Go button. That list appears to be in show mode. As you can see, it's got no inspector, it's got no sidebar, it's got limitations. This is the main window. This is a secondary window. You can have many secondary windows open if you want. It can get crowded. Whichever window is frontmost is the one that captures the keyboard. So now we've got several Go buttons to manage. Spacebar only acts on the frontmost window. But if you select a list in the sidebar in the main window, and you go to the Triggers tab, and you give a hotkey trigger, which we haven't talked about yet, to that list, that key is like a Go button just for that list, no matter what. So if I have several lists showing and different lists in foreground, but I press 8, then that list that has 8 set as its trigger, that list will get a Go. One of the most sort of stereotypical reasons to have multiple queue lists with queues playing at the same time in like the real world that I've encountered is a show that uses a queue list for click tracks or backing tracks that are triggered by the musical director. So down in the orchestra pit, we've got the musical director sitting on a piano, and she's got maybe 3 musicians with her who she's cueing in person. But she also has a little button box here. And when she hits go, that button box sends a MIDI message over a long cable up to the booth. And that button box's go triggers the MD specific cue list that has the click track. My operator, sitting here with their cue list, the regular main cue list for their cues here, and the musical director's list here, so they can watch what's rolling and when she hit it and whether there's a problem or not. But my operator never touches this list. My operator lives here and plays cues in this list. That's an example. You can also maybe use a list to program a series of complicated events and then create a start cue which reaches out and tells that list, you go. All of these things, though, are optional. That's critical to like zero in on. Yes, you can play cues in multiple lists if that's helpful to you. Sometimes I find students who are a little like anxious about like, well, why would I do that? And the answer is, if you don't have a reason to do that, feel free to not do that. But if it looks to you like, oh yeah, that would be really useful for me, then that's what it's for. Great. Please.
Maybe I have an irrational fear of using those hotkeys. Going from your last one where the hotkey is the number 8, if I now want to create a text cue that says 808, is that hotkey gonna trigger that? Yeah.
Okay. Give me 1 second to finish carts, and then we'll go to triggers. Because triggers is a big topic, and what you just asked is an important aspect of it. But I just want to quickly wrap up carts before we go down that rabbit hole, right? 2 key things to know about carts. The first one is any type of queue can go in a cart except a group queue. You can ask why if you want, but that's true. Second, there is nothing about a cart that is special. Queues behave the same way, except they are not vertically ordered linearly, Therefore, there is no playhead. Therefore, there are no continues or waits or post waits or follows. So the purpose of a cart fundamentally is random access, not sequential playback. You could use it sequentially by manually being sure that you play just in order. No problem with that. But the root purpose of the cart is random access. Is good? The one thing that sometimes people have a hard time wrapping their head around is the queue itself in a cart behaves exactly the same way as that same queue in a list. There is no difference. Yeah?
So what that means is that if you wanted a series of sound effects to happen, you can't put that in a group. You're going to have to edit that separately in an audio.
If you are using a cart for playback and you want multiple sounds to happen in a predefined sequence, you will either have to go into an audio editor and produce that sequence in a single track or a single audio file and use that as the target of a sound cue, audio cue inside your cart, or build your sequence over here in a list and then use a start cue in your cart to reach out and start that cue in the list. The main value of carts is for folks who find the linear nature of the cue list unfortunate for them, or in some way cross their purposes. That is, I propose, the way to view a cart. If the linear nature of a list is blocking you, try a cart.
And on that point, you can move queues in and out of carts and into lists, or back again. So you can have queues that are in a list and decide you want them in a cart and drag them over to the cart instead. And then you try it there and don't like it and move it back up.
Yeah. Okay. Is good with carts? Oh, no, wait. Cart in new window. Very resizable. If I had a second monitor on this Mac that was a touchscreen, on Macs, touchscreens are kind of janky, but basically they're mouse emulators. When you stab your finger against the screen, it's as though you moved your mouse there and clicked. A cart on a second touchscreen is great. I have set up a Mac running lighting in a venue that was unattended by technical folk and attended regularly by non-technical folk who needed lights up. And so I made a cart that was like everything off, everything on, white, red, moody. You know, I made a couple of looks, and anyone could come up, take mouse, click button, get light, do rehearsal, click blackout, walk away. Right? That was the purpose of the cart, which was full screen in a you cannot possibly miss these buttons kind of a way.
What's the checkbox in the bottom corner?
It says float, and I did not mention it, but I shall. When you have any secondary window in QLab open that has this checkbox in it, clicking that checkbox will cause that window to stay visibly in front of all other windows, whether or not it is the active window. So you can tell on a Mac, this is not a QLab specific thing, this is a Mac specific thing. The active window is the window where these three buttons are in color. Unless you have manually configured your system to use no color in these buttons, in which case it is very, very difficult to tell which is the active window. The window that has a shadow, that has its name in the highest contrast to the title bar, the window that has the these buttons in color, if the whole thing is in color, that is the window that is active. The float box disassociates active from frontmost visually. Makes it much easier to grab a window on a cluttered screen. The smaller your screen, the bigger this checkbox friend is, in my opinion. Not bigger literally. While we're here, I'll point out that in a secondary window, you also get a menu which lists every queue and cart, every list and cart in your workspace, so that you can assign that window to look at that list or cart. That is just another way to help you distinguish whether you're looking at the main window or a secondary window.
And sorry, just a follow-up question. I assume you can drag and drop from that window, so you can have two lists open and you can drag between them easily?
In a limited way. Let's make a new list. Let's open it in a new window. Let's do this down at the bottom. Now I'm going to make a queue over here and call it test queue. I would like to drag this test queue into this window, but no, because this window is effectively in show mode. So if I want to make that change, I know that this new queue list is down here. I drag test queue down to here, and it appears. I also can't drag out. I can drag out of it. Is that on purpose?
It's handy if it is on purpose.
I will bet you $1 entire dollar that for every person who finds it handy, there's a person who finds it enraging. Likewise, if we were to change, it's a what?
It's a bug/feature.
Bug/feature. It's a dessert wax, it's a floor topping. You heard me. Okay, well, looks like we can drag out, but we can't drag in. It's the Hotel California. It's a very liminal space with uncharted possibility. So am I. I'm going to get rid of this queue before it confuses me. The Triggers tab. So we've been running queues mostly by pressing the space bar or clicking the Go button. I want to talk for a moment about sort of like what is Go existentially, right? Go means do this, then stand by the next thing, right? If I have a sequence, don't stand by the very next thing, stand by the thing at the end of the sequence. Okay. Hypothetically, in a well-programmed, by well I mean tightly programmed, accurately programmed, traditional piece of theater, your operator should be able to launch QLab, press nothing but the space bar, and everything should go the way it's supposed to go. Till the end of the show, they quit QLab, and they go home. Basically. Sequential playback of cues, strict order, loose timing. But sometimes maybe we want a cue to happen other times. Out of order, as needed, maybe for a utility purpose, right? So like maybe we have a camera cue running that puts a feed up backstage so that someone can see whether it's time to enter or not. And we know that anytime we're in rehearsal and we hit escape because we want to stop everything that's playing, we also need to get that camera going back again. So it could be convenient to just say, I don't want to dig through my lists and whatever and find the camera cue and select it and press go. I'd love to just be able to snap and hit that camera running again. Triggers are your friend. The purpose of a trigger is to start a cue regardless of the current state of affairs of what's running and what's not running, where the playhead is, which cue list is active, any of that nonsense. If the workspace is open, cues are always listening for their triggers. There are 4 kinds of triggers. That's the left side of the Triggers tab. The right side of the Triggers tab we'll talk about next, and that's about consequence. What happens when this cue gets a trigger other than it plays? So we'll talk about that in a minute. First, we'll talk about the 4 kinds of triggers. The first kind of trigger is a hotkey trigger, is what we call it. It's called a hotkey the way a mic that someone says something into embarrassing is called a hot mic. Hot as in active, as in don't touch it or you'll get burned. A hotkey is a key that at any time, with an asterisk, if you press it, this cue will go. So here I have a video cue. In its triggers tab, I see hotkey trigger box is checked. 1 is entered here into this field. So when I type a 1 on my keyboard, 2 workspaces are open.
You're gonna need to clear all, yeah.
Oh, yes.
And then go to the bottom of the queue list in your second workspace and hit desk place on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just one moment, please.
Obviously, 1 wiggles the right movers. Come on.
No kidding. We're going to temporarily change those.
You can delete those hotkeys entirely if you want.
Great, goodbye. You can go now. I'm skipping ahead in the lesson accidentally. If you're following along, great. If you're not, no problem. We'll get back to it, don't worry. You can hide, you can hide. As I was saying, if I press the hotkey 1, Tigger appears. Tigger is a copyrighted something of somebody, and it's not used with the whatever copyright disclaimer, etc. This happens regardless of where my playhead is, regardless of which queue is active, and as we just saw, regardless of whether or not the workspace is even visible on my screen. That workspace is a second QLab workspace that was hidden in the dock. I pressed 1, but it said, oh, I've got a hotkey trigger. You hit that 1, I'm doing this thing. So, 1. But pursuant to your question earlier, does this mean that literally anytime I type a 1 while this workspace is open, Tigger appears? And the answer is, well, no. Hotkey triggers are set to the side while you are editing text. So if I want to set a note for this queue, because I am in the midst of editing text, the notes field captures the keyboard in order to type in that text, and the 1 does not make it to the hotkey listener. Right? Bit of safety. But only a little bit of safety, right? Because now that I'm not editing, suppose I've got my enthusiastic freshman with the bouncy mouse, and he's, paying close attention, but then he leans. And he leans on the keyboard and hits the 1, right? Okay, Tigger appears, no big deal. But here's one of the biggest reasons that I use hotkey triggers is as a backup for a practical sound effect that might not work. So I did a show called Punk Rock, which was a very arresting piece of theater, which was fascinating because it's a play that until the very last scene, you don't know is a play about school shootings until the last scene, and then you realize that's the play we've been seeing this whole time, and that's kind of the point of what it is, which is, I think, rather brilliant. But that's neither here nor there. The key thing is that in this last scene, a young man enters and produces a gun and fires it several times. The director was given a couple of gun options to look at, and he wanted the scariest looking one, which was a semi-automatic handgun. Blank cartridges, which are safe for stage use, comparatively safe for stage use less powder than the equally sized real bullet. And because there's less powder in it, the amount of gas that's given off by firing the blank doesn't cycle the action of the pistol quite as vigorously as a real bullet would. And so this gun was prone to jamming. And the fight choreographer was very specific with the director about that. Like, this is going to happen 1 in 30 times. It's just going to happen. And the director said, I do not care. That gun looks scary. This play is about how scary guns are. There is no point in reducing how scary it looks. And I think he was right. But what I was asked to do was to record a backup cue. And there's an interesting effect that happens in an acoustically unique environment, which most environments are. I sat in like the 4th row with a really good microphone, and I recorded the actor standing exactly where he stands, pointing the gun exactly the way he points it. And he fired the gun and I recorded it. When I play back that recording, undoctored, in that sound system, in that room, if you're sitting in the 4th row, you'd swear up and down, sideways, that it was the gun. Because the exact acoustic properties, to the best of my ability, were reproduced, including the reflections off the walls and blah, 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 blah. So what we had was a dope backup cue. The action didn't move, you didn't see muzzle flash, that was unfortunate, so of course we're gonna keep using the gun to reproduce the effect as realistically as possible, but I wanted my operator standing there sweating, and the rule was, once the gun is open on stage, your finger is over that button, and if you see the actor move and you don't hear bang, hit it. Everyone understood this. We rehearsed this. We felt safe about it. We rehearsed it many times under many circumstances. We had a whole, for those of you who are worrying, a whole set of protocols to ensure that only this gun was the one that could make it on stage. Only blanks could be loaded into it, both procedurally and physically, literally. Only blanks could fit in this gun, et cetera, et cetera. So we did all that safety work, and then I'm sitting there thinking, well, couldn't the operator just bump the key by mistake in scene 2, and suddenly there's an outrageously loud gunshot in a perfectly ordinary school where they're complaining, a scene where they're complaining about homework? Like, that would totally ruin the play. So, my cue, which had a hotkey, was disarmed from top of show. And just before the kid enters with the gun, stage manager calls a cue, which is an arm cue. The arm cue targeted the backup cue and armed it. When the cue is disarmed, I can hit one all I like, no Tigger. Right before the kid enters, we have this cue called. The arm cue. Okay, stand by, and cue go. And now the hotkey cue is armed. Bang. As soon as the 3 times that the kid fires the gun had happened, there's a disarm cue to once again disarm the hotkey cue. So that's the second level of safety. That one I had to make myself. And if you are doing a show where the hotkey cue is of substantial consequence, I encourage you to do likewise. It's sort of the computer equivalent of the little key in the plastic lid, right? Yeah? To record a hotkey, check the box, click in the field, and type the key you want to be the hotkey. Now, we can also have a key with a command, with a modifier, so I could make it Shift 1. So now just 1, nothing, but Shift 1, Tigger. Okay, that's a 1 step below the key in the plastic lid. That's just the plastic lid with no key. You can record any hotkey you like, with the exception of a few. Do we block the command key overall?
Yes.
We block the command key entirely. So the command key, the key with the little pretzel, which is the point of interest symbol brought to us by the Swiss. We block the command key from use, but you can use Control, Option, Shift in combinations. My script list that I talked about earlier that has a bunch of script cues that I use for getting around having to do math, all of them have hotkeys, all with the Control key. So when I type Control L, my levels adjusting script comes up. And my fingers know that. And that is a way that I've extended QLab my own way. Control L, levels. That's just what my fingers know. And the reason I use Control key is because the Mac has a convention in which there are no default keyboard shortcuts that have only the Control key as a modifier, except inside the terminal. Now, developers can make their own choices, and so there are some apps out there that you'll find that do use just the Control key. But by default, none do, and the Mac OS doesn't, and we in QLab do not build any keyboard shortcuts that start with that have just control as a modifier. So it's a productive little reserved just for you modifier by accident. Yeah? Okay. Yes?
Does it make a distinction between like numpad 1 and 1?
Yes. Good question. Thank you so much. It super duper does. But if I recall correctly, no, yeah, it just completely does. So the trigger here is 1. I type numpad 1, no love. I set the trigger as numpad 1, and it says num1. Now regular 1 does nothing. When I'm working on a show that doesn't have the budget, that has enough budget to have a backup Mac, but not enough budget to have a more sophisticated switching system, I use numpad 0 as my main backup switch. And so both my main and backup Macs are listening for numpad 0. And when you press it, the Mac looks at its IP address, decides whether it's the main or backup, and then it acts accordingly. It's Byzantine, but it works. But I didn't want regular 0. I wanted numberpad 0, so there was no confusion. That is hotkey trigger. If you have multiple cues that have the same hotkey trigger, they all go at once. If you set a hotkey trigger that is also a workspace shortcut, QLab will warn you, but it won't stop you. Feel free to get yourself into that kind of trouble if you want to. Okay. Or if you're doing super experimental theater, maybe that isn't trouble. Maybe that is, in fact, completely intended consequences. I want to create a series of events that possibly crashes QLab, and that is my art. Great. Good for you. Mark Neiser, if you're listening, that was for you. He's a very creative juggler who likes to put QLab way over its edge of comfort zone. Also a very good juggler. Okay, that's hotkey triggers. Moving on. The next type of trigger is the MIDI trigger. Oh. Didn't think this through.
I can get you a MIDI thing.
Do you have one?
Yeah.
Thanks. MIDI, which stands for Musical Instrument Digital Interface. This is, don't worry, I'm not just vamping. I was going to do this anyway. MIDI is a standard that was invented in the 60s to 70s by a group of companies that were competing with each other ruthlessly at the time. But they all agreed that it would be useful if my synthesizer and your keyboard controller could be plugged into each other and just work without too much screwing around. So they invented this standard, which at the time, the goal was, thank you so much, sir.
One USB left on the front.
I do indeed. Vintage. This standard was designed to be inexpensive for everyone to add to their hardware, work reliably without the person using it being much of a technician, because they were marketing it towards musicians who are interested in playing music, not interested in playing with wires and jumpers and switches or whatever. I mean, although there is a breed of musician who is, the goal was we don't want that to be our only target market. We want folks who are just interested in playing the music to be able to just use this. So MIDI is, by design, incredibly stupid. And as a result, it is incredibly reliable. It does exactly what it can do, no more, but it has continued to do it reliably since the 70s without really very much change at all. So MIDI messages come in a form that is, it uses hexadecimal numbers, which is base 16 numbers. But you, the human, often don't see that. You're shielded from it. You instead see things like note on, note off, program change, control change, key pressure, or channel pressure. Then in the case of note on, a note number, which is either 0 to 127 if you're not Yamaha, or 1 to 128 if you are Yamaha. And then a velocity, which is on that same scale. By default, MIDI values range from 0 to 127, unless you're Yamaha. But there are some MIDI messages which use two MIDI messages together invisibly to create a value of 0 to 127 times 127, or 128 times 128, 65,535, I think. That's memory, not math. Don't have math. So here's a device that produces a MIDI message. There is a standard that exists for sending MIDI over USB. It is called class compliant MIDI. It is built into the Mac OS. You'll see if some modern keyboards that piano keyboards that musical keyboards that connect to a computer just have a MIDI jack on the back. You plug it into any computer, you start playing, and your MIDI receiving software will just know what it is. You don't have to install anything. You don't need to screw around with settings. It just knows. That is done for us by other people. So this box, when I press this green button, it sends note on with a note number 1 and velocity 127. That's note 2, note 3, and note 4. So when I press this button, I have programmed it wrong. Nope, I forgot to turn something off. I am sorry. Don't pay attention to this part really very much if you don't want to. Previous. There we go. When I press this button, it sends note, MIDI note on, note 4, velocity 127, appears. This could be a piano, a drum pad, any MIDI device. It could be a MIDI Solutions F8 with a barrette with a long wire soldered to it. This is just another option for triggering a cue, but you can also use MIDI messages at the workspace level and say, this button means go, this button means next, or whatever. We'll talk about that in a bit. But for now, a MIDI trigger is just another way to trigger a specific cue. So why this? Well, I have a drummer in my show. The drummer is playing the drums, but I also have a MIDI trigger pad for them because maybe we're doing Assassins and maybe we have gunfire in that show. I'm sorry about all the gunfire. That's just where I've gotten to because I had to do this exact thing. The drummer needed to give us a gunshot right on a downbeat because that's how Sondheim wrote it. So we have a drum pad. The drum pad sends a MIDI message. The MIDI message comes to QLab and blam, as a trigger. Voila. That's MIDI. For MIDI trigger, MIDI itself uses 16 channels. You can send a message on any of 16 channels. QLab can listen on any channel or on a specific channel for a MIDI trigger. So if I had a bunch of different MIDI devices and they were set to different channels, I could say, this channel might trigger these cues. This channel might trigger those cues. You can sort of slice and dice it to allow yourself a lot of different possibilities. The list of available MIDI messages, we use note on, note off, program change, control change, key pressure, and channel pressure. That's just the list of messages we thought were most likely to be useful to people. We're happy to expand on this list to include other standard MIDI messages, but no one has ever asked us to. So if you find yourself in an environment where you're using a MIDI controller that only produces the vibrato message, and you need to use vibrato message to trigger a cue in QLab, let us know. We can add it. No big deal. Okay. Okay. For velocity, oh yes.
They have velocity control.
Exactly. QLab has this. It has some velocity control. So this device only sends velocity 127 on press and velocity 0 on release. But other things might send different velocities. A piano sends the velocity that you press the keys, the drum pad, and so forth. Here in the MIDI trigger area, you can set a greater than or less than value. So I can say velocity greater than 34. And now any MIDI message that's note 4 at velocity above 34 will trigger this cue, but below 34 it will not trigger the cue. I could also say less than 100 and filter out the hardest hits. I could also say any, and any velocity will work. So if you're using a touch-sensitive controller, but you're not interested in its touch sensitivity, you just want any hit to work, type in any. But if it's a short sound effect or a short cue, you probably actually want to type greater than 0. Because for most MIDI devices, although this is technically breaking the spec, it is very, very common that most MIDI devices send note on velocity 0 when you let go the key. This device does that. The devices I build, which includes this, do that. So I use greater than 0 so that the press registers, but the release does not register. But maybe you like that. Maybe you want bing, bing, 2 bings. Maybe you want 2 different cues, one on press, one on release. So one of them is greater than 0. The other one is less than 1. Yeah? So in this way, actually, I should do this demo with a piano. I could make a series of little Tiggers that get larger. And then the smallest Tigger could be like velocity less than 10. And the next one could be, more velocity. That would be fun. That would be fun. Okay. That's using MIDI triggers. The next type of trigger is a wall clock trigger. The wall clock trigger sets a cue to play at a specific time of day and optionally on a certain day or days of the week. So what is it? It's 1:02 p.m., aka lunchtime. So we could say 1:03 and 0 seconds p.m. And now when 1:03 p.m. comes along, this cue will play. I can set AM or PM. I can also set it to 24-hour time if you are a European or just a member of the military or just like using 24-hour time. And then what happens at this part is that the class is I vamp a little bit for less than 60 seconds until the clock ticks over to the next minute and the sound plays. And then the next time I teach this class, 10 seconds. Then it comes at a different time and it scares me when I'm, not expecting it. Right? 1:03, ping.
When we were setting up the class this morning, we heard the chime, and for a moment, really did not know what had happened. And then Alex said, "Oh, it's the wall clock."
That's a stupid wall clock trigger demo. So this wall clock trigger is based on the Max clock. The Max clock on modern Macs, I have learned, is trustworthy for about 12 hours. It tends to add or lose a few seconds a day unless the Mac is online, in which case it synchronizes with a network time server, and it can be trusted very, very well. Because the network time server is hooked into the atomic clock network, which is, in the immortal words of Marissa Tomei in My Cousin Vinny, dead on balls accurate. The drift is because the price difference between a super accurate timekeeping widget inside a personal computer and a fairly accurate timekeeping widget is pretty astronomical. It's like 3 orders of magnitude. So I can get a reasonably good chip for my computer to keep time for 25 cents. But if I want a really good one, I need 25 bucks. No, 250 bucks or so. So that's like upsetting. But it's a good way to save money when you're building computers, especially since it's going to be online probably, so you can just check network time server and spend someone else's money keeping your clock accurate. So if supreme accuracy of time of day is important to you, keep the Mac online. Once upon a time, we used to say, do not keep the Mac online if it's running shows. That will bring chaos, panic, and disorder into your life. I no longer believe this. I believe with a little bit of care and feeding, a Mac can be kept both online and running a show predictably at the same time. Or, if you're really feeling wild, you could have a separate computer online and have it set up its own network time server that it's on 2 networks. It's on Wi-Fi to the real world and a local network to your show Mac. Your show Mac is not on Wi-Fi. Your show Mac is using your other computer as the network time server, and then best of both worlds, but I don't know, your mileage may vary.
This is of no earthly use to anyone, but I love telling why the wall clock trigger was first added in version 1.
Please.
Which was because there was someone building a show out of a German submarine bunker. And
To be clear, the bunker was German,
yeah.
not just the submarine.
Yes, the bunker was German. And the different rooms of the bunker had different machines running the show, and they had to coordinate with each other. But the walls were 6 to 7 feet of concrete. And there was no way to run cabling to send a MIDI message between the different rooms.
Because the doors have to seal.
Yeah.
Right.
So there was no way to connect the computers physically or via Wi-Fi through 6 to 7 feet of concrete. And so they said the only thing we can do is set times that things will happen. And so that's why the wall clock trigger was added. So thank you, German submarine bunkers, I guess.
Another sentence for the ages. I love it. I just love it. I use it in a much more benign way. I was on a show as the A1. The show didn't have the budget to hire an A2, and by didn't have the budget, I mean, of course, someone decided that it wouldn't have the budget. It was not a musical. It was a play with songs, a distinction without a difference. And I had to both run the pre-show cues that let the audience know the house was open and they could come in, and mic up 8 children backstage, because not only was it not a musical, but it was a Christmas show and it had kids, right? 3 things you try not to do on stage: running water, live animals, small children. This one had only 2 of the 3. And so I'm miking up 8 children backstage while I'm in the booth hitting the open house cue. No, I am not. So I have a wall clock trigger that runs Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at 6:30 p.m. to announce the 7 o'clock the 7 o'clock curtain time. I'm sorry, at 7 p.m. to announce the 7:30 curtain. And on Sunday, I have a separate cue, which is a copy of the same one. It has a wall clock trigger half an hour earlier, because we do an earlier show on Sundays. And this cue runs itself while I'm backstage dealing with the microphones. No German bunker necessary in this particular case.
Is it playing just like the house, the welcome music for the performance, or is it just?
It was a pre-recorded announcement saying, hi folks, thanks for coming to Portland Center Stage. You can go into the theater now. Leave your coffee in the lobby, please.
So basically, if I cared, and there's a master clock in the whole audio rack, right?
But that's a different clock.
Okay, I'm just wondering, so this will only read the Mac one, and if I cared about the other one, it's a different thing.
That clock is a word clock.
Right.
Word clock is different.
Right.
Word clock is not a great name for what it really is. You should think of it more like a conductor,
Yeah.
right?
And I'm like, what if I wanted to read a signal off of that for whatever reason?
If you want to read a signal off of that for whatever reason, what you need, my friend, is the next kind of trigger. You all have been slaying it with the transition questions, by the way. That is the 3rd time today that a question has led at the end of one lesson to the next lesson. Very impressed with you all. Thank you so much. Okay, you have probably a time code generator that is also serving as a word clock. They call it master. I don't like to call it master. I think it's an unnecessary use of a word that connotes violence. So we would say a word clock leader, a word clock encourager, a word clock producer. But it's also producing time code. It's probably producing either linear time code, LTC, what people call SMPTE, or MIDI time code, MTC, what people call the devil incarnate. No one calls it that except me. Friends don't let friends use MIDI time code because MIDI time code is bad. Insofar as any time code is okay, MIDI time code is the worst of them. But we support it because maybe you're in an environment where you have to use it. Maybe that is what is in your rack, and that is the tool available. And I say, that's fine. I say, if you are designing a system, I encourage you to design one without MIDI time code. But to use MIDI time code or linear time code as a trigger, do this. First, select the cue list itself in the sidebar in which you want to trigger cues from timecode. I'm sorry, I went too fast. Is there anyone here who does not know what I mean when I'm talking about timecode? Who needs or wants a quick definition?
I want it.
You want it. You want it. Timecode was invented a long time ago, back in the days when all films were shot using chemical film, not digital, and when all audio recording on film sets was done with magnetic tape on a separate device. So over here is my camera, over here is my audio recorder. They don't know about each other. And then we say, roll camera, roll sound, camera's rolling, sound is rolling, someone goes and runs up and goes whack with the thing, right? Why do they do it? Because we want to have a moment in time that is visually obvious to the camera and auditorily obvious to the tape recorder. So that later when we're in the edit bay after we've shot, we can synchronize the video signal, the visual signal and the audio signal. But back at that time, how does the camera advance 24 frames per second exactly? How well does it advance exactly? Is it exactly 24 frames per second? Or is it nearly 24 frames per second? When you were doing home movies in that era, you literally wound up your camera with a key like a watch. And then, depending on how well the mechanism was operating, you either got exactly, well, those were usually 12 frames a second, or you got almost that many frames a second. Meanwhile, the tape recorder is like, are you spinning at exactly 33 inches per second or almost 33 inches per second? This was driving people out of their heads. And so some clever person was like, I know. We'll create a thing called timecode. It will be a signal generator. It will produce a sound that is hideous to the ears and devastating to speaker cones. Watch it. We will send this signal to the camera and to the tape recorder, and this hideous signal will be easily interpreted by machines as a kind of conductor. It will tell the camera, this is exactly how fast 24 frames per second is. It will tell the tape recorder, this is exactly what 33 inches per second is. I don't know if that's actually the speed that those ran at. That's a speed that some tape recorders run at. I don't know what was common in this era on film sets. Don't at me, internet. And this machine kept the camera and the tape recorder in perfect sync so that when we get to the edit bay 3 weeks later, we don't have to do a whole lot of work. We line it up once for the clapper guy, or don't even need to line it up at all because it lines itself up, and then we can just edit in peace. Okay. But then this signal, fast forward to the future now, this signal, it turns out, remains the most viable control signal for getting lots of different devices made by different manufacturers who aren't talking to each other the way the MIDI folks did in the 60s to all do something at the exact same time. And for shows on cruise ships, for shows like Six on Broadway uses extremely sophisticated timecode where each song has its own timecode sequence. And then the book scenes are disconnected and run like regular theater. But then when the song starts, there's a timecode generator that's triggered, and it provides click track for the musicians. It provides video playback, tempo. It provides lighting, audio. Everything happens synchronized to that, except the mix. The mic mix is still manual. So that's timecode, quick and dirty. LTC is this horrible sounding audio signal. MTC is a MIDI message, a complicated MIDI message that basically does the same thing. You distribute LTC, linear timecode, via audio distribution methods, XLR cable. You distribute MTC, MIDI timecode, via 5-pin MIDI or USB MIDI. And there's another kind of timecode called VITC, vertically integrated timecode, that I've never seen used or had anyone explain to me why they would use it. I understand it vaguely, and it seems like it's very unpopular. And then ArtNet, which is a kind of networked lighting data distribution method, has its own embedded timecode method, which sometimes people ask us to use. Mostly Northern Europeans, it seems pretty popular in there, in the neck of the woods. Don't know why that's true. It's maybe just a quirk of how it caught on. QLab supports linear timecode and MIDI timecode. Okay, that's the brief primer on timecode. There's a longer version, which I'll leave to someone else. Is good? So in your rack, you've got a timecode generator. It produces linear timecode, let's say. So you have an audio device attached to your Mac. You have an output from the linear timecode generator going into that device, into an unused input channel. You select the queue list that you want to trigger queues inside of using timecode. You look in the inspector at the timecode tab, and then you say, yes, sync queues in this list to incoming timecode. You have to enable incoming timecode on a list-by-list basis. The sync source can then be either MIDI timecode, MTC, or linear timecode, LTC. Choose accordingly. And whichever you choose, this menu will then provide you a list of devices attached to your computer which might be receiving that signal. I chose LTC, so this is a list of all the audio devices attached to this computer. If I chose the Blackmagic Ultra Studio 4K Mini, which is this guy, it would be the QLab's expectation that one of the audio inputs on this box is receiving timecode signal. Let's say it's audio input number 2. I would then type input channel 2 here. I then choose the format of timecode coming in. How do I know which format? I ask the timecode person, what format are we using? And they say, what do you mean format? And I say frame rate. And they say, we're using 25 frames. Okay, fine. I guess we're in Europe. They say, we're using 30 frames drop. What's drop? Doesn't matter. It means sometimes a frame goes away. Don't worry about it. 30 frames drop, there we are. You just have to match. It doesn't matter what frame rate you use at all in this context. At all. It just matters that it's the same. So as long as everyone agrees, great. And mostly by agree, we mean we all agree that that's what you said you're sending me. Then you have some choices here, which we're going to talk about later because they're complicated. And it's a little past lunchtime, and we shouldn't talk about complicated things right before lunch. You talk about complicated things after lunch when the blood sugar has gone back up. So once that's set up, then you can go look at an individual queue. And then for that queue, you go down to timecode trigger, you check the box, and you enter a timecode time that you want the queue to go. So once the timecode machine is started, at 10 seconds and 9 frames, this queue will trigger. That's timecode. I can enter it in the form of timecode, or I can enter it in the form of real time, which is to say, rather than using frames, we use decimal fractions of a second, but the time is the same absolute time. It's just a matter of what's useful for displaying it to you. Most of the time, almost all of the time, you will want this to be showing you timecode, because almost all of the time, everyone else who's working with you will be speaking in terms of frames. You can also roll timecode, wait for the moment you want, and then click capture. And then that frame of timecode that's coming in at that moment will be captured and used as the trigger time. You can't put capture on a hotkey, but what you can do is create a queue which sends the capture message and then put that queue on a hotkey. But this button itself can't be hotkeyed. There is, I think, yeah, there is, why am I just thinking about it? Let's show about it. In the QLab manual, which you can find online at qlab.app/docs/v5, or if you're just a little quicker, qlab.tips, or if you're feeling angry, qlab.wtf. In tutorials, timecode tools, there is a downloadable example that has a bunch of little convenience work for working with timecode. Among them is a capture and go setup. So you can roll timecode, run your show, and it will effectively stamp each queue that you go with the incoming timecode. It's easier to point you to this than to talk through it. It's actually slightly involved. But I encourage you, the point of these tutorials is for folks to download them and do whatever you like with them. So enjoy. There's a little bit more to get into with timecode, more than a little bit, but I'm going to save it. And I have found that for some people, any amount of timecode conversation is too much, and for other people, any amount of timecode conversation is too little. So I'll let you guide us after lunch. High blood sugar topic. We have now discussed all 4 trigger options on the left side of the Triggers tab. Now we will discuss the options on the right side of the Triggers tab. So the left side, how do I start my queue other than the Go button? The right side, what else happens besides this queue going when I'm told to go? So let's look at those. The first option is called Fade and Stop Others. When this box is checked, Fade and Stop, you choose one of 3 categories of queues which will be faded and stopped when this queue starts. Your choices are Peers, List, or All. All is the simplest. Every queue in this workspace will be faded and stopped whenever this queue starts. So if you have an announcement pre-recorded on your Mac that says, "Excuse me, patrons, thank you so much for coming this evening. The building is on fire. Will you please go away?" You might set that queue to fade and stop all, so that no matter what else is happening in QLab when you run it, that other thing stops happening. Maybe you're in the middle of an enormous symphonic cue list of all kinds of wonderful sound effects, and you cannot hear the announcement. So Fade and Stop All is a really nice choice there. Fade and Stop List will stop all the other queues in the same list as this queue. Okay, so maybe I have in this list, I have a series of sound effects that I want to make sure they're only happening one at a time. But in other lists, I have stuff going on that I don't want to interrupt. And then the last option is Fade and Stop Peers, and that's the smallest and most restrictive set. Queues that are peers of each other are at the same hierarchical level within a list. So all these queues here, all these Tiggers, are inside a group queue, so they're all peers. But all the queues outside of that group are not peers of these queues. So this is another reason why you might want to use a Start First and Enter group, which has no other purpose other than the visual enclosing, as we've discussed, but it also creates a set of peers. So when any one of these queues is triggered, the other queues fade out and stop, but not any other queue. I can set the fade time here. I set it to 1 second because I felt like it. You can choose any time you like. The next option is Duck or Boost. This music is playing, and then this is, we imagine, a pilot's announcement. And the pilot is set to duck audio of other queues in this list. When I run the pilot,
well, good day, ladies and gentlemen.
the music ducks down by 12 dB. When the pilot's done speaking, the queue ends, and the ducked queue fades back up. The up and down fade times are symmetrical. I chose 1 second here, but I could use any time. I chose 12 dB of duck, but it could be any amount. And if you make it a positive number, then it's boost. Not sure why you'd do that in this context, but you could imagine, say, a video queue playing, and when this video is playing, the audio that goes with this video gets boosted. And when this video queue stops, that same audio ducks away into the background. Duck or boost. Yeah? Duck boost is scoped to the same list. It's hard-coded. You can't choose all list peers. It's just list. And these were all developed basically in reaction to specific requests. And so that is why one is peers list all and the other is all in list. Something we might look at in the future, but so far the amount of pressure to develop that in the form of feature requests coming from people like you has been very small. Next, we come to a series of possibilities, which is difficult to encapsulate under one name, so I just call it second triggers. This here says, if running a second trigger, and then there's a menu. The default behavior of queues in QLab is, if I am running and I am told to go or start while I am already running, I just keep doing what I was doing, and I ignore that request. Does nothing means that, and that's the default behavior of all queues in QLab when they're created. If running, a second trigger has no effect on me. But we can change that. I've got hotkey 2 set up here to start this queue. I've now realized that I think these queues are louder than I would like. So this queue, which is triggerable by hotkey 2, is set to panic when it receives a trigger while it's running. So 2 starts it, and 2 stops it. Essential, though, it doesn't matter what sort of signal to go comes in. If I start with the hotkey, but then I start it again with the go button, the second trigger action happens. So the method of going is not important. The method of starting is not important. It's just, am I running? If so, am I told to run again? If so, do what? This. So panic is the default behavior. The next behavior is called stop. I've put a reverb on this one to show you when I run another trigger, it stops, but the reverb keeps going. That's to draw a distinction between stop and hard stop. For, we hear the reverb, we hear the music, but when we hard stop it, the reverb is also stopped. So stop means you stop playing, but leave the audio pathway open in case there's something like a reverb to decay out. Hard stop means don't care, stop it, silence, be gone. Hard stop is in fact what happens to a queue that panics while it's panicking, in case you were curious. 1 escape key is panic, 2 escape keys is hard stop. Okay? Hotkey 5 shows us the next option, hard stop and restart. We're getting into sampler territory now. For those of you who've ever had the pleasure of sitting in front of an Akai S6000, tearing your hair out, trying to make it do what you want it to do and not what it wants to do, this is your cure. Hotkey 6 demonstrates panic with this box checked, second trigger on release. And before I demonstrate this, I'm going to do something slightly irrelevant, which is to turn off the built-in speaker. I press 6, and I keep my finger down because it's watching for a release of this key. Go as long as I keep holding. And that's true for hotkeys. It's true for carts. So a cue in a cart, if you click on it, will start playing, and if it's set to second trigger on release, when you let go of the mouse, that counts as a second trigger. And a MIDI note, it will watch for the corresponding velocity 0 or note off message. So a note on to play, note off or velocity 0 will cause the second trigger. The next one, if running second trigger devamps, is not easy to explain out of order because we haven't talked about devamping yet. But in short, I will say this allows a looping cue to exit its loop and proceed onward. And when you talk about audio on Friday, you will talk about devamps, and then this will suddenly, post hoc, come into focus, you know, in the peripeteia of class. The moment in which we realize the truth of what we've been doing my favorite word from dramaturgy class. Playlists have another pair of behaviors. A playlist that has cues that have infinite duration cannot advance itself, right? Because when a cue plays that has infinite duration, there's no going to the next cue. So this playlist has hotkey of 8. If running, a second trigger plays the next cue. Tigger, 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 Tigger. And we advance using this hotkey. So this is for your guy. This is for your CEO with the clicker. If running, second trigger plays next. Set that to the playlist itself, give him a clicker, have the clicker's key press be the trigger. Some clickers just send a keyboard key. Some send a MIDI message. If you have the Disarm perfect cue, that's ideal because that can send a key code or a key that doesn't have a corresponding key on the keyboard, I think. But it certainly can, no, I'm gonna not say what I don't know for sure. I think that it can send MIDI messages. I won't swear to it. I used to make a wireless version of this and I had a parts problem and I'm hoping to bring it back, but I've got other things to do right now. So hopefully there will be a wireless MIDI button that I can bring to you. There's also a company called Audio Ape that makes a wireless MIDI gadget that has many virtues. And then the other option for second trigger is to play previous. If you want to click backwards through a playlist for whatever reason, you can do that too. And that is the entirety of the triggers tab. This is some heady stuff. It's tricky, but this is where we start to get into the nuts and bolts of, I know QLab's designed to do like this, but I am doing like that, right? There are shows I have seen that don't use the go button whatsoever and exclusively use triggers. And those triggers come from contact closures on doors or volume sensors, right? You can get a hardware box that with a microphone on it, and when it gets louder than X, send a MIDI message. Sky's the limit. The sky's the limit, not this guy's the limit. Questions about triggers? Does it feel like I've explained it at least enough for you to feel like you understand the basics? With all complicated things, the first time you hear it should not be to be good at it. It should be so that the second time you hear it, it's not new. That's how I feel about all complicated topics. Take the pressure off yourself to feel like you've got to know it the first time you hear it. Just feel like the second time won't be strange. And then you'll percolate, and then either after lunch or tomorrow, you'll have questions, and that's fine. Or farther down the road, and you can send us an email. Further down the road. Okay, it's 1:30. It's been 4 hours. I think we should have lunch. I think we should have lunch for an hour. And it's actually 1:33. So I think that we should resume class at, it's 1:34. At 2:35, we will break for an hour and a minute. And I will see you back here at that time. Internet folks, we will be back in an hour and a minute. And enjoy your lunch break or your whatever break it is for you. And we'll talk about more QLab things. Thanks. Back on, and you are giving me the thumbs up signal, which the universal sound guy sign for yes, it is working. Keep it going. Okay, there we go. I have everything in order. Just going to vamp a little bit while folks come walking in from the lobby. No problem, no worries. Hello, welcome back. This is the after lunch session. I hope that everyone has improved their blood sugar. I'm going to look at my little list and make sure that I don't wander off too much into a tangent, other than the tangent a level of tangent I ordinarily go into. In reviewing my notes, though, I saw that timecode is on the docket for tomorrow. So I'm going to leave the added detail about timecode and timecode triggering alone, and I will ask Chad, Chad to convey to Charles, to please spend a little time on when timecode starts, when timecode stops, if you please.
I don't know if we need to vamp anymore for waiting on people, but in the interest of potentially one more person coming through, if you're really interested in the history of timecode, there's a little video. You could write into us, and I could send you a little video where in the depths of the pandemic, I was doing like a little thing to pass the time, which was talk to smart people about interesting things that were delightful to them. I talked to Sam, had a really good time. I also talked to my colleague Siobhan, who happens to be kind of a world expert on timecode, the history of timecode, how it works, wrote all of our timecode software programming code. And we did a whole fun discussion about the history of timecode and all of the bad decisions that went into it, of which there were many. And so if you found that topic kind of just, like car crash fascinating, we can send you like a deep dive on all the reasons that all of those things were decided in the way that they were, and it's fun. It's fun in a horrible way.
It is. It's delightful, and I will say Siobhan also teaches film scoring, so comes at timecode from the perspective of sort of a practical application from the other end of needing to write the music and play it appropriately in the studio to score the picture. I also want to add a piece of theater written by Aaron Sorkin called The Farnsworth Invention, which is a play about the invention of television by Philo Farnsworth, who was someone you've never heard of and continued to be someone you've never heard of because of the way capitalism works and the way RCA Victrola had power at the time. And it also turns out he was wrestling with a lot of the same things, such as why does television work at 30 frames per second or 60 frames per second? Is because electricity works at 60 hertz in the United States, and things like that. It's the same kind of like, wait, really? Really?
And all the decisions made sense in the moment.
Yeah.
It's just that they piled up over decades to end up with something that everyone uses because it's the best thing available, and gosh, it's just riddled with decades worth of decisions that are of no use to us as theater people. But there they are, and we have to deal with them.
Yeah. Well put. Okay, remaining items on the docket for today are making queues, targeting queues, and running queues, some of which we've kind of blown right through. So I'm unlikely to spend much time on them, but I want to make sure that I overtly state that that is part of the goal of today. And if anything surrounding those topics feels vague to you, please feel free to drag me in that direction more. Also, we're going to talk about workflow tools and a special shout out to auditioning. And we're going to talk about lighting. Not at all.
Timeline groups, we're going to come back to...
Yes, I'm sorry. And yes, indeed, we are going to come back to timeline groups. In fact, maybe we'll do that sooner rather than later. This class is sort of has been a slowly evolving thing for quite a long time. And this is the first time that we've done this class with the subject matter laid out in this orientation. So part of this is also like feeling out, is this a good order of operations for this class? What works? So that's why there's a little bit of like, oh, what do I do next? Kind of moment. Yes, so we will return to timeline groups. Want to first, though, give an opportunity. Are there any questions that percolated over the lunch break that feel relevant to something we talked about just prior to the lunch break? Because now is the best time for those if they've come up. Yeah.
Could you please put some time into fade cues, stop, start? From my perspective, it's mainly for audio, but I'm sure
Absolutely.
similar applies to.
Absolutely. So tomorrow is largely video and networking. Friday is largely audio, collaboration, and troubleshooting. And so I will reserve the majority of the discussion about fading to as pertains to video and to audio per se. But I think it is a good idea to touch on the basics of fading now or today.
Unfortunately, I will not be able to be here on Friday. I'm wondering if it doesn't make a difference if the days can be switched.
It does make a difference, unfortunately, for you. I am sorry.
Okay.
But of course, all 3 days are being filmed and streamed live, and those streams will remain available indefinitely until we teach another Q class when they will be replaced by another comprehensive class. So that subject matter will remain available to you, though you yourself will not be here in person.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for coming when you could come. Certainly appreciate it. And appreciate all of you who have made the trip, no matter how small or large. We really do appreciate that very much. Alrighty. So, making and targeting cues is a topic that we've largely covered, but I just want to just capture or put a point on just a few specifics. We talked about the toolbar, about how you can click on a button in the toolbar to create a cue, click and drag, and likewise the toolbox. You can double click, click and drag. You can also use the keyboard shortcuts. There's also a menu, the cues menu, which lets you choose a cue type, and it will appear, a new cue will appear in your cue list below the selected cue if you select a cue type from the cues menu. It's a bunch of ways to make new cues. You can also drag and drop cues. So, oops, this mouse is a little stickier than my mouse. So if I have media files in the Finder, and I want to make a cue, an audio cue that targets this audio file, if I drag the audio file into QLab, it appears as an audio cue. To be clear, what happens is QLab creates an audio cue and then sets the target of that audio cue to the file I dragged in, just to be super specific about it. But I wanted to show that that works for as another way to create cues, yet another way to create cues. And I want to talk about how cues targets can be set both by you and automatically, because there's some behavior that QLab makes assumptions about. So one of them is, indeed, as you just saw, when you drag a file type that can be targeted by a cue into QLab, QLab produces a cue that targets that file. So that's one way that QLab automatically targets a cue. Another way is if you have a cue selected and you create a type of cue which can potentially target the cue you've selected, QLab will presume that you want that new cue to target the selected cue. So here I have Q202 is selected. If I create any cue while 202 is selected, that is able to target 202, it will target 202. So here I go, I create a fade queue, and we see that at its inception, this fade queue targets Q202. Because 202 was a valid target, the valid target was selected at the moment that I created the new queue. Fade queues start, stop, pause, load, reset, devamp, go to, arm, and disarm are all queues that would have automatically targeted that queue when I created them. Because all of those queues I just listed are able to target this type of queue. If I create, say, a light queue while Q202 is selected, light queues don't have targets. So this light queue comes into being with no relationship to Q202 per se. If I create a video queue, which can have targets, it also comes into being with no target because it cannot have cues as its target. It can have only media as its target. Does that make sense? So it not only has to be a queue that can have targets, but that can have targets of this exact type. If I have multiple queues selected, and I create a queue that can target those multiple queues, QLab asks me what I want it to do. Do you want it to create 3 fade queues after the last selected queue? Do you want it to insert a fade queue after each selected queue? Or did you not mean to have these 3 queues selected, and do you just want to create 1 fade queue with no target and please leave me alone? That last part is implied. My default behavior when I'm working is the first one. The blue button, generally speaking, in Mac OS, when one button is blue, it means hit enter and this button will happen. So I do. And voila, 3 fade queues which target the 3 audio queues. I'm going to command delete those queues, do it again, and make a different choice. I click that button, and look here, it says the numbers may also be used as hotkeys. So if I tap 2, it will be as though I click the second button, which is insert a fade queue after each selected queue. And now I have 202, fade 202, 203, fade 203, 204, fade 204. Maybe that's what I wanted. Command delete. After I've made a choice in that dialog, when I click again to create a fade queue with 3 queues selected, notice now that option 2 is what's blue. QLab figures the thing you did last time is the thing you might want to do next time, and it makes it the default. If I hit enter, that's the button that will get pressed instead of the one that I actually tend to prefer myself. This is just a way of QLab trying to figure out what it is you're up to and trying to make it quick for you to do it. So every time you make a choice, QLab tries to help you make that same choice again as quickly as possible the next time you do something similar. Yeah?
So it wants to learn from you.
It wants to learn from you. It is not going too deep in the learning, though. It will make no other assumptions based on this behavior. So that is auto-targeting of new queues. When I have a queue that can accept a file target, if I look in the Basics tab, the target field will show the full path to the file, including the whole file name. The little X button will remove that file as a target. The magnifying glass will reveal that target file in the Finder. If this window were closed and I clicked it, it would open it for me and show me the file. Where on my computer is this file? Just click the magnifying glass, you'll find it. Voila. A queue that can have queue targets shows the queue number and name of the target queue. If I have another available queue and I want to retarget the start queue, I could take this second queue and drag it, see the white dotted area? Drag it onto that area, and that would set the new target. Or I could double click there and simply type in the queue number of the queue that I want as the target. Ah, you say, but then what if you delete the queue number? Will it lose its target? It will not, because the queue number is a shorthand. The queue number is a convenience for you, the human. What the targeting mechanism actually uses an invisible other identifier called a QID, which is a unique and long string, and you don't have to worry about it. But that's what it uses to hook queues together in the background. You can also, of course, edit the queue number right here, X to clear, and magnifying glass to jump the selection to the target file. If they're side by side, it's very undramatic. But if they're separated by dozens of queues, it can be really nice to just hit the magnifying glass, and now I'm looking at the queue that's the target of this queue. Please.
Looking at your target breadcrumbs there, it doesn't look like your system is making a second copy in the QLab file.
A second copy of what?
So like if I drag a file into my QLab, it's making a file in my QLab folder for that show. Yours looks like it's still staying with the original file.
Because the original file is already in my...
It's already in there. Okay.
Yeah. You've jumped ahead to a topic that is not this topic, but I wanted to answer your question.
Okay.
If what he just said makes no sense to you, fear not, it will come up later. And if what he said does make sense to you, then good. Does that feel a satisfactory answer?
My file structure just looks different, so it may...
Yeah.
It looked like I now have two files on my computer of that same thing.
Take the one that QLab made and drop that into your workspace, and it won't duplicate it.
Okay.
This is the file that QLab made.
Got it.
It just didn't make it today.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. So that's automatic targeting. That's file targets and queue targets. The request was to talk about fades a little bit, and I think this is a good time to talk about fades because the fade queue is like the group queue insofar as it has a slightly different sort of foundational behavior than other queues. It's salud. It's a little separate and apart. First, let us define fade, because in a tech theater sense, in a design sense, I wish to have a succinct definition of fade that sort of non-negotiably encompasses everything that it should and excludes everything that it shouldn't, so that it's easy to talk about. And here's the definition I've arrived at. A fade is a change in at least one parameter over time. That's it. Not more complicated than that, but it is also not less. People talk about crossfades, fade-ins, fade-outs. These are all just fades. A fade-in is a fade from an imperceptible loudness or opacity to a perceptible loudness and opacity. A fade-out is the reverse, a fade from perceptible down to imperceptible. And a crossfade is simply two fades at the same time, or one fade fading two parameters. If I want to crossfade from this speaker to that speaker, all I'm doing is turning this one down at the same time as turning that one up. You can get a little elaborate about it if you want and talk about how quick does this one go down and that one go up. But at its root, it is just changes in parameters over time. And sometimes time means 0 seconds. That's still time. It's a very small amount of time. None, in fact, the smallest amount. So that's what a fade is. That's first. Second, what can a fade do for me in QLab? Well, since we know that a fade is a change in parameter over time, what it can do is take a parameter or several parameters of its target and change them. So here we have the bell. We could, for example, fade out the level of the bell. With the bell queue selected, we look at the Levels tab. We see its loudness here. We go to the fade queue. We see that it's targeting Q203, but it's got the red X. Why? No parameters are set to fade. This fade cue is targeted, but nothing is being changed by it. So it says, here I am, put me in, coach, tell me what to do, right? So we say, all right, let's take the main level and bring it to silence, minus infinity. If you are not a sound person, here's the very brief explanation of sound and how we sound weirdos deal with levels. 0 is very loud. Negative infinity is silent. And we just operate on a regular, everyday, normal logarithmic scale between those two, no big deal. Huh. More to follow. But in short, minus inf means silent. So this fade cue now has one control, which is lit up, yellow, and has a level in it, minus inf. And it's the main level control. And so what this says is, this fade cue, find its target, 203, and set the main level control from wherever it is to minus infinity. And we're going to make the fade much faster, 1.5 seconds. So now I'm going to roll the bell and then the fade cue really shortly after. And I take it out. The fade cue changes levels over time. Voila. Fade cue can also fade other parameters, not just loudness, right? It can fade opacity of a video cue. It can fade the position of a video cue on screen. It can fade other things. More discussion of fade cues to follow tomorrow and the next day, but in short, that, leave me alone please, NRDC, now is not the time. That is what a fade cue is. The shape of a fade is the nature of the slope of that change, right? In QLab, some fades are what we refer to as fades along a curve, in which this grid represents percent doneness left to right. I'm sorry, percent doneness up to down, and time left to right. So over the duration of the fade, what is the slope of the change? How rapidly does it move to 50% and then beyond 50% to complete, or so forth? In the abstract, this feels very abstract, but when we start actually tinkering with fading things, it will become clearer. The point that I want to make by bringing this up is that fade cues can alternately, instead of using a curve, can use a path, which is a 2D drawing that allows you to fade parameters two at once with draw a 2D shape that represents the relationship of those two parameters over time. You're going to spend a little time on fade paths tomorrow, but I wanted to, as I said earlier, let that be the first time you heard it, so that tomorrow when you hear it, the little back part of your brain that's worried about whether or not you've heard something before can be like, yeah, I know all about that. Now tell me how it works. We're not going to spend too much more time on fades, but since light cues fade, I wanted to soften the entrance. Okay? People feel basically good about fades? Great. File cues and cue targets. Okie dokie. Let us return now, as promised, to timeline groups. We talked about all manner of group modes, but the timeline group has a trick up its sleeve that we didn't get into detail on. When you have a timeline group selected, the inspector has a tab called the Timeline tab. And the Timeline tab offers a graphical representation of the cues within the group. So just as I can see the cues here, background, left shutter, divider, and some fades, here I see background, left shutter, divider, and some fades. All these cues are pushed up against the left edge, that's time 0, and then time moves this way in a line Imagine that. Here, you see a queue that has a 0.25 second pre-wait, two queues with a 0.25 second pre-wait. In the timeline, at 0.25 seconds, we see those queues start. The timeline is just another way to view this information. There is no unique information available in the timeline view, but there are some unique editing tools available to you in the timeline view. For example, inside this group is a piece of audio This piece of audio has what we call slice markers. We'll spend more time on this later, but slice markers are part of the AIFF and WAV file format standard, which allow you to annotate specific moments in the track. QLab can use these markers to do some clever tricks with looping, which Chris will teach you all about on Friday. But in the timeline group, in the timeline tab, markers also appear visibly, and other cues in the group can be grabbed and snap to those markers. What these cues are is not important right now. The point is that if I'm trying to follow this piece of music, which I will make quieter so that I can talk over it, if I'm trying to follow along to this piece of music and make events happen on these beats, I could painstakingly figure out the time by hand and type in pre-wait times to make cues line up with those moments. Or I could use the markers that are in the file that were given to me by my audio editor, or that I made myself, and we'll talk about that shortly. Look in the timeline and then simply slide the cues and snap them up against those markers. Much easier, yeah? We are, after all, predominantly a visual species, and it is nice to be able to use your eyes when available.
When the lighting department asks me to give them time codes so that they can do synchronized lighting and sound stuff, and I show them this, usually we go with this.
Yeah.
It's just easier for everybody.
Usually we go with this. This summer, every summer, I stage manage a pair of dance shows, one in July and one in August. And this year, we triggered all but 2 or 3 cues using this method, where I had a series of MIDI messages that got sent to the EOS to have light cues happen. And the designers came over and said, oh yeah, there. Where's that big drum beat? Is that? Yeah, there. And that was that. And the cues were on. Not close to on. And it turns out when you have LED fixtures, the difference between close and on is surprisingly obvious. We all, those of us who grew up with incandescent lights, learned that there's sort of a 1/10 of a second slop between on and close to on. But this is not true with LEDs. 0 count means 0. Someone had a question over here or a comment.
So these slice markers, they have to be added in an audio editing program?
No, they can be added in QLab as well, but they can be added in an audio editing program. So when I write music or edit sound effects, I use Apple's Logic. That's my preferred DAW. Reasonable people may differ on which of the DAWs except Pro Tools are the best. And most of them will export AIFF or WAV files with the markers intact. Pro Tools, you have to do a funny little dance where you export a marker list and then use a different tool to merge the markers with the AIFF or WAV file. I don't know why, it doesn't matter to me, I don't use it, it's much too expensive, no thank you. But all audio editors have a facility for this. My 2-track editor of choice is called Twisted Wave. It's very inexpensive, although they just switched to a subscription model because of reasons that I think are actually fairly okay. But it's still very affordable, and it's fast and easy to work in and provides good support for markers. So I write my music in Logic. I have markers automatically generated by things like tempo changes, key changes, adding or subtracting tracks. Those markers appear in the exported AIFF or WAV file as slices, and I can just start working with them straight away in QLab. Or if I need to make my own, I can click anywhere in the timeline of the audio cue and click either Add Slice or M on the keyboard for marker. And it makes one right there for me. We'll spend more time on markers and looping with markers down the road. Yeah?
In the timeline view, is there any way that we would be able to pin that WAV file so that as we scroll down, we've got a bunch of cues in there so that that doesn't scroll up?
Select the cue, press this button, pin or unpin selected cues, and now that cue is pinned to the top. If you want to pin another cue, you can pin it also. Pinning allows you to display cues out of order. Doesn't matter, but that's the move. And indeed, for a complicated timeline like this, I absolutely would pin the audio cue to the top so that I can scroll all the way down here and get this thing going just the way I want.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. If I click this button to pop out the inspector and move the inspector from being docked in the main window to its own window, then I can make it nice and tall also to get my work done. If you have a scrolly mouse, holding down Option and scrolling changes the vertical zoom. Holding down Option, Shift, and scrolling changes the horizontal zoom. If you have a trackpad, pinch and squeeze, pinch and pinch in and out, and 2 fingers for scrolling. And that's the timeline cue. Highly recommended to get comfortable with this view. This sets the timeline group a little bit apart from other things in QLab. It's the only place people often long for a sort of nonlinear editor type of interface, a little DAW type of interface, and this is the way to get it. It's not exactly a DAW, it's not exactly a nonlinear editor. It is simply another representation of everything you can do in here. But what's easier, figuring out 8.48, 9.9, 10.62, 12.73 by hand, or doing it with your eyeballs? Easier with your eyeballs. Yeah?
Is there a way to, like an auto snap kind of thing? Like, is there a shortcut to toggle between slip and, like, a shuffle?
So when you drag a cue left to right, the blue lines show snap points. If you keep your mouse within the horizontal plane of the cue you're dragging, you see all snap points that are possible. But if while you hold your mouse button down, you move your mouse vertically to a specific other lane, you see only the snap points from that lane. So that's one thing. The next is oh dear. Give me one moment to make. The next is, this audio cue has been trimmed. I can adjust the trim right in the timeline view by clicking and dragging on the ends. I can, oh, I get it wrong all the time. What's the keyboard combo for slip? Do you remember? Anyone? There's another keyboard shortcut that I'm unable to grasp at this moment. Do you recall? To the dock. If only I had written a long list. Slip is hold down Option. But it's not working for me. I wonder why. Do you also wonder why? You don't wonder? You know?
Oh, no, I do wonder.
Oh, you do wonder. Great. Yes. Slip is possible, in theory, by holding down Option, but we don't know why.
According to the docs, note that only queues without slices can be slipped.
Ah!
There it is.
J'accuse. So let's go to the queue. Let's delete all the slices. Let's go back to the group and try to slip it. Oh yeah, look at that slippiness. So slippy. So Option for slip, grab the end. So there you go.
Would it break it if you made it possible to slip with slices?
Yeah. Seems like it would. Don't know much about it though. Fellas?
I didn't implement this feature, so I don't know. The guy who did is on paternity leave, so we'll find out in a couple months.
Yeah.
There's a question from the stream, which
Oh, good.
I don't know if we know the answer to, but it is about how do you make logic automatically set markers for those things that Sam mentioned?
So tempo changes, it just does. Anywhere you insert a tempo change, you get a marker by default. But there is, okay, this is really hard to do without looking at it, so I'm looking at it in my memory, which is why my eyes are closed. In Logic, big unified window, channel strips on the left, tracks in the middle, lists of stuff on the right. And in one of those lists of stuff is markers. And there are a billion little options in there. Some of those include when Logic should or shouldn't automatically generate markers. And, oh, look, this person has it right there. Thank you. On the right, I think you need a track. I think it needs to have a region. Oh, this is simple mode. I have to turn on complicated mode. Is that okay with you? All right, I'm turning on complicated mode. It's called enable complete features, but I feel like Apple really call it complicated mode. That's what it is. Okay, yeah. So when you're in complicated mode in Logic, in the toolbar on the upper right are 4 buttons. One of them is 3 lines preceded by 3 dots, like a little bulleted list. That button gives you a sidebar with 4 tabs, event, marker, tempo, and signature. And in there are more options than any reasonable person should use. So you can pick yours and it will generate and or modify, thank you so much, markers according to a wide variety of criteria. It's good stuff. I just did a tempo change once in a composition and then bounced it to QLab, and I was like, "Wow, look at that, markers." So that's why that one sticks in my personal memory. Is the stream following up?
No, so I'm assuming you've answered every single question.
Exquisite. I love this. I love this for us. Okie dokie. So this is the fancy business with timeline groups. And this is why this leads to, now going back to I'm pretending I'm teaching a design class. For tidy QLab workspace programming, consider making a rule for yourself that no queues are visible to the operator unless they are queues that the operator runs. I don't ever, me personally, use follows and continues outside of enclosing groups. When my operator sits down at QLab, I want them to see only queues that they know at some point they will press go on. So like, yeah, like here's an example. All these queues, if I unfold them by holding shift and typing angle bracket pointing that way, they open up and show me all the stuff inside. But when I fold it up, I just see all the things the operator triggers. I'm trying to find an example of a queue sequence that I would not make myself for a show, but which is, well, yeah, no, this is a great example of things I would do. All these things fold up, and when they're folded up, you only see queues that you run by hand. The timeline group and or start first and go next groups with follows and continues are the way to achieve this. And I recommend it enthusiastically. It's a way of giving your operator confidence. Is stuff gonna happen and I don't really know what? Is this gonna scroll really fast past a zillion queues? This is the reason that I'm like, I don't wanna like talk smack about a competitor. This is the reason that when I was a young designer, getting next to SFX was really challenging for me, because you could get into a scenario where you'd press go on a queue and then many pages of queues would scroll by without you doing anything. And it would go faster or slower and you never really felt confident that it was done. You just had to know and hope that the stage manager was not calling another queue until after it stopped working. I do not like that for me. Or my operator. I like my operator to see just closed groups. I press go, stuff happens, I don't need to see it. I'm busy doing the show. Timeline groups facilitates that, in my opinion. Okay. Group questions? I've been thinking about auditioning and talking about auditioning. I think Chris and Chad actually is unwise prior to talking about some kind of playback. So I know that we discussed it happening today, but I think that it would be better if it happened on Friday. I'm making the change. It's gonna go after patches, but before collaboration, which is, I think, the best home for it. Sorry to tease. That's where it belongs. It's live theater, anything can happen. Except for you watching the stream later, it's pre-recorded live theater. Anything did happen. We're gonna talk about workflow tools. Mostly, some of these workflow tools are predicated on things that we haven't learned yet. So I'm gonna kind of gloss over them, but give you the sense of them. But the purpose of this collection is there's stuff that QLab does that the audience sees or hears. Plays stuff that plays an audio cue, plays a video cue. Okay, that's all well and good. And then there's stuff that QLab does that the audience doesn't really see or hear but really matters, like sending a MIDI message to tell the lighting console to go or to tell the sound console to change scenes or whatever. But then there's other stuff QLab does that's not for the audience in any way, but is only for you, the person using QLab, to make possible what is otherwise impossible or make easy what is otherwise difficult. So I want to click through these tools really quickly just to prime the pump, as it were, of the kinds of things you can expect QLab to be able to help you with. My goal is not for you to feel like a complete expert at all of these features, but only to give you enough traction on them to know I got to go learn more about that, including asking me about it in a minute, if that's what you feel like doing. QLab has a find tool, which you can access with Command F, but you can also go to the edit menu, onto the find menu and choose find. And when you invoke find, the toolbar disappears, and in its place, a text box appears where you can start typing words. As you type, QLab will, in real time, highlight in yellow all of the cues in the current cue list which match the criteria that you're typing according to cue number, cue name, the text included in cue notes, the file name of the target file for cues that have target files, the cue name of the target cue for cues that have cue targets, and I believe the contents of OSC messages for network queues which send OSC messages, or in fact the contents of any message sent by a network queue. So basically, as much data as we can search from within the queues, we will search and highlight queues that contain that information. Once you've finished typing what it is you're looking for, these arrow keys let you move the selection amongst the found queues. You can also click Select Found to make it as though you held down the Command key and clicked on those found queues. And then you can press Done to close the Find tool. So I press Select Found and then click Done, and the 3 queues which were found to match my find are now selected. And now I can do stuff to them, such as delete their name or whatever. That's Find. Batch edit is something you've seen me do, which is really almost time for it to be ejected from this class because it's no longer a feature we added. It is just how QLab behaves. But it is still something that doesn't work 100% consistently, so it's worth talking about. Whenever one queue is selected, the inspector shows you all the parameters of that one queue. Whenever more than one queue is selected, QLab shows you all of the parameters that the selected queues have in common, except for the parameters that definitively cannot be edited while more than one queue is selected. For example, the timeline tab of a timeline group and the timeline tab of another timeline group are inherently different things and cannot be the same thing. Do we agree? The timeline tab of this queue and the timeline tab of this queue must be different. That one's that one, and that one's that one. If this queue is blue and this queue is blue, then when I select them both, they might both be blue. But if I select them both, there is no circumstance under which their timeline would be the same, because their timeline is a unique quality of each of them. So when 2 timeline groups are selected, no timeline tab appears, because it's not possible for there to be one editable thing that is both timelines. It is impossible. But the color is editable, because the color is something you can do to both queues at once. Now they're both cyan. Now they're both hot pink. And now they're both no color. As I continue to select more queues of different types, the amount that appears in the inspector shrinks, because now I have 2 timeline groups, a text queue and a fade queue. And what do all those queues have in common? Only the basics tab and the triggers tab. All other parameters that appear in any of these queues don't necessarily appear in all of these queues. So what appears in the inspector is only that which is universally editable amongst the selected queues. Have I explained that okay? It's a little odd. When multiple queues are selected, this part of the Basics tab becomes a menu which lets you refine your selection. It says there are 4 selected queues. Maybe we want to select only the group queues, only the text queues, or only the fade queues from what is currently selected. So it's a way of refining your selection. I've selected all these queues. There's 17 queues selected. Please select only the text queues. And now only the text queues from all of what I had selected are selected. And now I have more options. I can edit more things because all the text queues have some stuff in common. This is batch edit. Absolutely. So I'm going to select one queue, then I'm going to hold the Shift key and select some other queue. Oh, come on. If you click while holding the Shift key down, it expands the selection to include every queue between the one that was selected and the one you are selected. That's some standard Mac behavior. Then, with all those queues selected, I go to the Basics tab, and I look at this menu, 12 selected queues. From that menu, I chose Select Only Text Queues. And now only the text queues within that selection remain selected.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure. Load to time. The Load to Time tool answers the question, but what if I have a long sequence and I don't want to start from the beginning, right? Maybe we're rehearsing a dance and we've rehearsed the beginning of the dance plenty. We would like to rehearse starting from the middle of the dance. Sam, could you please start from the middle of the dance? If I select a cue and press go, it plays the cue from the top. But do I have an example cue ready to go right here? No, I do not. Beep, 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 beep. I need the most useful.
You had the music cue on there earlier.
Yeah, that's what I've just gone to find. So here is this piece of music. Let's make sure it's quiet enough. Yeah. When I start playing it, it plays from the top. But perhaps the choreographer says, no, 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 skip ahead, 40 seconds, please. Okay, 40 seconds you want? Select the cue and type Command T. That's the shortcut for Load to Time. Or go to the Tools menu and choose Load to Time. Then type in the time you want to jump to and hit Enter, 40 in this case. And now when I start the cue, it skips ahead to 40 seconds and then starts. Load to Time is the thing.
I have the comedians. I want it to start at 11 seconds, 15 seconds.
Now, if you want to start at 11 seconds every night.
Well, they stay one night in my theater.
They stay one night. If you wanted to start at 11 seconds without loading to time, if you want to program the cue to start at 11 seconds, right, set the start time to 11 seconds. But if you only want to, just for right now, just because we're rehearsing right now, we don't want to worry about the beginning, let's just get to the middle. Right. Load to time is your friend. Additionally, if, again, reaching back to my nonlinear communicator choreographer, who I invoke so often, who, to be clear, I adore and adored working with, and I'm not trying to make fun of, she would often ask to rehearse the very end of a number in order to get us into the following number. We're not really rehearsing this song. We're rehearsing the next song. Can I have the last 30 seconds of this number so that we can move on from there? If you select a cue and type Command T for load to time and type -30, it loads to 30 seconds back from the end. Yeah, go ahead.
So, talking about dance, a group rehearses a dance, stop the music, go back 10 seconds, start 10 seconds earlier or 20 or whatever they want.
For me, doing that, I'd use active cues.
I'm sorry?
I'd use the active cues list. I'm rolling the dance. Let's say we're here, and they say, hang on a second. I'd get in the habit of pausing, not stopping.
Right. Is there a keystroke?
Left bracket.
I'm sorry?
Left bracket.
Left bracket.
For pause all.
All right.
Then they say, could you jump back 10 seconds? Sure thing. Get in here, scrub back about 10.
Right.
And then pick it up, please. Right bracket resumes. from a cold stop, if they want to start somewhere other than the beginning, load to time is your friend, including negative numbers to back it in from the end. This works on a single queue, but it also works on a sequence. If you select the first queue in a sequence and you load to time, it will load to time of the whole sequence, including if you just select a timeline queue or the first queue that is in a series of follows, or in fact, the middle queue in a series of follows. Yeah? Yeah.
Does this only work in time? I work in classical music primarily. Is there a way to set it, like set a tempo and then like snap to?
QLab does not know about bars or beats at all. You can compel it to behave as though it knows about bars and beats, but it doesn't.
Okay,
so it's time. Yeah.
Because I've had to manually do like 8 bars later, 8 bars later, 8 bars later.
So for me, again, go back to logic, set the tempo, make markers on every downbeat, bring it in here. I see markers on every downbeat. How many bars? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 there. 8 is 51.04. 51.04 is what he wants. And then when Cranky Conductor Man says, do it again. 50, load to time, 51.04. Sorry, time 51.04. Ready. Like you were ready all along. There's a question back there?
Yeah, so after you execute that queue, the load time goes back to 0?
Yeah, load to time is an ephemeral change. It's just momentary. Once the queue starts, it's as though you never loaded to time. It just goes, and then load to time is done. It stays visible so that you can jump at it again until you dismiss it. Yeah.
You're talking about load to time and then you're putting in an actual time.
Yes.
Can you do load the time and then click on something and have it like click within your waveform?
No, but I also don't need to. If I have this queue selected and I want to load to there, I can just click there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. The purpose of load to time is when what you have is numerical time. Yeah. And to back from the end thing. Yeah.
Other than redefining your start time, is there another way to, let's say, start at marker? Like if there's a time where I was just editing, just like this 5 seconds, and I just need to just rinse and repeat. Nope, make that change, nudge that, whatever. Yeah, well, what is the simplest way in your opinion to?
If I want to load to a specific time over and over and over again, I'll take the queue, create a load queue. In the load queue, go to the load time tab, type in my load time, and then put that queue on a hotkey. So now when I'm working, hotkey 9 will load to 50.14. I could make a little menu of them too.
It also seems to me that you could use a slice here too.
A slicer?
A slice.
Oh yes, this gentleman's asking how to jump to a specific slice.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of a scenario in which the choreographer keeps coming back to the same spot again and again and again. And so you find that spot, stick a slice there, and then you can just move the playhead there and go.
And as long as you're not using slices for some other purpose or looping the cue differently, the slice will interrupt loops. We'll talk more about loops down the road, but yes, absolutely that's possible. Absolutely. Shall we? Great. I'm going to name this, and I'm going to leave it there for a little present for myself next time I teach. Next, workflow tool, paste queue properties, which we sometimes colloquially refer to as fancy paste. Okay, we've all done copy and paste, right? We're all hip to copy and paste. If I have a queue, Command C, I copy the queue. Command V, I paste a duplicate copy of the queue. But what if I don't want to do that? What I would like to do actually is take a queue, copy some aspect of that queue, and paste that aspect onto another queue. So for instance, if I have this queue and I've set the color to berry and I've unlocked second color and set the second color to crimson, and I'm like, yeah, berry to crimson, That's what I want for all my group queues here. I could manually go one at a time, or I could hold down the Apple key, select multiple queues, and manually make one edit. But I could also select the one queue that's the way I like, copy that queue, Command C, then select multiple queues, and then type Command Shift V, not Command V for paste, but Command Shift V for paste queue properties. And what it does is it says, listen, you copied a queue. The fancy paste window, I know everything about that queue you copied. I got it all. Which aspects of the copied queue do you want to paste onto all the queues you've selected? And I say, I would like queue color, change to second color after start, and second color. Those three, please. Then I hit apply, and it is done. All the queues that are selected receive the parameters that I had copied from the initial queue. Now this was a simple example because it's easy enough to manually make this edit yourself. But you could imagine a more elaborate set of properties, such as the esoteric specifics of a video queue's geometry and its audio levels throughout a multi-output sound system. You could say, copy that queue, select all these random smattering of other queues, paste these aspects of that copied queue. Powerful stuff. Please.
This might be jumping ahead, but does that work with like video effects too?
Any attribute that is copy pastable at all is fancy pastable as long as the type of queue you are pasting onto could have that parameter. So a video queue can have video effects on it. A video, camera, or text queue are valid recipients of pasting video effects. An audio queue, a MIDI queue, a start queue are not valid recipients of a video effect. So if you try to fancy paste onto those across queue types, you will see only a subset of the parameters available. Just like when I select multiple queues and batch edit shows me fewer and fewer parameters based upon what the queues have in common, so too will fancy paste only show me the available parameters that I can paste onto the selected queues. Earlier this morning, someone asked a question about copying a parameter and pasting it onto another queue. I think it might have been you, sir, but I could be wrong. This is that. If you have one queue that's set up like you like, it's got things about it that you like, and you want other queues to have that too, copy the queue you like, select all the other queues that you want to be like it, Command-Shift-V, and choose your checkboxes. Yes? All right. The next workflow tool is Record Queue Sequence. The queue sequence recorder is a tool that allows you to perform a series of queues and then capture that performance and reproduce it exactly. So I'm a big weather fan as a designer. If you're doing a play that needs weather in it, hire me. I'm your guy. So I have some wind, I have some rain, nice splatty rain. Sounds like a hard roof over here, which I really like. Got some thunders. This particular thunder, sound idea is 603601. I've got a freakish little understanding of this. This is used in a lot of films, and nothing takes me out of a movie faster. So we're sitting there, my wife and I, in the movie theater, and I'm like, oh, it's 6036, there it is. And she is like, you are such a nerd. So, you know, here's 603602. That's a nice one too. Why don't people use that one just as much? Nice dry thunder there. Anyway, even drier. Okay, great. So here are some 4 thunders. Now, to manually create a thunderstorm, we need the wind, we need the rain, then we need these thunders peppered about. But am I just going to pick some random times? Am I going to numerically edit? I could. Or I could go to the Tools menu and choose Record Cue Sequence. It says Ready to Record. When I'm ready, I say Start Recording, and then I'm going to start running cues and just play it the way it feels good. The wind picks up, and now it's time for rain. Maybe I'm watching a rehearsal and the actor walks in and says, "Boy, it sure is wet out there." I guess we're doing a comedy again. And he goes and checks the stove. Time for some more thunder. The other actor comes in and says, "It was a very dark and stormy night." Or whatever, I don't know. But I'm performing these cues according to my own intuition about what feels good. Maybe I'm going back and running another thunder at a specific time that feels good. Oh gosh, it really is getting like cats and dogs out there. Okay, fine. And now I'm done, so I click Stop Recording. And then what gets made for me is a recorded sequence of 9 cues, start cues, which trigger the cues I triggered. It's in a timeline group, and the pre-weight of all of those start cues is based upon the actual time that it took me to play each cue. You can sit there and fiddle typing numbers, thinking up random numbers as long as you like, but nothing in my experience feels quite as organic as just running it until you like what you ran and capturing it this way. It's not the only way to do it, but I find it a very pleasant way to do it, particularly if you're working with a set of very disciplined actors whose timing is very consistent, and you really want to try to accentuate that timing. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. It's just a tool in the toolbox. Yep. When I roll this sequence, you will see that QLab uses these start cues to trigger all the cues I triggered by hand. Exactly the tempo that I triggered them every time. Piece of cake. Blah, 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 blah. Okay? Okay. That's... The cue sequence recorder is under the Tools menu in Record Cue Sequence. You're welcome. The Workspace status window we looked at briefly. It was this window that showed us all the broken cues and warnings. It's got 6 tabs, the details of which are lengthy, and I'm going to go quick on purpose. We can dig in later if we want to. The first one shows me a list of all the cues that are either broken or warned, and also warnings that come from Workspace settings. It's just meant to be a comprehensive troubleshooting tool for showing you all the things that need attention in your workspace before you can be certain that everything will function properly. The Logs tab is a temporary way to keep track of when cues are triggered or when MIDI input or OSC input or OSC output happen as a troubleshooting tool. Hang on, are you getting that MIDI message? I don't know. Let me open up the Logs tab, turn on MIDI input, press a button. Oh yeah, look, I totally got that message, right? The Triggers tab shows you a sortable list of all of the triggers, hotkeys, MIDI messages, wall clock, time code, and also Workspace keyboard shortcuts and Workspace MIDI messages. All of them in the whole Workspace. So if you're working on a show that someone else built and you're trying to type 808 and you go to type 808, you type in 8 and something happens, some, chicken screaming. What was it that I did? You can open up the Triggers tab and look for the number 8 and say, aha, found you, and disable, or whatever you like. The Edit button jumps the inspector to edit the cue in question. The ArtNet tab is only relevant to lighting, which we haven't yet talked about, which we're going to talk about shortly, so we're going to skip it for now. The Video Metrics tab is only relevant to video, which we're not talking about till tomorrow. We're going to skip it as well. The Info tab shows the unique ID of this workspace and the unique ID of this computer. The Workspace ID is a unique ID code that can be useful if you're doing some programming of queues between multiple workspaces on the same computer at the same time. If this doesn't sound like it concerns you, feel free to ignore this. It's also something we might ask you about if you contact support and need some troubleshooting help. The machine ID is mostly pertinent to installing and removing licenses on a Mac. This machine ID is a code generated by QLab just for us. It has nothing to do with any other program. Apple doesn't know what it is. It means nothing to anyone. It is specific to Figure 53. It's something we might ask you if we are having a licensing problem on your Mac. And that's the Info tab. And all put together is the Workspace status window, which you can get to under the window menu, Workspace status. Hi, Tigger. Media logging, log media playback. Under the QLab menu is QLab preferences. These preferences are not specific to this workspace. They are pertinent to QLab on this whole Mac. And in the General tab, that's not the collaboration name. In this General tab, down here is Log Media Playback. And when that box is checked, QLab will generate a spreadsheet, a set of comma-separated values, which logs the details of all audio and video playback. If you work in radio, you already know why you want this. If you don't work in radio, you may never need this. Or maybe you will. But folks who work in radio need a definitive list of all the media they played, when they played it, how long they played it for. And this will generate that for them, or for you. We already talked about popping out the inspector. This little poppity outity button pops the inspector out of the main window and makes it separate and separately resizable, and of course floatable. But did you know you can also have multiple inspectors? So just as you can open a queue list in a secondary window, you can also open another inspector. I right-click on this queue, I choose Open in New Inspector window, and now I have a new inspector window that is inspecting that queue regardless of what my main inspector is doing. My main inspector is always showing the currently selected queue, but that window remains stuck on the one queue. That can be useful if you need to compare details of two queues. It can also get confusing pretty quickly because once you have multiple inspectors, how do you know which is which and who inspects the inspectors? So it can get a little, twisty. It's a tool that's available if you need it. It also is a great way to inspect multiple tabs of one queue at the same time. I know what this tab is doing, but I need to know what that tab is doing also at the same time. Maybe my designer, who I'm assisting, is asking me a complicated question. I want to answer it. I need all the information. So this is the separate inspectors. They can, of course, float just like the other window. And this menu lets you select a different queue to reassign the inspector to look at. Yeah?
If you have the two inspectors looking at the same tab, the same queue,
Yeah.
and you make an edit, does it make the edit on both of them, or does one take precedence?
Both.
Okay.
Since you can't type in two places at once, we don't have to worry too much. Wherever you make the change, it changes.
Okay.
Yeah. We've already talked about secondary queueless windows, so I'm not going to talk about it again. We have already talked about queue colors. I'm not going to talk about it again. But queue templates. What is queue templates? What are queue templates? Well, every time I've created a queue in QLab, you've seen that it has tabs here in the inspector which show properties of the queue. And the properties are in the default state for that queue. So when I create a new group queue, it appears in timeline mode. Even though there are 5 modes, it chooses timeline. And it has no number, no name, no color. It's armed but not flagged, not auto load, etc. If you go into Workspace settings and you go to Templates, you will see a list of all of the types of queues in QLab. When you select one, you will see an inspector that looks just like the real inspector, and here you can make choices. You can say, I want all group queues to start off with a red color. And now when I make new group queues, indeed they all start off red. Or you could say, actually, the default behavior for me is not timeline group. I'm a start first kind of a guy. So now all new queues appear as start first groups. This is all about your personal preference. There's no right, there's no wrong. But this setting lives with the workspace. So new workspaces that you create on this Mac will have the default set of templates, and you will need to remake them your way if you want to. That's Q templates. Workspace templates is a similar idea, except that it happens at the whole workspace level. If I create a new workspace, I just get a new workspace. But if I create a new workspace from template, I am shown all the templates available on this Mac that might show me a workspace in a different default behavior. Obviously, there are none installed on this Mac right now, so this is an unimpressive demo. But if I made a new workspace, and in this new workspace, I said, no, I'm going to start off with a group queue, and I'm going to have a text queue that says something, whatever, and then that text queue is going to fade out. This is not a useful actual example, but let's say. Now I say, yeah, all my new workspaces for the rest of time might want to look like this, or at least one other. So I've done this. I go to File menu and I choose Save as Template. And I'm going to save it as my rad template. Now I'm going to close it. I don't even need to save that template, that original copy. When I create new from template, I have choice: blank default with the QLab icon, or my rad template. And if I choose my rad template, I get a blank workspace that looks exactly like the one I just saved.
Is this the kind of thing you would use if you would create a different kind of workspace for your haunted house work than you would for your dance work than you would for your theater work?
If I'm routinely working in different contexts and I have a bunch of things that I do on day one before I even know what the show is, basic setup, I will definitely create a template for each. My default template that I use in my own work has those queue lists I talked about. The main queue list for show queues, the cut queues list, a list of scripts. It's got all my script queues in there, which, just for reference, this is my toolbox of script queues that I have on every show. Those appear by default when I make a new workspace on my Mac because of a queue template. So yes, absolutely, I would do exactly as you just said. Yeah?
So if you change a queue template in a workspace and then save that as a workspace template, when you open up a new workspace using that template you just created, does it retain those queue changes?
Yes. Every single aspect of a workspace is saved when you save a workspace template of it, including media, even. If I have my favorite walk-in music, just load it all in there. You have to make sure that those media files are available on the Mac. It has to know where to look for them. But there we go. Settings, import and export, I'm going to reserve talking about till we talk about settings because I want to make sure to talk about lighting. We're getting a little tight on time. And I want to be able to boot the conversation about settings to another day, but I don't think I want to boot lighting to another day. So we're going to skip that. We're going to skip the launcher window, and then file management, I realize, is actually not a good topic until after we've talked more about files. Don't you think? So I'm going to reserve that for later as well, and perhaps come back to it today, or perhaps foist it on one of my colleagues, probably Chris. Those are workspace tools. I'm sorry, workflow tools. So all of these tools are examples of things that QLab can do for you that the audience will never know about and doesn't care about. But they're about niceties for using the tool, because QLab ultimately is a tool for making something, and that something is the show. That's what the audience cares about. The audience does not care about this stuff, but you do, because you're the one using the tool. Okay. Lighting is next. It's 4 o'clock. We've got 90 minutes left in the day officially. I'm going to be able to stick around a little bit for a little Q&A after that if anyone wants to. I think we should take a short break before we dive into a new topic. So let's take 5 minutes, which maybe is 6 minutes, or 5 minutes, and we won't get intense about it. Stretch your legs, have some water, use the restroom, come on back, and we'll get into lighting, and that'll take us to the end of the day. All right, folks, let us continue. An introduction to lighting in QLab. The light queue is the type of queue in QLab which you use to make lights do things. So we have to take a moment to discuss how QLab via your computer communicates with lights, because that is important and inherent thing for you to have to worry about. When you're using a traditional lighting console like an Ion, you take it out of the box, you look in the back, there are DMX ports, you plug a DMX cable from that port into your dimmer rack or into your light and get on with it. But if you look on the back of the Mac, of course, there are no DMX ports. So QLab communicates with lighting equipment using two possible protocols. It can use them both at once, or it can use just one or the other. One is ArtNet, and the other is DMX over USB. ArtNet is a network protocol that embeds DMX information within a network. And just to step back one moment, DMX, which stands for digital multiplex, but the X in multiplex was cooler sounding, so it was DMX, not DMM. Or I guess the M is multi, digital multiplex, so it should be DMP. No one understands. It is the MIDI of lighting. In the 1990s, folks were like, we really need to make it really easy to plug this thing into that thing, and I say up to full, and you say okay, and go up to full. What preceded DMX was a series of varying levels of catastrophe, most of which almost worked. But DMX was the first time it really always worked. And it's a very dumb, and I say this with admiration, a very dumb protocol that just works and keeps working. Fast forward to today, and the amount of data that a lighting system is expected to be able to handle is much higher than it was in 1992. And the number of channels is up, the number of fixtures, the number of things that each fixture can do, the idea that an individual fixture might contain 18 or 19 tiny little servo motors, each of which needs to be controlled by DMX. Madness. So folks invented ways to use a computer network to send DMX data. ArtNet is one of those ways. Streaming ACN is the other way that is most popular, SACN. QLab uses ArtNet, and ArtNet has its own funny little nomenclature, but the idea is basically this. Network information comes out of the Mac via Wi-Fi or Ethernet and goes into a computer network, a regular computer network like you see in any office or school or even in homes. And contained within that Ethernet network is a stream of information called ArtNet. Contained within that ArtNet stream is a truly vast quantity of DMX data, or up to a truly vast quantity. Then there are devices, there are some lights which natively speak ArtNet. So there's like, this isn't one, but let's say that light were one. That light at the bottom of the ladder there, if it had a network port on it, and the manual said, yes, you can put ArtNet right into here, I could take a network cable, come out of my Mac, go straight into that light, and the light would decode the DMX data out of the network and use it. But most lights don't do that. Most lights want DMX on a 5-pin XLR connector, or some of them want it on a 3-pin XLR connector, which, if you're keeping score, is a violation of the DMX spec. You need 5 pins. What do the second 2 pins at the end do? Absolutely nothing. They are reserved for future use. They have been reserved for future use since I was in middle school. It's the future now. Use them. No. Some folks, I'm sorry? Soon come. Soon come. Yes, thank you. Now, there's a protocol called RDM. RDM can use those 2 pins. There's a trick where you take a Y adapter and embed 2 DMX signals on one cable. So you can have two universes of DMX running on one cable. That's off spec, but it works great. Or you can be like Chauvet and just be like, 3-pin connectors are cheaper. We will use that. That's fine. The only problem is that when you look at a cable that's got 3-pin XLR connectors on either end, you can't tell just by looking at it, is that cable suitable for a long DMX run or not? DMX has got some fussy little electrical needs that microphones don't. Specific impedance is the right amount of impedance on a DMX cable, blah, blah, blah. Trouble is, most of the time it just works, so no one gets in the habit of really being conscientious and rigorous about it because it's mostly not necessary. But the trouble with something that's mostly not necessary is that it's sometimes necessary and you're not used to it. So that's what's going on with cable and DMX. Back it up though, Sam, focus. We have DMX embedded in an ArtNet network. We have a light that wants a 5-pin or 3-pin XLR connector. We need to get the data out of the computer network and into the light. How do we do it? We use a thing that is referred to commonly as a DMX node. I guess you could call it a DMX decoder or de-embedder or whatever. But is there one nearby? Yeah. Hey, props. Love props. This one is made by DMX King, which is, I believe, a New Zealand-based company. Network socket. Ooh, thank you. Network socket, 4 DMX sockets. This is another one, the NTech Open DMX Ethernet. Network socket. DMX in and out. Ooh. DMX 5-pin to 3-pin adapter because we are realists here at the Voxel. These are DMX nodes. They receive network data, which includes like, you know, your email and TikTok and whatever is on the network. But it's got some smarts in it that says, sort through all the packets until you find only ArtNet, throw the rest away, hang on to the ArtNet, look at the ArtNet, and then this thing can be told, okay, the ArtNet stream can contain many universes of DMX. Which ones does this node care about? I would like this port to output DMX universe 1, that port to output DMX universe 2, that one to output universe 10, and that one to output universe 15. A universe of DMX is 512 channels. The original creators of DMX were asked fairly recently, is there anything that they regret about the invention of DMX? And one of them said, I really wish we'd called them galaxies. Because they're not really separate universes. They're just isolated galaxies in one universe. Because then each show could be its own universe. And then if you wanted to bridge 2 theaters together, it would be the multiverse. And we were like, okay, thank you. I was with you right until the end there. Each physical DMX cable that you look at can only carry one universe of DMX data, which is 512 channels. A network cable on which you know is a network that contains ArtNet can have can have 16 million DMX channels. So 16 million divided by 512. Yeah, 32,000 universes. It's plenty of universes, I hope, for whatever show you've got planned. If you're bumping up against that limit, will you please let us know? I'd love to hear about your project. But you tell the node, okay, great, universe 1, universe 2, universe 10, universe 15, or whatever. And then network traffic comes in, this little box sorts through the network traffic and says, oh, here's a packet that I know that is telling me it belongs to DMX universe 1. Decode that data and spit it out this port. And then any lights that are plugged into this port will receive that DMX data. Okay? This is a node. QLab supports any ArtNet node. Full stop. That is the point of ArtNet. If someone makes a box that decodes ArtNet data, and someone else makes a program that produces ArtNet data, those two devices can communicate. That tab I said I was getting back to, I'm getting back to it. Don't say I lied. The fourth tab here in the Workspace status window shows a list of all the ArtNet nodes on your local network which report their existence using something called the ArtNet polling. The ArtNet spec, like many overly clever network specs, is something that you can implement fully or partially and get pretty much the same result. And one of the things that's technically optional about ArtNet is this thing called polling. When QLab has any lights defined in the workspace, it sends out an ArtNet poll packet that says, I am speaking ArtNet. Is there anyone who can hear me? What is your deal? And anything on the network that responds to ArtNet polling will respond. My deal is, I am called lobby node. This is my DMX. This is my IP address. This is which ArtNet net, subnet, and universes I'm listening to. Net and subnet, though they sound like networking terms, in this case are ArtNet terms. And it's the problem of the English language that it contains hundreds of thousands of words, and yet some people insist upon using ones that are already busy doing something to mean something else. These are all of the ArtNet nodes on the local network in this building, and these are their details. So I can immediately see that if I assign lights inside QLab to addresses within universe 0, 1, 2, or 3, it will get caught by one of these nodes in this network and decoded and placed and sent on a DMX line to fixtures, probably. I don't know for sure which fixtures. All I know is that the nodes are out there. Universe numbering for ArtNet starts at 0, because to a computer programmer, lists start at 0. I asked the computer programmer, how many lists did you write today? And they said 0, and they meant this many. That's a little programming joke. The only reason that this is important is because on an EOS, for example, or in any system that uses streaming ACN, universes start at 1. So just like when you're dealing with MIDI on Yamaha, you have to add or subtract 1 depending upon whether or not all your stuff talks the same stuff or all your stuff doesn't talk the same stuff. Just worth pointing out. There's no right or wrong here. It's just these are things that are true. NTech boxes don't respond to the polling packet generally. If this thing were plugged in on this network, it would not appear in this list. That doesn't mean it won't work. It just means that you need to know that it's out there and what it's listening for in order to use it. The polling packet is technically optional, so no one's breaking spec by not implementing it. But I would like to go back in time and say, why is that optional? Why don't you make it mandatory and make everyone's life a little easier? That's ArtNet. QLab generates DMX data, encodes it as ArtNet, sends it out across the network, gets decoded by hardware that knows how to do that, and sent to lights. That's the first way lights can be controlled by QLab. The second way lights can be controlled by QLab, NTech makes a box that looks alarmingly like this, but is not this, that instead of a network socket, has a USB socket. These folks also make a very nice little one. We support a very specific list of these devices. And it is those. The NTech DMX USB Pro, the NTech DMX USB Pro Mark II, the DMX King Ultra DMX Micro RDM Pro, 2 Pro, and Max, and the eDMX 1 Max, 2 Max, 4 Max, and the Yarilo DMX Pro. Yarilo is a Russian company that lobbied hard for us to include their hardware in our spec. We carefully communicated with them. Chad did a great job of going back and forth with them a few times to get everything just so, and then they went out of business almost immediately after that. And if you, like I, have one, then you and I represent all their customers. I think. They were very nice folks, and I wish them luck in whatever their current venture is. Here are some examples. Here's an eDMX Pro It's got USB and network, DMX on the other side. What gives? This thing is clever. It's an ArtNet node. It's a USB node. It is both. It is either. It is not both. It is either. It could be either one at any given time. Great little box. You plug USB cable from Mac into box. Then box appears to Mac just like a printer or a keyboard or a mouse. Very simple, no network, direct connection. There is, in this case, only one universe available on this box. If I had 4 of these boxes plugged into a USB hub, all in my Mac, I would have eDMX Pro A, B, C, and D. They wouldn't be called that. They would be called whatever they're called. But all 4 of them would be available to my Mac. They would be, as far as my Mac is concerned, 4 completely distinct devices. But I could control 4 universes of lights. QLab doesn't care that it's 4 devices. It just does what you ask it. If I plug this one in, it's got 2 universes. Okay. Exciting, right? All that is preamble to say that is how your Mac communicates with lights physically. Now, how do we do it in QLab? In QLab, there are 2 aspects of controlling lights which really matter. The light queue, which is how you set levels that are predetermined and play them like, pardon me, as a queue in a show. And then a window called the light dashboard. The light dashboard, this is the light dashboard that belongs to my QClass workspace, but I'm actually going to set this aside for a moment and open the light dashboard for the workspace that is currently actually communicating with these lights, which were configured for this week for a specific purpose. This dashboard lets me control the live levels of lights in real time. Voila. It's done with these faders here, or it's done numerically. We also have a command line, so I can say things like F3 at 100%, F3 equals 30%. We also have the capacity, which I'll show you in a short time, to attach a MIDI control surface to this window so that I can put actual hands on actual faders and adjust physically here in real life and not just on a screen. The dashboard controls the immediately live levels of my whole lighting system. Cues are where I record levels to be played back on demand. Yes? There was a question.
Yes, so to understand it correctly, not being a lighting person, not knowing anything about it, can QLab with lights license can take the place of a lighting board?
QLab with a light license is a lighting board.
So,
What you need is a Mac to run QLab. You need QLab lighting license. And you need either a USB DMX device, an ArtNet node, or lights that natively receive ArtNet. Those are your needs. This thing is $150 and fits in your pocket and is one whole universe of lights. It's very, very convenient tool. Highly recommend it. NTech, despite not supporting the ArtNet packet, like other than that, they're very well made, they're very well operating. I have one of these and use it all the time. So I'm not specifically endorsing one or not the other. Yarlow is the only one I don't endorse because they no longer exist. So when you find one, maybe you get a good price, but you won't be able to get customer service.
again, the question of lack of knowledge. So why do you need a lighting board and at the MAs, the hogs, the whatever, instead of this being way more portable? Again, not knowing what I'm talking about.
That's a completely fair question. here is the pretty blunt and fast answer, okay? A Grand MA3, a HOG, an ETC Apex. These are three outrageously expensive, outrageously capable lighting consoles on which you can do extremely elaborate things for extremely elaborate sums of money. But once you've already paid the money, you know, that's the end of it, or you rent it. QLab excels in the queuing structure. It excels in usability, and given the size of your laptop right there, I think we can all agree it excels in portability. QLab does not have the kind of sophisticated moving light control or effect sequencing that some of those high-end consoles have. The great thing about the Apex for a lot of users is the physical interface of the Apex allows an experienced EOS programmer to move with outrageous speed. So you have several touch panels, you have several collections of physical controls that are dedicated to specific sets of tools. You have a screen where you can go like this, whoop, and now you've selected all the moving lights on your house left torm, and then you can go, I'm dialing color, I'm dialing pan and tilt, I'm calling up an effect, I'm doing a fade curve, blah, 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 very quickly on the hardware. On the other hand, it needs you and a friend to even pick it up. Right. In QLab, I can get to the same end result because the wonderful thing about lighting, no matter how much you dress it up, all lighting is for each universe, it is 512 channels of numbers on a scale from 0 to 255 being updated 44 times a second. It's just a bunch of numbers. So it's so simple. So anything in the end that a HOG or an Ion can do, QLab could do. It's making the series of queues to do it that can be way faster on an MA or a HOG, if that's what you're used to, if you're doing something sophisticated. If you're doing lights up, lights down, realistic interior kitchen sink drama, there's nothing QLab will fall down on, in my opinion, in that scenario. My goal, when we were discussing the original release of the lighting tools in QLab 4, my goal that I stated to my colleagues was, I hope that we can get lighting tools in QLab to match the sophistication and sort of level of scope of the ETC Express, which was at the time still available, new. And the thing about the Express is the small one is this big and costs $4,500. The big one is this big and costs like $9,500. And your laptop and this little tiny sucker can do everything that could do and fit in a little bitty booth. I worked in a theater once where they had an Express 250 that was held to the wall with plumber's strap because they didn't have enough desk space. Not a relaxing place to work. And we had a neighbor, Single Carrot Theater, that had a bake sale. They had a fundraiser to buy a light board. They were trying to buy a used Express. And they threw a big fundraiser. And Chris, I think wisely said, this feels unnecessary. This feels like a space that we can help out. You've already got a Mac in the booth. You've already got desk space for that Mac. You don't want to spend all this money on a used other thing that's just going to bring up. If this is your whole lighting design, we got you covered. So that's the proposition, is that QLab is intended to come in and fill the space from very simple to moderately complicated lighting designs, where QLab's good programming environment and sort of flow and integration with other media is the asset. And elaborate control surfaces and sophisticated moving light patterns and sequences is not actually interesting or valuable to you in this context. Great, then we've got you covered. That's my pitch. Which is not to say that I think you should, I'm not trying to tell anyone to not use QLab. I'm trying to tell people, use the tool that works for you. And here are the ways you can use QLab and make it work for you if you'd like. We know of some relatively high-profile shows that do use QLab for lighting. Not many. A lot of people out there are very accustomed to their ion, and they should be. It's, as I said to someone on lunch break, it takes energy to learn how to use an ion well. And once you have spent that energy, it pays off because you can do fancy things quick. I'm not trying to tell anyone to throw out that energy. Like, by all means, use it. I love an ion. But in this environment, we can pull off some groovy things. So here's just regular control of these festoon lights, right? Gonna bring them all back out. But we have also, there's a mover, which we can indeed pan and tilt and set its color, no problem. We have full control of every parameter available to this light here. So the light's name is M1, M1 color, M1 pan, M1 tilt, and so forth. Okay. On the side here, we have what we call virtual parameters. This color picker is deriving or is producing information that is sent to the light's red, green, blue, and white LED emitters. These sliders and this little pip are the interface, but the output is just 4 DMX channels of red, green, blue, and white. Yeah? Pan and tilt can be a little hard to handle, especially when you are not sitting in the orientation that matches the fixture, but that's true. The dashboard, as I said, shows you live levels. Every adjustment that you make is shown in yellow. Every fixture that you didn't adjust manually is shown in black. So the black background says you didn't touch this light. So here's M5 at 50% intensity, but you didn't do that by adjusting it. If you hover your mouse over it, you'll see values set by desk light on. There's a queue here called desk light on. That's the queue that set this 50. If it's yellow, it means I set it myself while twiddling around in the dashboard. Yeah? We also have light groups here. So we have a light group called walls, and inside walls are all the parameters of all the lights that are included within walls. So if I set the intensity of all walls to full, then I set the color by selecting walls of everything to red. Now all the walls are red. All blue, all green, and so forth. That's a light group. This is the basic interaction of the dashboard. I just want to sort of acquaint you with its basic behavior. Once you set levels that you like, perhaps I like this look. Perhaps I would like to make this a queue. Although, let me turn off these movers. Who are you right in my face? Oh, desktop and desk front. There we go. Oh, that's much easier to see. Oh, hi. Let's say this is a look that I like. There are a series of buttons down at the bottom of the dashboard. Record all with an ellipsis, update with an ellipsis, new queue with all, new queue with changes. So I'm going to take you on a little journey through these buttons, and in so doing, establish the sort of pattern of workflow of building a show in QLab with lights. So what we did, you saw me twiddle around with sliders in this screen in the dashboard to make a look that I liked. Once I've got what I like, my choices are new queue with all or new queue with changes. Is anyone here familiar with the term tracking as pertains to lighting? And even more important, is there anyone here who is not familiar with the term tracking? Okay, great. The idea of tracking, in short, is, well, tracking as a concept really only matters when you have a foundation in lighting that precedes the idea of tracking, because it's an idea predicated on another idea. If you don't have the first idea, you don't need the one predicated on the other one. But let's picture this. Or rather than picture, let's discuss this. This is a simulation of 5 lights, channels 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. In this simulation, the green row represents the current live level of those lights. These are just 5 lights that can not change color or anything. Let's say that light Q1 sets 11, 12, and 13 to 100%. The end result, therefore, is 11, 12, and 13 at full, 14 and 15 out. Did I ever explicitly tell them to be out? No, I did not. I simply didn't tell them to do anything, okay? In a traditional lighting console, if I had a magic wand or a magic spyglass and I could look at the DMX data coming out the back of the console, it would be saying, 11, you're at full, 12, full, 13, full, 14, you're at 0. It's not telling 14 nothing. It's telling 14 0. Because in a traditional lighting console, every update of every DMX frame, which is what a packet of full DMX data is called, contains a positively asserted level for every channel. QLab does this a little differently. When I make a new queue with changes, it records levels only for the lights that I changed into that queue. For example, 11, 12, and 13 at full. It records no information for 14 and 15. And when the queue runs, it says, 14 and 15, you just stay wherever you are. QLab does not assertively give values to 14 and 15. Or does it derive a 0? Or does it actually leave the DMX data blank? It derives a 0, right? So QLab calculates where 14 and 15 were before the queue runs and then sends that value. The green zeros, they are assumed. Let's say light Q2 brings 14 and 15 to 30 and 50. Okay, now my output is 100, 100, 100, 30, 50. All 5 of my lights have levels. It got those levels from 2 different queues. Tracking means that if I turned off everything, rebooted my console, and ran Q2, a tracking console would bring 11, 12, and 13 to full, and 14 and 15 to 30 and 50. Because Q2, in the world of tracking, contains whatever Q1 contained, plus whatever Q2 contains. That's what tracking is. The levels from before track downward into the next queue. For my lighting friends who are watching this online and who know that I know that that's a metaphor, I do know it's a metaphor. It's not actually exactly that, but that's the most useful way to think about it. The values track into Q2, and so Q2 is effectively what Q1 would have set plus Q2, and that's what Q2 is. Let's say Q3 brings 12 to 10%. Now my end result is 100, 10, 130, 50. A tracking console, if I turned it off, turned it on, started from Q3, would give me 110, 130, 50. QLab has what we call sparse queues. If I turn QLab off and turn it back on and run just Q3, what do I get? 0, 10, 0, 0, 0. Sparse queues. In lighting consoles prior to the invention of tracking, every queue contained a positively defined value for every parameter. So you would never have those blank spaces. They would all contain zeros by design. So tracking was cracking open the idea of, what if there's an empty space and the value tracks from the previous queue? Clever. And then our move in QLab is, we'll do you one better. What if there's an empty space that is an empty space? So if you run queues out of order, you get a different look. Maybe you want that, maybe you don't. But as with many things in QLab, we try to leave it so that if you want that effect, you can achieve it. And if you want the other effect, traditional tracking behavior, we have an option for you. I refuse.
In the other workspace, it's the queue at the bottom that says desk on.
I know, but I like a gentler look.
Okay, great.
Because we've got some atmosphere now. Do I look streamable?
I'll know in 15 seconds.
Yes, the miracle of lag. Okay. We have in QLab, in light queues, a little checkbox. I know I'm skipping ahead. I haven't talked about light queues yet, but trust me. We have a little checkbox called collate. Collate effects of previous light queues. When this box is checked, queues in QLab behave as tracking queues in an ion or another console. Which is to say, if collate on Q3 is checked, and I run Q3, QLab looks up the queue list and says, what other light queues would have happened if I'd run from the top? Do that math. Result, 110, 130, 50. If I uncheck collate and I run, say, just Q2, I get 0, 0, 0, 30, 50. Because Q1 is not being collated into Q2. Are you with me? Tracking is great. I think collating is also great because collating lets you choose to not track. Previous to collating, your choices were what ETC calls queue only, in which every channel has a value explicitly stored in every slot, every queue. So you would have gotten 0, 0, 0, 30, 50. Or tracking, you would have gotten 100, 100, 100, 30, 50. We have collating, and when collating is off, you get 0, 0, 0, 30, 50. But what if you got some other queue somewhere else that sets 11? Let's say I run Q4 out of order. If I run just Q4 and then Q2 without collating, I get 80, 0, 0, 30, 50. So if you're in that same experimental theater troupe that's interested in possibly crashing QLab as a performance art gesture, you may also be interested in deliberately playing queues not set to collate out of order to derive unexpected results. And if this wigs you out and you just want QLab to act normal, no problem. Check the collate box and you will have normal. Yeah?
The collate box is a global change, not per queue.
Per queue. It's per queue.
So you have to check it for each queue.
Or you put it in the queue template checked on.
Right, okay.
Or you select multiple light queues and check it at once and batch edit, or you fancy paste. But I could have a queue that is collating amidst a bunch of queues that are not collating, and then I have what ETC calls a blocking queue. When this queue runs, say that this is how it's going to be, definitively. Blocking queue. If I have one queue with the collate box checked in the middle of a show, and I run that queue at any time, it will be as though I ran all the queues before it, right? So that blocks the randomness. By running it, I definitively set the current condition of the world to all those levels that it would have had I run everything. So it blocks the effects of randomness from running queues out of order.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about that for a second. Because the way I use blocking queues is frequently in blackouts.
Blackout is a great place to use a blocking queue because what a blackout is, like semantically, is all my lights are off. And so the reason that blackout queues are usually blocking queues is because no matter what I was doing before the blackout, turn that off, please. And so you want that to be definitive. You don't want any level to track through a blackout. You want to have a clean slate after the blackout. That's the traditional reason to set it as a blocking queue. So if you set a blackout, if I set all to 0, it got real dark, I can then create new queue with all. And QLab will create a light queue that sets all my values of all my fixtures, of all my parameters in the whole show to whatever they are right now. Turn on collate, and when I run that queue, I definitively have these values at this level at this moment in my show. It's a way of breaking the chain of events and having a clean start, just like a blocking queue on an ion.
So another thing, like on the lighting console, I can choose to block, say, just intensity parameters, and keep, say, focus parameters not blocked. Is there a way to do something similar to that?
I would type all intensity at 0, and now record a new queue with changes. And that new queue with changes would only block intensity.
Okay.
All other parameters would be left alone. So, once again, I just want to, because I think I accidentally conflated two things as I got enthusiastic about talking about them. I want to make sure that I clean up that enthusiasm. I'm going to set a look that I like. Oh, it's not that. You put these up with no lens so that you would get a cheap and easy spackle. Adorable.
I'm cheap and easy.
I like it. You ever seen like the Series 3 without a lens in it? It looks bonkers. It just looks wild. Anyway, this is great. Okay, so we made a look. We like this look. When I click New Queue with All, New Queue with All records all the values that I set manually that are yellow, but it also records all the values that I didn't set manually. It records proactively every level of every light, of every parameter of every light. If I click New Queue with Changes, it only records the yellow queues. I'm sorry, the yellow parameters, right? That is connected to, but not the same as, what the collate checkbox does. And I think I glossed over that a little too quickly. When I run a queue that was recorded New Queue with All, it doesn't matter if it's set to collate or not, because it's got a level for every single parameter. It doesn't care if it's collating or not. It knows everything about every light. But if I record a New Queue with Changes, then it only has some levels. It only has the levels that are yellow. It doesn't know anything about these levels. And so that queue can only block if it is set to collate. Because only if it is set to collate will it pull in other values from up above in the queue list. If it does not collate, it says, I don't know what you're doing and I don't care. Keep doing it. I'm going to be over here setting these levels. You have a nice time. Yeah.
How is this workspace currently communicating with the lighting fixtures?
This workspace is communicating with these lighting fixtures via ArtNet, as I sort of described abstractly, through an area of settings that we have not quite yet visited called the light patch. We'll get there shortly. Thank you for asking. New Queue with All has a keyboard shortcut of Command-Shift-N. new queue with changes has the shortcut of Command N. Those keyboard shortcuts are active when the dashboard is in the foreground. Colorful buttons, window in foreground, Command N is new queue with changes. When the dashboard is not in the foreground, grayscale buttons. Command N creates a new workspace. Something to be aware of. If instead of tapping new queue with all or new queue with changes, I tap record all or update, these buttons with ellipses, I am given a little menu. Do I want latest queue, selected queue, or new queue? In lighting, generally, we have the concept of being in a queue, right? You've heard this. What queue are we in? Oh, we're in 12. Because once a fade has stopped running and the lights are sitting still, what happened most recently to get us to here? The light board ran Q12. So we're in Q12. But in QLab, in a world with sparse queues, the look that we have might be the result of multiple separate queues running in exactly the order that they ran, right? So we're not in Q12. Maybe Q12 is the last queue that ran, but we're in Q12 plus 9 plus 47 plus that thing. We're in now. QLab tries to be just a little bit more new age about what queue we're in. So we don't have in a queue. What we have is latest. Latest is the most recently run light queue. If that queue is collating, if that queue was a new queue with all, then we are effectively in that queue. But if that queue is not those things, then we are in that queue and some others. So that queue is latest. Optionally, when I click, I could run some queues, then make a change, and then click update and choose latest. And then the changes that I made, the yellowed levels, would get updated in that latest queue only. If I choose record all to latest queue, then the yellowed levels and the black levels all get recorded into that latest queue, effectively turning it into a blocking queue. So our nomenclature is that record pertains to all parameters. Update pertains to only manually edited parameters in the dashboard. And your choice is, I could record all to the latest queue, effectively replacing the latest queue with the current look, or to a new queue, and then I make a brand new queue. I cannot update to a new queue because there's no such thing as updating something that doesn't exist yet. Instead, I could say make a new queue with changes. Record all to new queue is exactly the same thing as new queue with all. These two buttons and these two buttons are sort of one button with the most common or most specific example down below. If that makes any sense at all. If I have one or more light queues selected, I can also record all to selected queue or update to selected queue. If I have multiple light queues selected, I can update 2 selected queues. I can record all to 2 selected queues and put these changes into those multiple selected queues. So if I've got a series of light queues to run my show, and then as we're sitting there in the scene, I'm like, that window special should have been up all along. I bring up the window special, then I look back over my list and I say, yeah, that queue, that queue, that queue, and that queue, I want that window special at that level. Command click on them, update selected, and now that new level is backfilled into all those selected queues. Yeah? It's another way to crack the nut of tracking and track back or trace, depending on which kind of console you're using, which is I want to update this from back to before. We also have update originating queue. If the look on stage is the result of multiple queues, and then I make some adjustments, and I choose update originating queues, it says, listen, wherever this light, whichever queue set this light to this level, go update that queue with the new level. So if I set 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in 4 different queues, and then I go to my dashboard and adjust 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 to some other level, and I update originating, 11 will be updated in Q4, 12 will be updated in Q3, 13 will be updated in Q1, and 14 and 15 will be updated in Q2, because those are the originating queues, the last queue that set a level for this parameter. This is elaborate, not necessary if you don't need it, but invaluable if you do need it. You run a bunch of queues, you're in rehearsal, the director comes over and is like, do you think it's kind of dark upstage? Which is code for, I think it's dark upstage. Right? We all know this. So you make some tweak, you like that? And director says, yeah, I wish it looked like that from the very beginning of the scene. And you're like, I've run 40 queues since the beginning of the scene. Update originating is your friend though, because then it will look like that since the beginning of the scene, but not screw up your delicate adjustments over those 40 queues. It will leave every other adjustment alone. Highly recommended. Worth the juice is worth the mental squeeze for this one, if this is the kind of thing you're doing. Okay, I'd now like to get to your question, which is, what's actually going on that QLab is successfully talking to these fixtures? I'm visible, yes, we've got some nice light, okay. So this is the dashboard where we control the live levels, but now it's time to go look behind the curtain, as it were. In my workspace, in settings, which you may recall from the very, very beginning of the day, you can get to by clicking the gear. You can also get to by going to File menu, Workspace settings, Settings window, or you can jump directly to a section of the Settings window from this little menu. We're going to go to Light and look at the first tab in Light settings, which is the Light patch. The Light patch is a table. Each row represents a single light in your show. QLab is a little finicky and specific in a way that a principled way. We want you to, as much as possible, treat each individual physical object in your show as its own light. So even though it is possible to take an ellipsoidal fixture and put a DMX-controlled color scroller on it, thankfully it's not that common anymore, because color scrollers, speaking as a sound designer, are awful. Speaking as a lighting designer, I like them very much. But the sound designer in me says that they're quite awful because they're quite loud. So even though you can put a color scroller on top of a conventional light and say, well, that's one thing, it's two things. One is a light controlled by a dimmer. One is a color scroller controlled directly by DMX. QLab wants you to treat those two things as separate things, and if you want to make them behave as one thing, create a light group to batch them together. So each row in this table represents a single physical object as much as possible. In the case of dimmers, you tend to have 24 dimmers or 48 dimmers or 96 dimmers all built together into one big rack. So each thing represents one of those dimmers. There are columns here. The name is the name that you give the light. This is what other lighting consoles call channel. And we feel enthusiastically that it's okay to name things with names instead of number them with numbers. Now, it's convenient to number them with numbers because then you can do ranges, right? I can say 1 through 10 at full. I can't say apple through kiwi at full because there's no definitively obvious way to think of a range of fruit from apple to kiwi. That's more of a poetic choice. But 1 to 10, we all know what 1 to 10 means. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. The way I patch shows in QLab, I number all my lights that work in systems. So all my front light, 1 through 10, all my backlight, 11 through 20, all my side light, 21 through 30, whatever. And then I name my specials. Right? So desk front and desk top are a great example. Desk front is that fixture that's right in my eyes. Desk top is this top backlight. Those are named so that a guest designer coming into this theater looks at the patch and is like, now which channel is the desk front? I looked through the paperwork. Oh, it's 308, right? Great, 308. No. It's called desk front. It's right there. Easy. But systems, I prefer to do numerically so that I can do ranges, 1 through 10 at full, 1 through 5 at 50, whatever. But your mileage may vary and you can do as you like. That's name. Address, you enter the starting address of the fixture here, regardless of universe. Every universe has DMX address 1 through 512, and this is the way in which universes really are separate. I have a light that says I know that I'm address 300. I'm address 300, and when the cable that is plugged into me belongs to universe 1 or the cable that's plugged into me belongs to universe 90, I don't know or care about that. All I know is that when the cable's plugged into me and it says channel 300 come to full, I'm going to full. Someone else can care about whether it's universe 1 or universe 90. And so too is this section of patching. Address 300, but then output, well, which output? Which output is adjusted down here below. I'm choosing to output to ArtNet. Okay, well, if I'm setting to ArtNet, which universe, subnet, and net in the ArtNet scheme am I addressing? If you recall, in the Workspace status window, in the ArtNet tab, I see I have a bunch of nodes with a bunch of addresses, IP addresses, and they're on a specific net and subnet, and they have 4 addressable universes because they are all 4 universe nodes. Desk front has address 300 in ArtNet universe 0, subnet 0, net 0, which means that this node, which outputs to net 0, subnet 0, universes 0 on all 4 sockets, this node, and this node all are going to be outputting from all 4 of their ports a value for channel 300 that light might respond to, right? Because they're all programmed to listen to net 0, subnet 0, and universe 0 on all 4 ports. This node will not decode data for this light because this node is listening on subnet 1 and on universes 2, 3, 2, and 2. This is the questionable design choice of ArtNet. ArtNet supports 32,300, and I can't remember the base 2 increment, but just over 32,000 universes. Instead of saying, here's the design choice, there's one text field called universe. Universe 0 up to universe 32,500 and whatever. No, they chose not to do that. They chose the way of pain. They said, universes will be numbered from 0 to 15. And those 15 universes all are contained within a subnet, which has nothing to do with the subnet mask in IP address networking. Subnets can be numbered 0 through 15, and they are contained within a net. Each net is numbered 0 to 127. So in ArtNet, there are 128 nets, each of which contains 16 subnets, each of which contains 16 universes. Why? No reason that I know of. So we have to do this wild math where we're like, how many addresses up from 0? It doesn't matter. No. This port is universe 2 in subnet 1 in net 8. Great, good for you. Universe 2, subnet 1, net 8, address whatever it says on the back of the fixture.
And to do that math, to address these nodes,
Yeah.
convert the 3 numbers to one big number.
It's tiring. We have an intention down the road of making a tool here that lets you enter in whichever number feels reasonable to you and it will back solve. But that's down the road. Yeah.
Sorry, how do you assign the universes?
You assign, you mean to the node?
Yeah.
That depends on the manufacturer. These folks have a piece of software, which I'm not going to open right now, but they have a piece of software. When you launch it, it finds any of these on the network and says, what do you want to do here? And you say, you're this net, this subnet, this whatever.
External process.
These folks have their software. There's at least one ArtNet node that I've seen where you do it on the front panel with buttons. I desperately hope this is not true. There could be one where you do with little thumb wheels. Goodbye and thank you. Back in the past where they belong. Wonderful, but never mind. So it is an external process. When you come into a theater as a guest, if you came in here, you'd say to Alec, our TD, I am the lighting designer. Here are some lights. Here are some lights. Great. I'm going to use that, and that. Where are they? What do I patch them to? It's not your business to know because it's a house rep. It's his business to tell you. He'll give you paperwork. Or you negotiate it ahead of time. We're going to hang my plot. We're going to address it my way. I don't know nothing about these nodes. I've got one universe worth of fixtures only. Put it all in one universe and tell me what the number is. And get on with your life. Yeah. Streaming ACN makes this marginally easier, but it's difficult to implement streaming ACN. We're prepared to do it emotionally if we find a good reason to. Streaming ACN is kind of like ArtNet, designed a little bit later, learning some of the lessons, but it's not easy to just do, so we haven't just done it. This is the light patch. This is where the definition happens, where we define which light is which, with what address, and so on. One piece of information I haven't exactly zeroed in on yet is critically the word I just used, definition. Each fixture in your patch needs to use what we call an instrument definition, which is a preset collection of information that says, this is a source 4 series 2 luster. It is expecting 8 channels of DMX. The first channel will be red, the second channel will be blue, the third channel will be lime, the fourth channel will be green, the fifth channel will be amber, the sixth channel will be intensity, the seventh channel will be the fan channel that no one ever adjusts, the eighth channel will be something you have to look up in the manual. We ship a very large collection of instrument definitions with QLab. So hopefully, whatever light you're trying to use, when you patch it in QLab, you can go down here to definition and just look for, oh yeah, look, there's my Colorado Batten 72X in one cell RGB mode. Boop. If you cannot find your light, you can make it yourself. We will teach you how, or we will make it for you. You tell us where to find the manual, and we will make it for you. If the light that you're using is a light that we think there is a chance someone else might also be using, we will eventually incorporate it into QLab and grow QLab's library. But you'd be amazed how many manufacturers of lights there are. I certainly am. And you'd also be amazed at how many of them have thin documentation. So we implore you, if you find a light that you're using, you want a QLab definition, you don't want to make it yourself for whatever reason, we don't care, please, the manual. We need to see the manual. We need to see what channels it has and which is which and what they do. Yeah? Please.
I typically buy the cheapest Chinese movers off of Amazon, and I don't think that they're preloaded. And I had a question when you were showing the different sliders for the light that was preloaded. Did you have to name walls.blue, walls.cn, or when you selected that fixture, all of those channels were already labeled that way?
Let's skip over walls for a moment because by zeroing in on walls, you've actually asked two questions at the same time. So we're going to not talk about walls for a moment. We're going to talk about W1. W1 is an individual fixture. It's this one right here. By selecting Source 4 LED Series 2 Luster Direct as the definition, which is the correct definition, and the way that I know that is because on the back of the instrument, when I powered it up, I told it, you're a Source 4 Series 2 LED, great, good. Source 4 LED Series 2 Luster, great. Be in direct mode. That's how I know I'm using the right one here. Or actually, in this particular case, I was like, Alec, which mode is it set to? And he said, direct. So then I chose direct. Okay. That definition comes with .color, .red, .lime, .amber, blah, 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 blah. So you, the human, do not need to know these things as long as the definition exists. When you say you go to Amazon and buy whatever cheap Chinese mover there is, here's the little secret. Is it an ellipsoidal mover without shutters this big and it uses 19 channels? There's one manufacturer, and that's sold by many companies. So we've got it somewhere. It's not called cheap Chinese mover 19 channel. Might as well be. But I don't like that because that does not contain in it, it does not convey the degree to which I am actually not implying that all Chinese-made lights are deficient in some. It insinuates more derision than I actually feel. I'm actually, weirdly, I sort of admire the cheap Chinese mover for 19 channels that cost $100 or $95 and is bright as the sun. Like, well done, guys. I wish that you had written a manual. But you know what, for 99 bucks, whatever, I'll figure it out. If you see the light that looks exactly the same as the one you've got, and I mean exactly, and you buy it from some other company that has a nonsensical name on Amazon, odds are really good it's the same light. So you can use the same definition. It's not a guarantee, but it's a good chance. They've all got the same weird oval buttons for menu, up, down, enter. They've all got the same little red LED 1990s digital clock readout. They've all got the same sort of jankily mounted power connector off to the side where you're like, is that plugged in? I think. Tape, 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 right? They've all got the extra large space cut out for the 3-pin XLR. They look identical. They are identical. There's one company making them that no one's ever heard of. And then there's 1,000 individuals who are like, I am a lighting manufacturer. I bought that for $89. I'm selling it on Amazon for $99, turning a $10 profit. Keep doing this until someone on Amazon figures out that I'm not a real business. Fold, new name, new company, selling it again. It happens over and over and over. And there's some, we can talk about the economics and the ethics of it later, but actually the fixture is the same fixture over and over and over again. Stairville is often a slightly more reputable brand that uses, I think, the same guts as a lot of these. So if you see Stairville, you're in business. Anyway, when you can, and I know everyone's got their own budget, when you can, aiming one price bracket higher and going for Blizzard, American DJ, Chauvet DJ earns you a lot of reliability. A lot of reliability. You lose a little brightness, but you get 2 fixtures always matching color, for example, which you do not get with the $99 19 channel 4 weird buttons, right?
It's the budget Chinese, not cheap.
Not cheap.
It's the budget.
Yeah, the economy. So I want to encourage you to, when you're able, just go one price tier higher. You're going to get a lot of bang for your buck. Every price tier up you go, you get something for that money. And I really believe that. All the way up to the Varilight, where you're, Varilight and Martin and other high-end movers like that. Like, you get what you pay for, you really do. But like $8,500 for one light, that's not a reasonable amount of money for most folks, and that's okay. But if you can do better than $99, don't feel like you have to go all the way to 85 to be worth it to kick up. That's what I'm saying. That's the real message. Okay. Are you just taking pictures or you have a question?
Just take a picture.
Okay, great. I didn't want to like box you out by accident.
No.
Yeah, okay, great.
I just noticed that there's this unusually gorgeous background that we don't usually have.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta take pictures with that.
It is, I believe, an actual obligation of anyone who owns a so-called grown-up camera. Dappled light on brick, obligatory photograph. Also peeling paint and babies, obligatory photograph. So you're just doing your job. Okay, so that answers the half of your question that you were asking on purpose, which is the word color, red, amber, lime, that series of things. Do you need to know, or does the definition know? The answer is the definition knows. But the other half of your question is, walls is a light group. If I drag this intensity control down, you see all the wall lights go down. If I drag it up, they all come up. If I adjust the color, they all adjust. What gives, you may say? The answer is, walls is a light group. A light group is a thing in QLab, which you create, new group. And then all the lights that are assigned to the group, all their parameters become parameters of the group. So because all of the lights inside the walls group have the same parameters, I can control them all at once. So here, walls.indigo is not because there's a light called walls, it's because there's a group called walls, and at least one light inside that group has an indigo parameter. As it happens, because we are being deliberate here, all the lights inside the walls group have the indigo parameter. So I can control all this indigo with one handle. Because I chose deliberately to, well, Alec in this case, chose deliberately to group all of the fixtures that are the same type into a group so that he could have group control.
Show us how you create a group.
Yeah. So first, what it is, and now how to make it. In the light patch, new group. Name it whatever you like. Better walls. Create one new group called better walls. Okay, now I've got better walls. Now I can select, oh, I don't know, just the odds because why? I don't know. And with all these selected, say, add to group, better walls. I guess I should really rename that. Walls odd. Now, it is the equivalent of a VCA in audio. Bingo.
So that in that case, if you have an individual light, you can still bring it up. Okay.
So here I am with walls, twiddling the indigo, but now I go to walls odd and I say I'd like some amber, please. And now just the odd numbered lights have amber. And now I can go down to walls 3 and say you also, all your other color, just for walls 3. So this is another SAM technique, concentric layers of control. I have the individual channel. Then I make a group for all my odds. I make a group for all my evens. I make a group for all my house left. I make a group for all my house right. I make a group for all of them all together. I make a group in a box with a fox, here or there, everywhere. Because, as you say, they're VCAs, so I can make any of them and I can just independently choose. At this moment, I wish to control all the odd ones, every other. At this moment, I wish to control all the ones on that side. I can just work with my groups. If I have one conventional light with a color scroller on it, make a group. Call the group my light, 6. Then call the light, 6 fixture and then 6 scroller or whatever. But the group is what I really talk to. Even though it's just a group of 2 things, maybe I have a whole front light system with scrollers. Okay, so it's 6 lights with 6 scrollers, 6 groups, 1 for each light plus scroller, and then a 7th group, all of them together. and then an 8th group, which is all the evens, and a 9th group is all the odds, blah, 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 blah. Concentric layers of grouping and control. Yeah.
With grouping, can you use non-like fixtures in the group, or is it only like fixtures in the group?
Anything you want. If you use like fixtures, then you have a guarantee that every control of the group will control every light. But if I put one light into this group that's got, I don't know, an orange emitter, and I drag up the orange control on the group, only the one light with orange will get affected.
So if you were to put like 2 moving instruments in with the walls, only the moving would affect the moving. It would not try to send a signal to the other instruments to move because they can't.
Right. But if my moving fixtures were also RGB amber, then RGB amber would affect both the moving lights and the static lights. So with a little bit of planning, you can say, here's all my RGB fixtures, whether or not there are other things also. Now here is all my RGB lime fixtures. Now here is all my RGB lime amber fixtures, right? Yeah.
If you're grouping lights with different color parameters, for example, does that disable the color picker tool that you have?
No, but it does do an irritating thing, which I will show you now. Let's see here. Desktop. Let's see, which of the M is the, yeah, okay, so M are these little adorable GLP impression tiny movers on the ladders. And you said that they are RGBW color mixing. W, you can see, are RGB amber, lime, cyan, indigo. It's quite elaborate. So I'm going to make a group. And I'm going to put one wall fixture. Do you recall off the top of your head, sir, which is that bottom of the ladder? How are they numbered, the little FR1s?
It's either 5 or 8.
Great. I'm going to take wall 1, and I'm going to take mover 8, and I'm going to put them into group bad company. Let's get the walls out. Okay. Now, in bad company, let's bring intensity to full. Hey, good guess. See, I have 2 color parameters in bad company. Bad company color and bad company color. What to do? If I select bad company, I get 2 color pickers. One for the RGBW fixture and one for the RGB blah, 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 blah fixture. It is a goal of ours, it is a goal of mine in time to instead have one color picker which shows the more elaborate version, but only the RGBW components of it spill down into the dumber light. But to do that in a way that is clear and functional and obvious is, as you can imagine, like not just a cakewalk. Otherwise, we would have done it already. So, like with many things, we are waiting to do it until we can do it properly. But I think that's ultimately the goal, is to have color, just the semantic idea of color, as one tool that then degrades nicely through a series of fixtures that have different amounts of color granularity in their control.
I mean, don't you have a fundamental problem there with the manufacturers not really matching? One manufacturer's color doesn't match another manufacturer.
If only that were the limit of the problem. Would you like to guess how many manufacturers tell you what wavelengths their emitters are? They don't. They don't. They just don't. And so I asked a colleague, a counterpart of mine at ETC, I was like, how do you guys do it? And he was like, you kidding me? We buy one of everything. We go put it in the lab. We turn on blue. We put out a colorimeter. And we're like, oh, okay, it's that many nanometers. Does not feel like the most efficient way to get things done. So Some manufacturers, if you dig around, you can find the brand of emitters they use. What's the emitter, the collection of emitters you found?
Luxion Star is in the color source line.
Yeah, the Luxion Star. So the Luxion Star is a really great set of emitters. They publish their spec really precisely. So you know what lusters do because you know that they use Luxions, blah, blah, blah. But you know, who knows, like the lunatics over at Roby, I say that with admiration. Those fixtures are so weird and so amazing. So I bow down to those lunatics. But who knows what they're using there? It could be anything. There's no way to find out except calling them up and saying, hey, you want to tell me? And they'll be like, competitor, no. I'm like, no, friend. But I don't know how to say that in Czech, so. It is officially 5:30. It is 5:32. So officially, I will wrap up for the day and say, everything we haven't done yet, we will do. But also, I don't have to go anywhere just yet. If you also don't have to go anywhere just yet and you would like to keep talking, I am thrilled to keep talking. We will keep the stream going. If it is okay with stream person, thumbs up, universal sign for yes. And if you have to split or wish to split, by all means, see you later. Mwah. If you wish to stay and talk more, stay and talk more. Just everyone should do what they should do. Yeah.
How does it handle like color or effect macros baked into the picture?
So here we go, Bad Company color preset. And I'm betting that's just the, yeah, okay. So we're gonna take this fixture, we're gonna clear all. And then I'm gonna bring up the desk again before people get worked up. Hello. Okay. We've learned mover 8. So let me put this mover 8 in a reasonable location. Okay, great. It has a color preset channel. So I can just drag this channel and it'll do whatever color it says it is. The manufacturer of this fixture says if the color preset channel is at a value other than 0, ignore all parameters pertaining to color and instead do this color preset. That's what the manufacturer says. Other fixtures may behave differently. It's just whatever the manufacturer says, right? We have fixtures that have, built-in pan tilt routines. Built.
It's only slider-based.
For now, we have a graphical pan tilt controller. We have a graphical color picker. And we have sliders, or we have sort of a tile view instead, if that floats your boat. I find the slider view a little easier to wrap my head around, just a matter of taste. We would like to, down the road, eventually, have choosers, right? Oh, the manufacturer has said, this range of 0 to 255, it actually represents 6 gobos, okay? And for each of those 6 gobos, as you go through the range, that's the percent inserted that the gobo is. Okay, great, well, we could work that out. It's slow going, and it's a lot of programming just to plunk in all that data, but we plunked in data for like 8,000 lights already, so why not? Keep going, right? But again, it's one of those things where like to do it cheaply is sort of like worse than to not do it at all. So we'll get there. Yeah.
We have a question from the stream, which I don't think we can practically show because we don't have the hardware sitting there, but someone was asking about linking MIDI controllers to the lighting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's anything you feel can be offered in words.
Don't have actual faders with us right now, but unless I left something in here. Okay. I can't remember where my fader 8 is. I thought it's possible it's in one of these boxes. All right. If you have a MIDI fader surface, you can go into settings and go to Light Dashboard MIDI. And then for either selected light, all lights, any group, or any individual light, you can pick a parameter of that light and bind a note on, note off, program change, or control change value to that parameter. I think Alec just walked out to go to his apartment to get his MIDI fader and come back. Seems like the kind of thing he might do. If your MIDI fader is motorized, you can optionally send MIDI feedback to the attached MIDI device, and then twiddling the fader in the dashboard, twiddling the fader in the dashboard will also twiddle the fader on the surface. Because unlike almost every lighting console, the hardware is infinitely variable, right? You buy your Mac, you buy your MIDI fader surface. It is challenging for QLab to behave in a completely predictable way when you've got MIDI hardware. So instead, we have you sort of laboriously configure it by hand. But I'm here to tell you, once you have laboriously configured it by hand, it works very smoothly. And it is nice to have tactile control. We also have a capture button here, which if Alec is doing what I think he's doing, I'll demonstrate for you. Select the parameter you want to control, click capture, and then twiddle the control on the surface that you want to talk to that thing. And then it will capture that value, and then away you go. The thing that is not solved in this design is banking, right? I've got 8 faders, got 38 lights, 48 lights, 750 lights. What's the quick way to sort of move around? The easiest is to use the selected parameter. Under selected, you will see every parameter of every light in the show. And you can say, all right, selected blue is this knob. And then whichever light or lights, plural, is selected in the dashboard, that knob will control that light's blue parameter. So you think of your MIDI control surface as a control surface that is sort of secondary to the dashboard. Rather than it being the definitive control surface, you go to the dashboard, choose your lights, go to the hardware, configure your look. Dashboard, choose lights, hardware, pick look, dashboard, lights, hardware, look. Like it? New cue with all, new cue with changes, and move on. If you can get quick, it would be cool if there is something equivalent to group collapse and expand for dashboard. That would be cool. I just thought of that for the first time. I'm sure someone else has thought of it as well, but that was my first time. So if you can get quick with selecting, controlling, selecting, controlling, you know, not too different from how on an EOS, you're like, oh, my movers are group 1. You type group 1, enter, and now your encoders are controlling group 1. You type group 2, enter, and now your encoders are controlling group 2. So that's the MO. That's with selected. So that's my thought on MIDI. Thank you. Yeah.
Can you do a quick @Q demo to represent palettes and presets?
Absolutely. So let's make a quick all. Here, first let's go clear all. We'll say all at home. No, clear all, clear all. And we'll say all.red at full, but all color out. but now all red at full. And now I'm going to say new queue with changes. And I'm going to call this queue, its queue number is going to be red. And so what this queue contains is commands saying, no, really, only red at full. No, I can be simpler. All.red at full. Now I'm going to make a new light queue. I'm going to call it blue. And since I don't need the dashboard to program, I can just do it here. All.blue at full. Okay, these two queues are now numbered red and blue. When I make a new queue, all intensity at full, I can say all.red at some number, but I can also say all.red at QRed. And now when I run this queue, all my intensities come to full and all my colors pull the value from QRed. If I instead say, you know what, I actually think that all.red needs to have a little amber, and then I run this same queue, which pulls the values from Q.red, those fixtures which have an amber pull that value too.
You said all.red equals red, QRed, which means it's not going to pull the amber, specifically pull out the white.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Now I say all everything pull from QRed, but also intensity at full. Thank you. So now it's saying, listen, all lights, get all your data from QRed, but also set your intensity to full. So now the queues that have, the lights that have only a red channel, pull the red value out of QRed. The lights that also have an amber channel, pull that amber out of QRed. And then all of the lights get their intensity from this queue. This is our answer to palettes. If we also have moving lights in our show, in QRed, I'm going to update selected queue. Now QRed includes some pan tilt information. So when I clear all, you see the lights are all pointing straight down. When I run this queue, those queues also pull their pan tilt info. The lights that don't have pan tilt info don't care. But what if I say, well, I like this color. Why do they do that? Oh, because those default to RGBW all up at full. So I need to say here all.blue at 0, all.green at 0, all.white at 0. There we go. So now I've pulled all the pan and tilt and color information from QRed. But what if I want to move those lights to a different focus? Great. Now I'm going to make a new queue with changes, which is just the pan and tilt. And I'm going to call it PT. And now in my queue, I say all at QRed, but all.pan at QPT, all.tilt at QPT. And now, this queue pulls all my information from QRed, but then my intensity sets to full, but then my pan and tilt pulls from PT. Now I've got a preset, which is a collection of palettes. We call this pull. Pull a value out of a queue. If I change the originating queue, the pulled value changes also. we started to design palettes and presets, and we were like, wait a second, sounds like queues all over again. Let's just pull something in from another queue. If you want to break the connection, click Expand. And now those levels are copied into this queue, and the connection is broken, and the pan and tilt values live in this queue, and I can change the queue that I was pulling from, and this queue won't change.
Can you undo expand?
Yep. Palettes and presets. Phew. And now it is 5:45, so I'm going to say, go for like another 5 to 10 minutes at most. Go ahead.
I just need to visually see it because I'm not a lighting person. But with light groups, say you have a group of like, I don't know, 2 movers, set 1 intensity 25, 1 50, and the group is set at 50. If the group moves to 75, does it become 50 and 75, or does it snap to 75?
It snaps to 75.
Okay. So it's not.
All dashboard controls are latest takes precedence.
Okay.
So if I set the group to 50, both lights will come to 50. Then I go and say, but this light go to 25, and this light go to 75. Then one to 25, one to 75, and the group value is immaterial.
Okay. So it's not truly like a VCA where it's additive. It's more of a.
It's entirely in charge until you ask it to do something else from somewhere else. Yes, not truly a VCA. Yeah.
So I know that when it comes to naming cues and lighting instruments, like the way that you can name it a text value allows you to be more descriptive.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do choose to give it numerical values in the command line and in your programming, are you able to say, if I were able to number my cues 1 through 10, can I say update, I'm using EOS language, but like update, cues 5 through 6. Sort of.
No, you have to select cues 5 and 6,
Okay.
and then update with the button.
Gotcha.
The command line is only for controlling instruments and groups. The command line isn't for full interfacing with QLab and all of its behavior.
Sure, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, but if I had these fixtures numerically numbered, I could say things like 1 through 6 at full, or 1, 3, 2, 3 at full.
Gotcha.
It doesn't do alphanumeric sort, so you can do M1 through M8.
That's cool.
Right, thank you. You're right.
Is there a lighting effects tab in future?
In the future. I cannot comfortably say how far in the future, but the future. We know about lighting effects, we dig lighting effects, and clearly they're important. So we will pursue them. But how, we're not sure. My feeling is I have been taught how to run effects and write effects on EOS many times, which is not, to me, an encouraging truth. If I have to be taught many times. I've watched someone else write effects on an MA, and I don't have that degree. And I admire and respect, but all we know for sure is that there are a lot of different ways to do it, and all of them seem hard. We would like to try to find something that feels QLab-y.
DMX in.
Nothing right now.
I'm out.
Okay, great. That was easy. Yeah.
Just a quick question on, are you communicating with the fixtures wirelessly, or is there a wire running up to the grid?
No, I'm on an Ethernet network.
So it is Ethernet and then
Yeah.
up there? Okay.
Never trust a radio when you can use a wire, is what I say. Always use a radio when you can't use a wire. Radio is better than no communication. But wires are great. Wires are really great. I'm a big fan. Yeah, it's taped down over here. You can't really see it. But yeah, I'm running Ethernet back into the building network and blah, blah, blah. ArtNet has no complaint about running over Wi-Fi, but Wi-Fi itself can complain.
I have a couple show babies.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if you had something else that you.
So a show baby, and what a show baby is, I'm sorry? All a show baby is a pair of wireless, a pair of radios. DMX comes into one, radio data comes out, radio data comes into the other one, and DMX comes out. And show babies are very reliable. They're very well made, very well engineered. The latest generation of show babies are also very high bandwidth. You can, I think, run 6 universes over a show baby multiverse transmitter. Don't quote me on that. It's some large number. There are also other competing wireless DMX standards. CRMX seems to be the biggest one. They're all just DMX over radio. We're not doing that here. I'm not against it. I have no argument. Although my general thesis is,
If you can use a wire, use a wire.
yeah. He says wearing a wireless mic, you know. Yeah.
How would you connect lighting console to QLab?
So in this world, we're running lights through the console, but QLab and that console maybe want to talk to share information about when to go. What console? EOS, and I'm not, like, I get to decide. I connect them on a network and I use OSC. EOS, and I've got an anxious lighting person who's scared of networking. That's fine. Give me a show control gateway and I'll speak MIDI to you. And we'll be talking about OSC tomorrow. Friends, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Tomorrow, Chad and our colleague Charles will be in the driver's seat, and I will be running a quiet time at the Broadhurst and not available to be here. But if I have time during my QT, I will try to sign on to the stream and say hey. And then on Friday, Chris will be in the driver's seat. Tomorrow, we're going to focus largely on video and networking. And Friday, we'll be focusing on audio, collaboration, and whatever hasn't happened yet.
So, I don't think I'll be able to be here on Friday. How soon after class will it be posted?
The stream will be available immediately. After, you have to give us a little while to do the things like annotations and subtitles and all the niceties.
So the following day?
Almost certainly. YouTube also can behave strangely with large files, and things sometimes just take time, but it will be very soon. And then it will be, again, updated when we have things like subtitles and chapter markers.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good night.